Marshall Peak Chapter 1513 to Chapter 1545. The rumbling sounds continued for an instant, and in a place that could not be seen with the naked eye or divine sense, the entire inner city of Heaven Battling City was a mess. Wherever the white beams of light from the crystal cannons passed, everything was turned into nothingness. Heaven Battling Union's foundation, which had been accumulated over thousands of years, was almost completely destroyed in just half a stick of incense worth of time, with less than 20% of it remaining. Anyone could tell that Heaven Battling Union had suffered heavy losses because, amidst the scattered bombardment of the crystal cannons, not only were buildings collapsing, but also the screams of many cultivators before they died. These tragic cries filled the hearts of those who heard them with dread. Even so, no one from Heaven Battling Union dared to come out and meet them head-on. Yang Kai's brow gradually furrowed as he realized he had underestimated the endurance of Chuzheng and the others. The power of the crystal cannons was indeed not small, and Yang Kai did not lack Saint Crystal sources, but continuous bombardment for a long time was bound to put a strain on the crystal cannons. Once the load was exceeded, the crystal cannons could no longer be used. Even if these cannons were personally refined by Yang Yan, they could not escape this constraint. Heaven Battling Union's plan was to wait for Yang Kai's attack to weaken before they took action. Just as this thought flashed across his mind, Yang Kai sneered and released his huge divine sense like a tidal wave. This extremely cold chi had the power to freeze one's divine sense, but Yang Kai's divine sense was able to pass through it without any hindrance. Conflagrated knowledge C. Yang Kai's divine sense was a variant divine sense and was extremely hot, just enough to restrain this fierce cold chi. Although it could not be said that he was completely unaffected, it was almost negligible. Time passed slowly as Yang Kai searched the area bit by bit. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face as he ordered, 3/4 to the left, fire a crystal cannon shot. The disciple in charge of controlling the crystal cannon heard this, and although he did not understand why such an order was given, he did not hesitate and immediately adjusted the direction of the crystal cannon shot. Yang Kai focused his divine sense and nodded lightly, a little to the left, lower the direction. Yes. At the same time, in the direction where the crystal cannons were firing, there was something that resembled a well a dozen kilometers away. Many exquisite formations had been set up around the well, concealing the existence of the well and providing it with extremely powerful defensive abilities. From the mouth of the well, waves of cold energy so thick that they were almost tangible gushed out and poured into the myriad eye spirit sealing grand array, strengthening the array's power. Frozen Jade Eye Spring. This well was the eye of the myriad eye spirit sealing grand array. There were 3 origin returning realm masters guarding this place. At this moment, all of them were sitting cross-legged, their brows furrowed in worry as they stared at the frigid air that filled the inner city. High Heaven Sec's Origin King grade starship had arrived, causing all of Heaven Battling Union to panic. Even a powerful master like Lu Feng had been killed in a single blow, so no one dared to stand in front of the starship. The only thing they could rely on was the great frozen spirit sealing array. They hoped that this array would be able to deal with the enemy's battleships. Suddenly, a white beam of light shot out from the front, causing the 3 Origin Kings' eyes to bulge involuntarily as they secretly pushed their Saint Chi, feeling extremely nervous. This was the enemy's crystal cannon, something all 3 of them knew very well. Although there were many exquisite spirit arrays here that could be used, whether they could withstand the bombardment of this crystal cannon was something no one could say for sure. If they failed to resist, the 3 of them might follow in Elder Lu Feng's footsteps. Fortunately, their worries were superfluous. Although the white beam of light was terrifying, it flew past them from the side and did not cause any damage to the 3 Origin Kings or the array core. The 3 Origin returning realm masters couldn't help wiping the sweat from their foreheads as they breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine, it's just a coincidence. With this spirit array, they won't be able to find the location of the array core. Union Master said that as long as they exhaust their energy, it will be time for us to launch an attack. Among the 3, a burly man with a beard seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be comforting his companions. But seeing how aggressive the enemy is, they must have come prepared. What if the spirit array can't hold them off until then? Another woman asked worriedly. What are you afraid of? Although the crystal cannon of this starship is powerful, its consumption is also enormous, so it will eventually run out. Moreover, any crystal cannon has a limit on the number of times it can be used, so it's impossible to use it too many times in a short time. We just need to wait. Those people from High Heaven sect are like headless flies right now. If this battle goes smoothly, our Holy Union will not only be able to kill those bastards, but also seize an Origin King-grade starship. Just think about how great the benefits will be, the last old man quickly said, seemingly much calmer than the other two. Hearing what he said, the other two's eyes lit up as they could not help imagining the scene of that terrifying starship falling into Heaven Battling Union's hands, causing them to feel somewhat excited. At that moment though, another white beam of light shot out from the front and flew over not far away. This? The burly man with the beard paled slightly as cold sweat dripped down his back. This time, it was a coincidence, but it seemed to be much closer to them than the previous one. Before he could finish his thoughts though, a third white beam of light shot out from the front. Not good. The old man exclaimed as he stood up and shouted, "Open the spirit array." As soon as his voice fell, the three of them pushed their Saint Chi with all their might and madly poured it into the spirit array in their hands. In the next moment, a thick light curtain suddenly appeared, forming a semicircle around the three of them and the frozen jade ice spring. Kong, that seemingly incomparably thick light screen was actually unable to withstand the might of a single strike from the crystal cannon. It only lasted for less than 3 breaths of time before it was broken. The three men's complexion changed drastically. Fortunately, all of them were experienced cultivators and summoned their defensive artifacts one after another to protect themselves from the incoming attacks. The remaining power of the crystal cannon continued to penetrate. With a loud sizzling sound, the white beam of light gradually dimmed and eventually disappeared. The three figures staggered, their footing unstable, all of their faces extremely pale. The woman in luxurious robes even coughed up a mouthful of blood as her 3 defensive artifacts shattered at the same time. "Another one, 3. The burly man with the beard shouted in horror. The woman in luxurious robes and the old man's faces went ashen for a moment as they stared blankly at the 3 white beams of light rapidly approaching them, unable to believe their eyes. The other party had actually found the location of the frozen jade ice spring. How is this possible? How did they do it? A single blow just now had caused the 3 of them serious injuries, so now that 3 beams of light were fired at once, they were simply unstoppable. The area where the frozen jade ice spring was located shook violently and the 3 Origin returning realm masters disappeared silently, leaving behind a giant crater several dozen meters deep. Inside the starship, Yang Kai sneered and ordered his disciples to readjust the direction of the attack. At the same time, in an extremely safe palace in the inner city, Mo Xiaoxing's complexion changed as he looked up at Chu Jing, who was sitting at the head of the table, and quickly said, "Union Master, 1 of the array cores has been destroyed." "What?" Chu Jing stood up from his chair and stared at Mo Xiaoxing in disbelief. How could it be destroyed? Did the enemy's attack happen to hit it or something? Mo Xiaoxing slowly shook his head. This old master doesn't know, but the 3 people responsible for guarding it have fallen and the spirit spring has been destroyed. However, whether the enemy did this intentionally or not, we cannot just sit here and wait for death. What does Great Elder think we should do? Fully stimulate the power of the spirit array and fight the enemy starship to the death. Mo Xiaoxing shouted. Hearing this, Chu Jing frowned slightly as a look of hesitation appeared on his face, as if he was troubled by something. "Union Master, High Heaven sect has brought their starship here, so either they die or we die. If we delay any longer, once the 2 spirit array cores are destroyed, we will have no power to fight back. Although the price of fully stimulating the spirit array is not small, it is better than just sitting here and waiting for death. Great Elder is right." Chu Jing took a deep breath and his gaze became firm. "Good, pass down my order, activate the spirit array with all your strength. This old master will not let High Heaven sect succeed even if he has to give up his 10,000 years of foundation." "Yes." Mo Xiaoxing nodded and quickly poured his divine sense into the communication artifact in his hand to pass down the order. The next moment, the entire inner city began to stir. The inner city was already filled with a frigid aura, but at this time, it seemed to have become even more terrifying. Even the hull of the starship was covered with a thick layer of ice. The domain that seemed capable of freezing everything in its path hindered the starship's movements. Even inside the starship, everyone felt a bone-chilling cold that seemed to freeze their souls. What happened? Why did this place suddenly become so cold? Qiantong asked with an ugly expression. The other party seems to have done something. Yang Kai's brow furrowed tightly. Under the investigation of his divine sense, the two spirit springs that had been slowly spewing out cold qi were now fiercely erupting, as terrifying as a volcanic eruption. Even the cultivators guarding the nearby array cores had hurriedly evacuated, as if they didn't dare to stay in place for long. Kacha, a crisp sound came from outside the starship, a sign that the hull of the ship was being frozen. Not only that, the thick cold energy condensed, forming ferocious beasts of different sizes. These ferocious beasts were sparkling and translucent like jade, like ice sculptures, but each of them emitted powerful energy fluctuations. In just a short time, the starship was surrounded by countless ice beasts. Everyone inside the starship paled. They had long heard that Heaven Battling Union's myriad ice spirit sealing array was quite powerful, and now that they had seen it with their own eyes, they found that it truly lived up to its reputation. With such means, Heaven Battling City's inner city would be safe for 10,000 years. As soon as these ice beasts took shape, they ferociously pounced on the starship, submerging it in an instant. Everyone couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat, fearing that the starship would be destroyed. Yang Kai's face was also extremely gloomy as he stood up and shouted, "Activate your defenses, ignore these ice beasts, destroy those two array cores at all costs." In a flash, a thin film enveloped the starship. Although this thin film looked fragile, no matter how the ice beasts attacked, they were unable to break through its defenses. However, under the constant gnawing of countless ice beasts, the light of this thin film began to dim at an extremely fast rate. Even a large number of ants could bite an elephant to death. Although the starship's grade was high, it could not withstand the onslaught of so many ice beasts and would sooner or later be destroyed. At that moment, more than a dozen white beams of light suddenly shot out from a certain part of the starship and bombarded a certain location. Concerned about the survival of the starship, Yang Kai did not dare to neglect and constantly directed his disciples to adjust the direction of their attacks. More than a dozen beams of light shot out at the same time, creating a spectacular scene. In just 10 breaths of time, the second array core was destroyed. After a while, the third array core was also destroyed. The myriad ice spirit sealing grand array covering the inner city was unable to operate in an instant, and the ice beasts condensed from the pure ice attribute energy also turned into fluorescent dots and disappeared. The crisis had been easily resolved. However, everyone could not help feeling cold sweat in their hearts. A gust of wind blew by, blowing away the thick cold qi, and without the cold energy from the 3 array cores, the myriad ice spirit sealing grand array became useless. The entire Heaven Battling Union inner city gradually became clear and exposed to the vision of High Heaven sect. Haha, that old fart Chujing is probably coughing up blood from anger. Fei Jitu laughed loudly. Last time in Fallen Emperor Mountain, he had already made up his mind to die. Although he was saved by Yang Kai later, his strength had dropped by a minor realm, so he naturally hated Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect to the bone. Now that he saw that even the myriad ice spirit sealing grand array was unable to destroy High Heaven sect starship, he was naturally in a good mood. Chujing was indeed furious. He never expected that the spirit sealing grand array that Heaven Battling Union was so proud of would be destroyed so easily, without playing any role at all. Up until now, the enemy had not even shown their faces, simply hiding inside the starship and using the crystal cannons to defeat a large sect without being able to fight back. Chujing had never felt so powerless before. Meet the enemy, no matter the cost, even if we have to sacrifice our lives, destroy that starship for me. Chujing's furious voice resounded through the 9 heavens. Now that the spirit array had been destroyed, Heaven Battling Union could only face the enemy head-on and rely on human wave tactics. As long as High Heaven sect lost that starship, Heaven Battling Union could still turn defeat into victory. Once the order was passed down, countless cultivators rushed out from their hiding places and charged at the battleship aggressively. But to everyone's surprise, the pitch-black starship didn't move at all, allowing Heaven Battling Union's cultivator to surround it. There were at least several thousand heads, and each of these thousands of people was no weaker than a Saint Realm Master. This was already 80% of Heaven Battling Union's forces. The remaining cultivator was too weak to play a role in such a battle. The warship that was surrounded by thousands of people was like a ship that had lost its way in the vast ocean. It could not find its way, nor could it see the light. The cultivator of Heaven Battling Union rubbed his fists and glared at Yi Shiwen. In the next moment, a five-colored glow suddenly bloomed from the battleship and the originally pitch-black starship seemed to be dyed with color, becoming a brilliant sight. The multicolored light instantly enveloped an area with a radius of 10,000 feet, and a mysterious intent realm rushed into everyone's mind. In an instant, many of the weaker cultivators' bodies stiffened as their Saint Qi was unable to circulate properly, causing them to scream and fall from the sky, as if their bodies and Saint Qi had been bound by some kind of mysterious force. Even those cultivators who were slightly stronger and could resist the effects of this binding technique couldn't help but feel a sense of panic in their souls. Colored glass divine light. Impossible, this is actually colored glass divine light. A knowledgeable cultivator shouted in horror on the spot. As a cultivator on Shadowed Star, he had naturally heard of colored glass divine light. However, this thing had always only been cultivated by colored glass sex cultivator, and only one or two people had ever been able to cultivate colored glass divine light. At this moment, colored glass divine light was actually blooming from High Heaven Sex starship. Looking around, it was as if the entire starship was made of thousand illusion-colored glass. Xian Tong and Fei Ji too were also dumbfounded, unable to understand what was going on. Yang Kai, is this really colored glass divine light? Xian Tong asked with a strange expression. He could not be blamed for his disbelief, as colored glass sect protected thousand illusion. Colored glass mountain extremely tightly, never allowing outsiders to approach it. Even their own cultivator was not qualified to approach if they were not strong enough. Where had Yang Kai obtained thousand illusion-colored glass? What's more, it actually covered the entire starship. How much thousand illusion-colored glass did it take to create such a thing? And, it's colored glass divine light. Yang Kai nodded gently before grinning. Colored glass sect is not the only one with thousand illusion-colored glass. Xian Tong was indifferent. Although he wanted to believe Yang Kai's words, as far as he knew, on Shadowed Star, only colored glass sect possessed thousand illusion-colored glass. Who would be fooled by such a blatant lie? This brat really had eyes everywhere. Even Xian Tong did not know when he had obtained thousand illusion-colored glass. However, Xian Tong had heard that he had visited colored glass sect a few years ago. Could it have been at that time? Xian Tong did not dare to think about it anymore. If colored glass sect found out about this, they would likely not let this matter rest. While the two were talking, screams continued to ring out from outside. Falling from a height of several thousand meters was not something even a cultivator with high cultivation could withstand. Saint Kings did not need to worry about their lives as their physiques were already strong enough, so falling from such a height was just a bit embarrassing. On the other hand, the saints were out of luck. One by one, they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves as their arms and legs were broken. There were even those with poor physiques who fell to their deaths, their flesh and blood mangled. The number of cultivators gathered around the starship decreased by 70% in an instant. However, this was not the end. The colored glass divine light enveloped the starship, causing all the cultivators' souls to tremble uneasily. In the next moment, a fist-sized crystal suddenly appeared at the front of the starship. Around this crystal was a mysterious and complex spirit array that radiated a brilliant light. From this crystal, ripples visible to the naked eye appeared and after passing through the inexplicable spirit array, radiated outwards. When these ripples swept across, all the Heaven Battling Union cultivator were stunned. Because they found that inexplicably, all kinds of illusions had appeared in front of their eyes, as if they had fallen into some kind of illusion. For a time, the Heaven Battling Union cultivator was thrown into disarray as cries of alarm rang out one after another. Yang Yan had poured his heart and soul into building this Origin King-grade starship. It could be said that countless rare materials had been used. 80% of the wealth and materials Yang Kai had obtained over the years had been invested in this starship. Otherwise, it would not have reached its current grade and power. Needless to say, the thousand illusion-colored glass was something Yang Kai had asked the stone mongoose Xiao to steal from Thousand Illusion-Colored Glass Mountain when he went to visit Dai Yuan in Colored Glass Sect. Colored glass sect's protection of Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain was indeed very tight. It was impossible for ordinary people to obtain it, and even if they had the opportunity to get close, there was no way to extract Thousand Illusion Colored glass from the entire mountain. But Xianxia was different. Swallowing minerals was his innate divine technique. Ordinary people could not extract Thousand Illusion Colored glass, which was a headache even for origin kings, but to Xiao, it was no different from delicious food. On this trip to Colored Glass Sect, Xiao had made a huge contribution. The fist-sized jade stone embedded in the front of the starship was the mirage stone that Yang Kai had taken out from the 6th layer of the Emperor Garden. Mirage stones were extremely rare and had the effect of inducing hallucinations. After being amplified by the illusion array arranged by Yang Yan, the power it could produce was simply unimaginable. Even origin-returning realm masters could not resist the power of the mirage stone, and everyone was instantly drawn into an illusion. Time to go. Inside the starship, Yang Kai grinned grimly. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Open the hatch. Yang Kai shouted. With a rumbling sound, the hatch of the starship opened and Yang Kai took the lead, followed by Yi Shiyun, Qian Tong, and Fei Ji. Tuesday Changqi and the others were not willing to be outdone and quickly followed. Stepping out of the starship, the scene that greeted everyone was unbelievable. Most of the Heaven Battling Union cultivator, regardless of their strength, had glazed eyes, their expressions constantly changing, as if they had fallen into an illusion and were unable to extricate themselves. Some of them were even madly attacking non-existent enemies. There were also some who remained calm, standing in place, looking around vigilantly. But no matter who it was, none of them seemed to be aware of the impending doom. Kill! Yang Kai waved his hand gently, and with a loud bird cry, the Firebird artifact spirit flew out, transformed into a blazing flame, and rushed towards the nearest enemy. In the blink of an eye, this enemy was engulfed by the Firebird and burned to death. Yi Shiyun and the others immediately scattered, summoning their artifacts and releasing their martial skills, slaughtering the enemies who did not have much ability to resist. Yang Kai walked through the void as several dozen golden blood threads flew back and forth, wrapping around him like an extension of his arm. Anyone who approached him would be cut into pieces by the golden light. Yang Kai did not show any signs of fighting, but wherever he passed, the Saint King Realm cultivator would cry out miserably, as if they were suffering from some kind of torture, their souls obliterated in a very short time. These tiny insects, invisible to the naked eye and undetectable even by divine sense, viciously pounced on these Saint King Realm cultivators, causing them to die inexplicably. Soul-devouring insects. Now that Yang Kai's strength had improved, the enemies he encountered were also getting stronger. These soul-devouring insects, which had been nourished in his knowledge sea, could not play much of a role in battle, but at this moment, they were the best choice for mass slaughter. Soul-devouring insects specialized in devouring spiritual energy, so once a cultivator's knowledge sea dried up, they would definitely die. Yang Kai was like a god of death descending from ancient times, slaughtering all the enemies he encountered. The many cultivators of Heaven Battling Union became living targets, unable to resist at all. Even Changqi and the others were slaughtered to their heart's content. Inside the palace, Chu Jing and the others' faces were ashen as their bodies trembled violently. None of them could have imagined that High Heaven Sect starship could display such terrifying power and was equipped with so many unimaginable means. Their own sect's disciples were actually as vulnerable as 3-year-old children in front of all these means. Chu Jing felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Heaven Battling Union's 10,000-year foundation was about to be destroyed by his own hands. At this moment, Chu Jing faintly regretted provoking Yang Kai. Even if he had disobeyed Star Emperor Mountain's orders, perhaps the result would not have been so bad. The situation was hopeless. Chu Jing knew better than anyone that the moment the myriad ice spirit sealing array was destroyed, they had already lost this battle. It was the trump card he was most proud of in his heart, but now, it had been broken by the other party in a matter of seconds. The speed was simply incredible. Even if he killed Yang Kai now, he would not be able to recover the huge losses Heaven Battling Union had suffered. But was Yang Kai so easy to kill? Chu Jing was not confident he could kill a cultivator who was proficient in Space Force and could even tear space to escape. Union Master. Mo Xiaoxing called out softly from the side, his old face seeming to have aged even more at this moment as he said with a heavy expression, "It's time to go." Go? Chu Jing turned his head to look at him and slowly shook his head. This Chu is the Union Master of Heaven Battling Union. If the Union exists, I will. If the Union is destroyed, I will not leave. Union Master, where there is life, there is hope. This time, we underestimated the strength of High Heaven Sect and the losses we suffered are immeasurable, but as long as Union Master is here, there will be a chance to avenge the disciples who died, but if you die here, who will avenge them? Mo Xiaoxing tried his best to persuade him. Chu Jing glanced at him and snapped, "Be that as it may, the world is so big, where can this Chu go? This Chu can still fight. Even if this old master dies, he will drag that little brat down with him." "Alliance Master, have you forgotten who was the one who caused all of this?" "We can go there, I'm sure they won't just sit back and watch," Mo Xiaoxing quickly said. Chu Jing frowned and pondered carefully. Liang Yong, who had been standing to the side, also hurriedly said, "Yes, Union Master, High Heaven Sect's momentum is at its peak now, we really should avoid them for the time being. We can't do anything to that starship, but Star Emperor Mountain may have a way." Inside the hall, Heaven Battling Union's Great Elder and Third Elder tried their best to persuade Chu Jing while the others echoed. After all, who would be willing to die if they could live? The enemy's battleship was simply too terrifying. It was not an existence that human strength could contend against. Everyone was afraid that Chu Jing would order them to go out and meet the attack, so they naturally wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. For a moment, everyone was talking at once, and it was extremely chaotic. Chu Jing also seemed to recover from his shock and swept his eyes over everyone before gently nodding. "Good, this one will withdraw for the time being and head to Star Emperor Mountain. Alliance Master is wise." Everyone's anxious hearts immediately relaxed, and they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. In the inner city, the screams had not stopped since the beginning. One after another, the cultivator affected by the colored glass divine light and dragged into an illusion by the mirage stone died at the hands of High Heaven Sect's disciples. Of the thousands of cultivators, less than 1 in 10 were left. As time passed, the influence of the mirage stone gradually weakened. After the illusion in front of them disappeared and they saw the situation clearly, the Heaven Battling Union cultivator who was still alive were all horrified. How could they have the courage to stay and fight? All of them used their movement skills and summoned defensive artifacts to escape. The army was routed like a landslide. The entire inner city seemed to be dyed red with blood, and the ground was covered with broken limbs and minced meat. The strong smell of blood permeated the huge city, making anyone who smelled it want to vomit. Golden light filled the sky as dozens of golden blood threads formed sharp blades that cut through the enemies in front of them. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. Although he had rampaged through the enemy crowd and killed many of them, his clothes were still clean, not stained with a single drop of blood. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his head and looked in a certain direction, his brow furrowing slightly. There was a strange fluctuation of space force coming from that direction. In an instant, Yang Kai understood what this fluctuation of space force was and a cold smile appeared on his face as he stretched out his hand and gently drew a line in the air in front of him. A dark void crack appeared and Yang Kai dove into it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In Heaven Battling Union's inner city, in a secret underground room, more than a dozen elders and protectors of Heaven Battling Union were gathered here. At this moment, all of them were staring at a huge space array in front of them with anticipation and trepidation. Heaven Battling Union was one of the 2 giants of Shadowed Star, one that had stood tall for thousands of years and flourished, so naturally, they knew to leave themselves a way out. The space array in this secret underground room was one such way out. For thousands of years, this space array had never been used because no one had been able to force Heaven Battling Union to the point of using it. But today, this dust-covered forbidden zone was finally being opened. Chu Jing wanted to use it to leave Heaven Battling City and travel to a place 1 million kilometers away. Although it had never been used before, this space array was still in perfect condition, so after a slight adjustment and embedding of Saint crystals, the space array began operating. "This King and Great Elder will go ahead, Third Elder, you stay behind and bring up the rear," Chu Jing ordered casually before walking towards the space array with Mo Xiaoxing. Liang Yong opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but just as the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back down and cupped his fists instead. Yes. He was really afraid of Yang Kai. Last time in Fallen Emperor Mountain, he had escaped from Yang Kai's hands. Although Yang Kai had kept his word and did not kill him, these days, Yang Kai had become his nightmare. Of course, he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. But the Union Master had already given his orders, so Liang Yong had no choice but to follow and bring up the rear. This space array could only transport a maximum of 5 people at a time, so everyone had to evacuate in batches. After Chu Jing and the others took their positions, the space array immediately burst into light and enveloped the 5 of them. Seeing the figures of these 5 people fading away and about to leave, a sudden change occurred. In the void in front of him, an inexplicable energy fluctuation that made one's heart palpitate uneasily came out. Immediately, a pitch-black crack that was 3 meters long strangely appeared. This is... Everyone looked dumbfounded, not understanding what this thing was. A void crack. Chu Jing shouted. Back in Fallen Emperor Mountain, he had seen it before, so now that he saw it again, he was naturally familiar with it. As soon as his voice fell, a figure leisurely shot out from the void crack. Without the slightest pause, he opened his hand and fiercely grabbed at the space array that was already in operation. There was an obscure yet extremely mysterious power that swept through the air. The space array, which was originally shining brightly, trembled and its dazzling light dimmed at an extremely fast speed. Not good. Mo Xiaoxing cried out in alarm and without hesitation grabbed Chu Jing's arm and fled like a frightened rabbit. Their figures flickered and the two appeared more than a dozen meters away. Yang Kai. Standing firm, Chu Jing glared at the figure that had just emerged from the void crack, his expression ferocious and terrifying, as if he wanted to eat this person alive. Where does Union Master Chu think you're going? Yang Kai glanced at him with a sarcastic expression. Before Chu Jing had time to answer though, he suddenly heard someone exclaim from the side, Elder Zhou, Protector Qi. The voice sounded panicked, as if someone had been greatly frightened. Chu Jing frowned and glanced over with a gloomy expression, but after a single glance, a chill ran down his spine and he couldn't help shivering. On the space array, there were 3 mutilated corpses. Judging from the clothes of the 3 corpses, they were his subordinates who had been standing on the space array with him and were about to be teleported away. But now, their upper bodies had strangely disappeared, leaving only their lower bodies standing in the same place. The cuts were neat, as if they had been cut in half by a sharp weapon. Great Elder! The person who had just spoken called out in alarm again as he stared at Mo Xiaoxing, his eyes trembling violently. A ticking sound rang out, loud and clear. Chu Jing turned his head to look and couldn't help feeling his scalp go numb. The Great Elder who had helped him leave the space array was missing an arm, and the wound on his arm was the same as the others, neat and smooth. You can even interfere with the transmission of a space array. Mo Xiaoxing's face paled as he seemed to be enduring severe pain as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, grit his teeth, and shouted, "You've cultivated your space force to such an extent? I've made a fool of myself." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently, not denying it. Chu Jing's expression also changed. With his experience and eyesight, how could he not understand how his 3 subordinates had died and how the Great Elder had lost an arm? It was because the transmission had been interfered with. The Tao of space was mysterious and difficult to understand, but its power was terrifying. Being interfered with during the transmission process, what good could come of it? No wonder the Great Elder had anxiously brought him out of the space array. It turned out that he had noticed something was wrong. If not for this, he would likely have ended up like his 3 subordinates, with only half of his body left on the space array. Understanding this, Chu Jing began sweating profusely. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was a little annoyed. He had noticed the energy fluctuations coming from the space array before, so he had rushed here in a hurry. He had taken action at the right time, but unfortunately, he had failed at the last moment and allowed Chu Jing to escape. This Mo Xiaoxing really did have some skill. If he hadn't noticed something, Chu Jing would have died. But it didn't matter. Since he had rushed here, no one here could escape. The principle of beating a snake to death was one that Yang Kai understood better than anyone else. Looking at the people in the secret room with an indifferent expression, Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. With a wave of his hand, the stone mongoose Xiao suddenly appeared in front of him, the massive heaven-shaking pillar resting on his shoulder as his eyes darted around, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to strike. The massive heaven-shaking pillar formed a huge contrast with Xiao's small body, making him look quite comical. However, no one dared to underestimate Xiao in the slightest. Even Chu Jing frowned as he felt an unimaginable pressure from Xiao, one that he had never felt even when facing Yang Kai. A strong enemy, Chu Jing thought to himself. He had heard that this strange creature was able to withstand a full-powered blow from a third-order origin returning realm master, but he didn't know if that was true or not. Before he could finish his thoughts though, Yang Kai raised his hand again and the verdant dragon bone sword appeared in his palm. Pouring his Xianxia into it, the giant dark green dragon immediately appeared and coiled up behind Yang Kai's back, its upper body straight as it glared at everyone with its two eyes that were larger than gongs. Dragon pressure covered the entire room, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. Asterisk chi 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 asterisk the golden blood threads flickered, emitting a dazzling golden light. A loud bird cry rang out as the firebird artifact spirit spread its wings, causing the temperature in the room to rise sharply. Yang Kai was on high alert. Although the people in front of him were all frightened birds, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest intention of underestimating them. Alone against so many, Yang Kai didn't dare act carelessly, not to mention Chu Jing was still intact. Yang Kai had never fought with Chu Jing before, but he had seen him display great power in Fallen Emperor Mountain. The Great Sun Fulfilling Wish seal had left a deep impression on him. As such, Yang Kai had used 80% of the means he had at his disposal. Union Master Chu, when you tried to make things difficult for this junior, did you ever think you would end up like this? Yang Kai stared at Chu Jing coldly. There was no great grievance between our two families, but Union Master Chu forced my hand. Today, this junior will repay the enmity of the past. And I will send you to meet Chu Changfeng. You are father and son after all. I think Chu Changfeng should be very lonely right now. Impudent brat. Chu Jing's expression suddenly became ferocious, like a mad beast. Chu Changfeng's death was the biggest pain in his heart. He knew his own son very well. Although Chu Changfeng was a domineering playboy, his aptitude was first class, and given enough time, he would definitely become a great talent. But now, he was directly killed by Yang Kai in Fallen Emperor Mountain. At this moment, this murderer was actually boasting in front of him. No matter how good Chu Jing's temper was, he couldn't tolerate this, not to mention he had a fiery temper. Good. Brat, you've gone too far. If this old master doesn't kill you today, I swear I'm not human. Chu Jing roared. Mo Xiaoxing had a bad feeling about this. A battle between experts was dangerous to begin with, and with just a few words, the Alliance Master had already been infuriated. How could he possibly fight with his full strength? But in this situation, there was nothing he could do about it, so he could only endure the severe pain from his wounds and shout, Yang Kai, you don't put my heaven-battling union in your eyes, daring to break into this place alone. Today, this place will be your burial ground. Everyone, attack together. Today, either he dies or we die. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the group summoned their artifacts one after another, and for a time, the room was filled with light and energy fluctuations. Liang Yang's movements were the fastest, summoning a long sword-like artifact and pouring his Saint Qi madly into it as he glared fiercely at Yang Kai and shouted, Little brat, die. As soon as his voice fell, the long sword turned into a blue light and shot straight towards Yang Kai. At the same time, the others also summoned their artifacts and bombarded Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, not showing any intention of dodging, simply watching coldly, as if he did not notice the approaching danger at all. Asterisk pung pung pung, asterisk the stone mongoose beat its hard chest with one hand, making a dull thud as it bared its fangs like a crazed gorilla. As it hammered, its small figure rapidly grew, instantly transforming into a several dozen meter tall stone giant that stood majestically in front of Yang Kai. In the next moment, the power of various artifacts poured into the stone puppet's body, causing dazzling flames to burst out from its body as crisp sounds rang out incessantly, but it remained motionless. Not only did it not show any intention of retreating, it didn't even show the slightest sign of injury, simply taking a step back under the influence of the various great forces. The stone mongoose's innate divine technique allowed it to devour minerals. Not only could it refine mineral essences, but it could also absorb these essences for its own use to strengthen itself. Over the years, the stone mongoose had devoured countless minerals, most of which were extremely rare and of high quality. Not only had it provided a great deal of convenience for Yang Yun in his artifact refining, but it had also greatly nourished itself. Although these attacks were extremely terrifying, they did not have much effect on the stone puppet's body. The hardness of the stone mongoose's body was not inferior to an Origin King-grade defensive artifact. Amidst the crisp sounds of impact, Chu Zhang's muffled grunt and mad roar suddenly rang out. Everyone frowned, not knowing what had happened to Chu Zhang. Even Yang Kai was confused. After the various artifact attacks dissipated, Yang Kai's gaze swept past the stone mongoose and landed on Chu Zhang, a strange look appearing on his face. Yang Kai found that half of a sword tip had appeared in front of Chu Zhang's chest, as if someone had stabbed him from behind. Chu Zhang's body was bleeding profusely and his face was extremely pale. At a glance, it was obvious that the quality of this sword was extraordinary, definitely an Origin-grade mid-rank artifact. The blade of this sword was covered in a faint blue light and was constantly bursting with terrifying power, constantly destroying Chu Zhang's body and making his situation worse. Not far away from Chu Zhang, Liang Yong stared at him with a complicated look, seemingly somewhat guilty. Liang Yong, how dare you do this? Mo Xiaoxing stared at Liang Yong in disbelief and shouted in grief. Chu Zhang also stared at Liang Yong with a gloomy face, his expression filled with anger as he coughed and ground his teeth. When did he buy you? Was it in Fallen Emperor Mountain? Liang Yong's face twitched as he glanced over at Yang Kai and said bitterly, Sect Master Yang did not try to bribe this Liang, it's just that, a wise man submits to circumstances, this Liang understands this principle. Union Master and Great Elder's actions have brought disaster to the Union. This Liang, as the third elder of the Holy Union, cannot sit idly by. Selling humiliation for glory can still be described in such a dignified manner? Liang Yong, this king didn't know you were such a person before, Chu Zhang sneered angrily. He had never imagined that at this critical moment, he would be sneak attacked by his own third elder. If not for Liang Yong's artifact sword still sticking out of his chest, Chu Zhang would not have believed it. It doesn't matter if you didn't know before, Union Master should understand today. Liang Yong's face alternated between red and blue, seemingly feeling embarrassed, but at this point, if he wanted to survive, this was the only way. Others might not know how strong Yang Kai was, but he was well aware. Although he had the advantage in numbers, if they really fought, it would not be easy. Even if they could defeat Yang Kai, they would not be able to kill him. The heritage Yang Kai displayed was already shocking enough, but what about the hidden cards he had yet to reveal? Last time, he had revealed some of his secrets and was lucky enough to survive, so Liang Yong did not want to suffer a second time. You have a promising future. Yang Kai suddenly grinned. He had not expected things to develop to this point, but this was something he was happy to see. Although he was confident he could kill all of these people, it would definitely be a tough battle and he would have to use all of his trump cards when the time came. Now that there was infighting, this problem was easily solved. Sect Master Yang is too kind. Liang Yong smiled and cupped his fists, a flattering look on his face as he immediately turned to the others and shouted, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in, this Liang does not need to teach you this. What to do now should be clear to all of you. Everyone from Heaven Battling Union wore ugly expressions as they glanced around at each other, suddenly falling into a dilemma. However, no one here did not cherish their lives, so in the end, everyone turned their eyes to Chu Zhang and Mo Xiaoxing while secretly pushing their Saint Qi. Good, good, good. Chu Zhang laughed, I didn't expect that my Heaven Battling Union would raise a bunch of useless wolves. This Chu was truly blind, failing to see your true colors. Why would Union Master say such things? Liang Yong slowly shook his head, the winner is king while the loser is in the wrong. What does Great Elder intend to do? This Liang has always admired Great Elder's character, if Great Elder is willing. Do you think this old master will be defeated by you? Don't try to humiliate this old master, Mo Xiaoxing sneered, not waiting for Liang Yong to finish before interrupting him. In that case, I ask Great Elder and Union Master to join us on the road. Liang Yong's expression became stern as he waved his hand and in the next moment, the artifacts and secret techniques he had used to attack Yang Kai flew towards Chu Jing and Mo Xiaoxing. There was no suspense, and after half a cup of tea's worth of time, the battle subsided. Mo Xiaoxing had lost an arm, so although his life was not in danger, his strength had still been affected. Chu Jing's situation was even worse. After being attacked from behind by Liang Yong, a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, it was already a testament to his strength that he had not died on the spot. Both of them were injured, so how could they resist the attacks of Liang Yong and the others? Yang Kai didn't even have to take action before Heaven Battling Union's Union Master and Great Elder were killed. Yang Kai did not relax his vigilance though. The giant dark green dragon was still behind him, the firebird artifact spirit was flying through the air, and the stone mongoose was still standing in front of him. As soon as the battle was over, Liang Yong signaled to one of the cultivators. This cultivator understood and without a word, rushed towards one of his companions and swiftly killed this second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Yang Kai just watched with a smile, not showing any intention of stopping this. Reporting to Sect Master Yang, that Protector Liu is a trusted aide of Union Master and has a close relationship with him. Although he has temporarily submitted, a person's heart is unpredictable. No one knows if he will wait for an opportunity to avenge Union Master in the future, so he cannot be allowed to live, Liang Yong took the initiative to explain. Vicious and merciless. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, it seems I have underestimated Elder Liang. Sect Master Yang is too kind, Liang Yong chuckled dryly. What about the rest of you? These few should be fine. Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully, an inexplicable smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he suddenly said, Elder Liang, do you think this sect master won't cook the hound after the hares have outlived their usefulness? Liang Yang's expression changed slightly, and even the remaining people became vigilant. Squeezing out a smile, Liang Yong said, Sect Master Yang must be joking. We have already proven ourselves, so we ask Sect Master Yang to be magnanimous and spare our lives. Why should I spare you? Even Chu Jing and Mo Xiaoxing were killed by you. If I were to keep you by my side, there is no guarantee you won't be treated the same way one day. Yang Kai stared at him coldly, his tone becoming hostile. Seemingly affected by his mood, the giant dark green dragon behind him also straightened its body slightly. The dragon pressure grew stronger. We wouldn't dare. Liang Yong was taken aback and quickly lowered his head. We swear to the heavens that we will follow Sect Master Yang's lead from now on. If you have any request, we will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. If vows were useful, Union Master Chu and Elder Mo wouldn't have died here. Didn't all of you make some kind of oath when you joined Heaven Battling Union? Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. Liang Yang's expression was one of embarrassment and anxiety. Now that things had developed to this point, he didn't know how to gain Yang Kai's trust and ask him to show mercy. If Chu Jing and Mo Xiaoxing were still alive, Heaven Battling Union might have been able to put up a fight, but now they were like fish on a chopping block. Yang Kai could easily crush them and Liang Yong and the others wouldn't be able to resist. I'll give you a chance to convince me that you're still useful. If you can't do that, don't blame this sect master for being ruthless. Elder Liang is also a ruthless person, so you should understand. Yang Kai's impatient voice came, his eyes gradually becoming cold. Liang Yong shuddered as he realized that Yang Kai wasn't just saying empty words. In a moment of desperation, his thoughts turned sharply. Everyone else stared at Liang Yong anxiously, their hearts rising to their throats. Yang Kai didn't urge him and simply stood in place, waiting quietly. After a while, Liang Yong's tense expression calmed down and he seemed to have become much more confident. Clearing his throat, he cupped his fists and said, Sect Master Yang should know that we have no intention of becoming enemies with Sect Master Yang. Last time we went to Fallen Emperor Mountain, we were simply following orders. Now that Chu Jing and Mo Xiaoxing are dead and the Union's masters have suffered a great loss, it can be said that our foundation has been greatly damaged. Coupled with the destruction of the Myriad Eye Spirit Sealing Grand Array, the Union's foundation has been greatly damaged. Judging from the way the Union has acted in the past, I'm afraid that this time, even if Sect Master Yang is magnanimous and spares us, I'm afraid we won't have a place to stand. Everyone kicks a wall when it's down and beats a drum when it's broken, it has always been this way. What does that have to do with me? Yang Kai looked at him with a sneer. I just want to say that if we want to live, we must find another way out. And Sect Master Yang is the best choice. Liang Yong looked at Yang Kai solemnly. Yang Kai gently nodded and grinned. Not bad, continue. Hearing this, Liang Yong's expression shook as he excitedly said, if Sect Master Yang wants to kill us, it will be as easy as lifting a finger, but whether we live or die is a small matter and will not bring any benefits to Sect Master Yang. However, if you leave us alive, this Liang will definitely be able to bring many benefits to Sect Master Yang. For example? Yang Kai squinted at him. Haha, now that Chu Jing and Mo Xiaoxing are dead, and second elder Lu Feng has also fallen, this Liang should be the leader of the union. This Liang is not talented, but he is willing to help Sect Master Yang manage Heaven Battling City and hand over all the income he earns every year. As far as this Liang knows, although Sect Master Yang's High Heaven sect is located in the Luyan Desert and does not need to worry about being attacked, it also lacks a variety of materials, making it inconvenient to trade with the outside world. If Heaven Battling City can provide these materials, I believe Sect Master Yang's disciples will no longer need to worry about supplies in the future. Heaven Battling City has been in business for thousands of years, and there are tens of millions of cultivators who live and seek a way to survive here. To be honest, Heaven Battling City's annual income is quite high, so I'm sure Sect Master Yang will take a liking to it. After saying so, Liang Yong no longer said anything and simply waited for Yang Kai's reply. He was confident he could convince Yang Kai. Sure enough, a moment later, Yang Kai nodded. Elder Liang's eloquence is not bad, this sect master has indeed been convinced. As soon as his voice fell, the firebird flew back into Yang Kai's body, the giant dark green dragon transformed back into the dragon bone sword and was put away by Yang Kai, and even the several dozen meter tall stone mongoose returned to its original form. The oppressive atmosphere suddenly disappeared. Liang Yong was overjoyed and quickly bowed. Many thanks, Sect Master Yang, for not killing us. The others also hurriedly expressed their loyalty, lest Yang Kai decide to kill them. From now on, Heaven Battling Union will no longer exist. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. Heaven Battling City is the property of my High Heaven sect, so anyone who violates it will become an enemy of my High Heaven sect. Liang Yong, your strength is good, so you will take the position of city lord and manage the city for this sect. Yes, subordinate will not fail to live up to sect master's trust. Liang Yong quickly responded. Good. I hope you won't let me down. Pass down my order, tell your people to retreat. If they don't, I'm afraid they'll all die here. Yang Kai chuckled, a pleasant look on his face, as if all the previous unpleasantness had never happened. Saying so, he took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it, telling Yi Shiyun and the others to stop. A quarter of an hour later, Heaven Battling City's inner city calmed down, but the corpses and blood all over the ground were the best evidence that a fierce battle had taken place here. Inside the secret room, everyone else had gone out to appease the survivors of Heaven Battling Union and relay Yang Kai's orders, leaving only Liang Yong and Yang Kai. Where is Heaven Battling Union's storehouse? Take me there, Yang Kai ordered Liang Yong. Please come with me, sect master. Liang Yong naturally did not dare to refuse and quickly led the way. As a sect that had stood on Shadowed Star for thousands of years, the wealth it had accumulated was naturally enormous and unimaginable. In particular, Heaven Battling Union also owned Heaven Battling City. The wealth it obtained from Heaven Battling City every year was already extremely rich. But now, all of this had become Yang Kai's property. It took 2 full days for Yang Kai to sort out the things in Heaven Battling Union's storehouse and store them all into his space ring. After 2 days, Liang Yong and the others also cut the Gordian knot, purging all those who dared oppose them, including Chu Jing and Mo Xiaoxing's trusted aides, and placing the surviving cultivator of Heaven Battling Union under their control. News of this battle had already spread like wildfire, and the 10 million cultivators who had withdrawn from Heaven Battling City had already returned to the city. Although a behemoth had fallen on Shadowed Star, it did not have much of an impact on them. High Heaven Sect's starship had not damaged the outer city, so these people only needed to bring their goods back here and they could reopen for business. However, instead of Heaven Battling Union, they would be handing over their goods to High Heaven Sect. Not many people dared to believe such a result would occur. Heaven Battling Union had actually been destroyed, and High Heaven sect had only relied on a trivial starship to destroy this behemoth. The tyrannical power of an Origin King-grade starship was deeply rooted in people's hearts. 5 days later, the black starship sailed out of Heaven Battling City and towards the horizon. In the square inside the city, Liang Yong and the other high-level members of Heaven Battling Union respectfully sent them off, all of them secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Although they had expressed their allegiance and Yang Kai had no intention of doing anything to them, as long as Yang Kai did not leave, they would not feel at ease, fearing that Yang Kai would burn the bridge after crossing the river. It was not until now that their hearts had settled back into their chests. Yang Kai let Guqi stay in Heaven Battling City as the Vice-City Lord. On the surface, he was here to assist Liang Yong, but his real purpose was clear to everyone: it was nothing more than surveillance. Liang Yong dared to betray him, sneak attack Chu Jing, and grovel in order to save his own life. Yang Kai naturally had to guard against such a vile character, otherwise, it would be difficult to guarantee that he would not become disloyal. Yang Kai would not feel at ease leaving others here, but Guqi was different. Although Guqi only had a first-order origin returning realm cultivation, he was adopted and raised by Yi Shiyun and had a close relationship with her. As long as Yi Shiyun was still alive, Liang Yong would not dare to act against Guqi. Leaving Guqi behind to remind Liang Yong from time to time, presumably he would not have any thoughts he shouldn't have. Every year's tribute would be handed over to High Heaven sect, so Guqi would not fill his own pockets. As the starship left, not only did Liang Yong and the others send it off, but countless cultivators throughout the outer city cheered, waving and shouting to the starship with joyful expressions. The destruction of Heaven Battling Union allowed these cultivators, who had been exploited and humiliated in the past, to finally vent their anger, so they were all overjoyed. Coupled with Liang Yong's order to reduce the taxes on the entire city, they were naturally in a good mood. From this point of view, Liang Yong was quite talented. Knowing that Heaven Battling City had changed hands, it was time to buy people's hearts, so he had taken advantage of Yang Kai's favor and offered him many favors. Inside the starship, all the Origin returning realm elders of High Heaven sect had completely forgotten about their image at this moment, some with shifty looks on their faces while others were happily counting their gains. Yang Kai had put all the things in Heaven Battling Union's storehouse into his space ring, preparing to take them back to High Heaven sect. However, Changqi and the others kept the spoils of war they obtained from killing the enemies. Each of these people had killed countless enemies, so how could their spoils be lacking? Even Qian Tong and Fei Ji too were sitting cross-legged on the ground, constantly rummaging through their space rings, looking for materials they needed and discarding the rest they didn't need. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, and even Yi Shiyin couldn't help smiling. Sect Master, we've been delayed in Heaven Battling City for 5 days, so Thunder Typhoon sect should have already received the news. I'm afraid their defenses will be even tighter. Suddenly, Yi Shiyin called out to him. N. Yang Kai gently nodded. In fact, he also understood the principle that speed was paramount in war, but he had no choice but to delay in Heaven Battling City. After all, Yang Kai didn't want to give up on such a large property. Currently, High Heaven sect was few in number and didn't need so many materials, but what about in the future? Yang Kai had to plan for the long term. It doesn't matter. Since Heaven Battling Union couldn't stop us, Thunder Typhoon sect shouldn't be able to either. No matter how they defend, as long as they can't break through the starship's defenses, it's useless. That being said, Sect Master still needs to be careful. Yi Shiyin cautioned. Although she was much older than Yang Kai and had more experience, the Sect Master of High Heaven sect was still Yang Kai, so there were many things she couldn't overstep. Have them speed up a bit, I heard that Thunder Typhoon Canyon is quite far from here. Yang Kai ordered. A moment later, the starship, which was already moving as fast as lightning, increased its speed by another level. Thunderwind Gorge was filled with dense spirit energy, and it was situated within lofty mountains and precipitous ridges. It occupied a vast area. It was the headquarters of Thunder Typhoon sect. Unlike Heaven Battling Union, which had its headquarters set up in a city, Thunder Typhoon sect's headquarters was far away from where people gathered. With the rich world energy aura here and the nearby mountain range for cultivators to go out for a life experience, it could be said to be a blessed land. Since the establishment of Thunder Typhoon sect, Thunder Typhoon Canyon had always been its territory. When Thunder Typhoon Sect's reputation was still unknown, many sects had fancied this treasure land and tried to capture it, but none of them succeeded, all of them becoming stepping stones for Thunder Typhoon Sect. During this process, Thunder Typhoon Sect grew at a snowball speed and eventually became one of the two giants of Shadowed Star. The periphery of Thunder Typhoon Canyon was wrapped in a poisonous miasma all year round, making it difficult for outsiders to approach. Disciples needed to take special detoxification pills in advance or use space arrays to enter and exit this place. Otherwise, even Saint Kings would not be able to resist the power of this poisonous miasma, causing them to lose strength and unable to circulate their Saint Qi. In serious cases, they would fall to the ground and die instantly. This was the biggest reason why Thunder Typhoon Sect was able to defend this place. In addition to this natural barrier, it was rumored that Thunder Typhoon Canyon was filled with countless large and small spirit arrays. Anyone who dared to intrude would die without a complete corpse. Although Yang Kai had the starship to rely on, he did not dare take this place lightly. Thunder Typhoon Canyon was different from Heaven Battling City. After entering, it would be difficult to leave. So, after the starship passed through the range of this natural poisonous miasma, Yang Kai ordered his people to slow down significantly while scanning their surroundings and advancing vigilantly. However, to his surprise, along the way, he did not touch any spirit arrays or even see a single living person. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai was able to see everything within a 100-kilometer radius. The huge Thunder Typhoon Sect was now empty, as if everyone had evacuated in advance. Yang Kai frowned. Yi Shiyan also wore a look of disbelief. Although a few days ago, she and her group had captured Heaven Battling City and destroyed Heaven Battling Union, demonstrating the strength of High Heaven Sect's combat prowess, she had never seen such a scene before. However, Thunder Typhoon Sect was still a famous sect, so there was no reason for them to retreat without a fight. How much courage did it take to give up the foundation of their sect that had been established for over 10,000 years? What kind of prestige did he have to be able to make all the disciples in the sect listen to him? Fang Peng seemed to be more difficult to deal with than Chuzheng. Yang Kai thought to himself. Yang Kai, Thunder Typhoon Sect actually withdrew ahead of time, what should we do? Qian Tong was speechless. He thought that it would be the same as last time and that they would have to go through a tough battle. He didn't expect this to happen. Interesting. Yang Kai sneered. The foundation of a sect lay in its people, not its foundation. As long as the disciples didn't die, there would always be a chance for them to make a comeback. Fang Peng clearly understood this principle. High Heaven Sect's ferocious punch had hit nothing but cotton, making everyone feel aggrieved. Since we're here, there's no reason for us to return empty-handed. Destroy the Thunder Wind Canyon for me, Yang Kai coldly snorted, since Fang Peng doesn't want this 10,000-year foundation, we don't need to keep it for him. Ruthless. Qian Tong's mouth twitched. Once the order was passed down, the crystal cannons fired continuously. As the battleship moved forward, everything in its path was razed to the ground. The violent rumbling sounds never stopped as many of Thunder Typhoon Sect's buildings were reduced to dust under the bombardment of the crystal cannons. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed as a look of surprise appeared on his face, sending his divine sense in a certain direction. There was actually a strong energy fluctuation coming from that direction, not from an artifact but from a large number of Saint crystals. Had Thunder Typhoon Sect not taken them with them when they withdrew, or was it a trap? However, no one would complain about having too many Saint crystals. To be able to produce such strong energy fluctuations, there had to be at least 100 million Saint crystals. Such a number was a considerable amount of wealth even for Thunder Typhoon Sect. There's something over there, I'll go take a look, Yang Kai stood up. Sect Master, be careful, Yi Shiyan frowned. Don't worry. Yang Kai grinned, it's certain to be a trap, but I want to know what kind of game Fang Peng is playing. All of you stay in the starship, I'll be right back. Saying so, Yang Kai leapt out of the starship, his figure flickering as he rushed towards the source of the energy fluctuation. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived in front of a palace and using his divine sense to investigate its interior, he was able to see everything inside. It was empty, with only some tables and chairs, but at the bottom of this palace, there was a secret room with countless piles of high-rank Saint crystals piled up inside. There were indeed hundreds of millions of them. Of course, Yang Kai was not willing to let go of such a huge fortune, but since he was bold, he did not shrink back and simply walked straight into the palace. After searching around for a moment, he found a secret door in the corner of the palace and went straight down. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the secret room. Looking around, his eyes couldn't help lighting up. After determining that there was nothing suspicious around him, Yang Kai waved his hand and stored all the saint crystals into his space ring. At the same time, about 100,000 meters below Thunder Typhoon Sect's headquarters, there was another secret room. At this moment, there were 5 old men sitting upright in this secret room. Every single one of them had white hair and beards, and they looked extremely old. They seemed to have experienced the ravages of endless wind and frost, and there wasn't much vitality left in their bodies. However, each of these 5 was a third-order origin returning realm master. The 5 of them were divided into 5 corners, and in the center was a spirit array that had been arranged in advance. This spirit array was very mysterious and seemed to give off an extremely dangerous aura. They were completely silent and their saint chi was completely concealed, as if they were 5 corpses. However, the moment Yang Kai walked into the secret room, the 5 of them seemed to sense him and all opened their eyes. "He's here," one of the yellow-faced old men muttered. "He really did come, his courage is quite big," another old woman nodded lightly. "Since he's here, let's begin." The third old man said lightly, "Heaven Battling Union was unable to resist that Origin King grade starship, so my Thunder Typhoon sect shouldn't be able to either, but if he wants our 10,000-year-old foundation, I don't know if he'll have the life to do so. Haha, with the profounding 10 Directions Grand Array, even if he has the life to take it, he won't be able to enjoy it. Enough idle chatter, junior brother and junior sister, it has been this old master's honor to have met and known all of you over the past few hundred years, but now it's time for us to part ways. I hope all of you have a good journey." The yellow-faced old man who spoke first spoke again. He seemed to have great prestige, and as soon as he spoke, the expressions of the others also became solemn. The old woman looked at him and a smile appeared on her face. "Senior brother, you too." A trace of nostalgia flashed across the yellow-faced old man's face, but soon, his expression became firm and he shouted, "Open the spirit array." As soon as his voice fell, he madly pushed his saint chi and poured it into the 5-sided spirit array in front of him. The other 4 did the same. The 5-sided spirit array suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and as the light intensified, the patterns on the spirit array seemed to come alive and began to rotate faster and faster. As the spirit array rotated, the faces of the 5 people instantly became extremely pale, and what little vitality they had left began to drain away. This spirit array seemed to not only be able to absorb their saint chi, but also their vitality. With muffled roars, the 5 people exerted their full strength. Suddenly, the spirit array trembled and the rotating spirit array broke away from its original position and shot straight up into the sky, disappearing into the earth in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, the 5 people all showed smiles before collapsing to the ground, each of them emaciated to the point of being nothing more than skin and bones. At the same time, in the secret room filled with saint crystals, Yang Kai's movements suddenly paused and his brow furrowed. At this moment, he felt a sense of unease. Before he could wrap his head around this thought, an intense energy fluctuation suddenly appeared from beneath his feet. Immediately, a huge formation flew out from below and covered the entire room. The formation lines seemed to have transformed into the toughest metal bars, turning the room into a cage. Violent energy fluctuations spread out from all around as dazzling rays of light shot out from under the countless saint crystals, filling the room with a sense of unease. Yang Kai seemed to be aware of this and waved his hand fiercely, sweeping away the countless saint crystals, revealing a large red crystal half the height of a person hidden underneath. At this moment, this red crystal was exuding a dazzling red light, and the violent energy fluctuations were coming from it. Profound explosion crystal. Yang Kai's eyes twitched wildly as he muttered in understanding, "So that's how it is." Thunder Typhoon Sect had spent hundreds of millions of saint crystals to arrange such a secret room, forcing people to jump in even if they knew there was a trap. After all, everyone had greed in them. But once they entered this place, they would fall into Thunder Typhoon Sect's trap. The previous spirit array didn't have any destructive power, only a binding effect. The real killing blow was the profound explosion crystal hidden under the saint crystals. This kind of thing was quite rare as the energy contained within it was extremely unstable and would explode at the slightest touch. Generally speaking, it wasn't very useful, and because it was so rare, it was rarely used by cultivators. Thunder Typhoon sect had no idea where they had found such a large piece of profound explosion crystal, and it wasn't just this one either. Under the cover of these saint crystals, there were at least 4 or 5 spots where the red light was leaking out. Even if an Origin King Realm Master came here in person, they might not necessarily be able to withstand such a violent energy fluctuation, let alone Xianxia. Thunder Typhoon sect really thinks highly of me. As this thought flashed through his mind, the red light became more and more intense, and in the next moment, a violent explosion rang out, causing the world to tremble as the entire secret room was obliterated in an instant. A towering red pillar of light erupted from the ground and shot straight into the sky. Thunder Typhoon sect's headquarters was also reduced to ruins in this violent explosion. The aftermath of the impact swept out in all directions, and wherever it passed, sand and stones were sent flying, causing the sun and moon to dim. Inside the starship a few dozen kilometers away, everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes trembling. Even Yi Shiyun's beautiful face went pale, but fortunately, her heart was still tenacious. Seeing the terrifying aftermath of this explosion hit the starship, she quickly shouted, "Activate all defenses." Soon, a thin film appeared around the starship. A gust of wind erupted as the aftermath of the explosion engulfed the starship, causing it to spin violently and crash into the mountain wall next to the canyon. Inside the starship, everyone was unable to stand still, their faces filled with horror as they pushed their Saint Chi to protect themselves and summoned their artifacts to protect themselves. Inside the underground chamber, a void crack appeared and Xianxia's figure fell out, a look of lingering fear on his face. It wasn't that Fang Peng didn't know Xianxia could tear space, but he had still arranged such a sinister trap. Firstly, he probably knew that Thunder Typhoon sect's headquarters would be destroyed, so he might as well take advantage of it. Secondly, Fang Peng may have been hoping that Xianxia's reaction would be too slow and he would fall in the explosion of the profound explosion crystals. Xianxia just didn't know how confident he was. In any case, Fang Peng's plan had failed. Just before the profound explosion crystals exploded, Xianxia had left the center of the vortex and directly followed the direction of the spirit array's source, going deep underground. They were tens of thousands of feet underground. Dim lights flickered all around them. 5 people were lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. They were inhaling more than exhaling. Xianxia could tell at a glance that these people would soon die and couldn't help frowning. It seemed that the commotion just now was caused by these 5 people. In the end, this was a great sect that had existed for over 10,000 years, so at the most critical moment, there were still some who were willing to stay behind and die with the sect. "You really didn't die, Fang Peng wasn't wrong." A very weak voice came from the side. Xianxia looked up and saw a thin, yellow-faced old man lying there looking at him, his dry lips trembling slightly as a look of unwillingness and disbelief appeared on his face. The Tao of Space truly lives up to its reputation. Senior is too kind. Xianxia coldly snorted, stepped forward, and stood 5 steps in front of this old man, knowing that such petty tricks won't kill me. Fang Peng was actually willing to let the 5 of you stay behind and die, how bold. The yellow-faced old man chuckled, gasping for breath. "It wasn't that he wanted us to stay, we stayed behind of our own accord." "Boy, even at this time, you still want to sow discord?" A strange light flashed across Xianxia's eyes, but he remained silent. The yellow-faced old man coughed lightly and continued, "The 5 of us don't have much lifespan left to begin with. If we can drag you down with us, then we'll naturally make a huge profit. It can also be considered as the last thing we can do for the sect before we die. So, even though we know the chances are slim, we still have to give it a try." "He's about to die. What's the point of saying so much?" Xianxia was uninterested. "Tell me, where did Fang Peng go? I'll leave your corpses intact." "Haha, brat, you're a straightforward person. If I had met you a few years ago, perhaps this old man would have looked at you differently." Fang Peng said, "He said." "What did he say?" "He told you to go to the Star Emperor Mountain, and look for him." The yellow-faced old man seemed to have squeezed out the last of his life as he squeezed out a sentence with great difficulty. After he finished speaking, he stopped breathing. The other four had passed away while Yang Kai was talking to the yellow-faced old man. Frowning at the 5 corpses, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He had no intention of touching them. With a wave of his hand, space was immediately torn apart. Inside Thunder Typhoon Canyon, the starship was suspended mid-air with its doors wide open. Xianxia and the others had all rushed out and were staring forward anxiously. The sound of the explosion had subsided, but looking around, the originally magnificent Thunder Typhoon sect headquarters had been reduced to ruins. In its original location, there was only a large crater several dozen meters deep and several dozen kilometers wide. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. If it weren't for the starship's protection, the energy explosion just now would have killed everyone present, not to mention Yang Kai, who had already entered the depths of the crater. Everyone was worried about Yang Kai, lest he be buried here. "Looking for me?" An abrupt voice suddenly called out from behind, startling everyone. Turning their heads, they found that Yang Kai had at some point appeared not far behind them, completely unscathed. Everyone's expressions became extremely strange. None of them had been aware of Yang Kai's sudden appearance, as if he had appeared out of thin air. "Yang Kai, are you okay?" Qian Tong hurriedly asked. "I'm fine, let's talk inside." Yang Kai stepped into the starship, turning back and motioning for everyone to follow. A moment later, the starship turned around and sailed out of Thunder Typhoon Canyon. Inside the starship, Yang Kai briefly recounted the results of this trip, causing everyone to sigh. Those 5 people should be the supreme elders of Thunder Typhoon sect. They're all old people, and I'm afraid they're 1 or 2 generations older than me and old Phil. Qian Tong whispered, "In fact, every great force has such existences. My Shadow Moon Hall also has a few, but they don't care about worldly affairs and are in retreat all year round. Unless something major happens, they won't come out until they die of old age. And, for these 5 people to act like this, although they are enemies, they are worthy of respect." Fei Jitu nodded lightly. "Whether they are worthy or not, now that Fang Peng has fled to Star Emperor Mountain, I won't have to waste any more time looking for him." Yang Kai snorted lightly. If Fang Peng had chosen to live in seclusion, it would have been quite troublesome, but he had chosen to run off to Star Emperor Mountain, which was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. The next destination of the starship was Star Emperor Mountain. Fang Peng had probably expected this, so he had chosen to wait there. "Great Elder." Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Yi Shiyun. "At this point, you shouldn't have anything to hide, right? I haven't asked about Star Emperor Mountain before, but now, I want to know more about it, the more detailed the better. This queen has no intention of hiding anything, it's just that sect master has never asked before." Yi Shiyun brushed her hair behind her ear. "Since sect master wants to know, this queen will naturally tell him everything she knows." "Good." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Yang Kai, should this old master and old Fei withdraw for a moment?" Qian Tong asked hesitantly. Listening to Yang Kai and Yi Shiyun, it seemed they wanted to talk about some of the secrets of Star Emperor Mountain, so of course he would be embarrassed to remain. "No need, there are no outsiders here." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Then, good." Qian Tong no longer insisted and turned to look at Yi Shiyun with Yang Kai, both of them listening attentively. He was also very curious about Star Emperor Mountain. After all, this great force had always been mysterious, but it was the undisputed #1 great force on Shadowed Star. "Where should I begin?" Yi Shiyun frowned slightly, seemingly sorting out her words for a moment before continuing. "There are rumors in the outside world that Star Emperor Mountain is related to the Great Emperors. In fact, this is not baseless, it is actually true. In fact, Star Emperor Mountain is actually a branch of Supreme Profound Sect." "A branch of Supreme Profound Sect?" Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "Indeed. Supreme Profound Sect?" Qian Tong frowned. "What kind of sect is that? How come I've never heard of it before?" Fei Jitu also slowly shook his head, indicating he had never heard of it before. Yang Kai grinned. "The place my High Heaven sect occupies today is the ruins of Supreme Profound Sect, an ancient sect that disappeared tens of thousands of years ago. Naturally, you two have never heard of it. So that's how it is." Qian Tong and Fei Jitu wore understanding looks. "Great Elder, please continue," Yang Kai gestured. Supreme Profound Sect was the place where the great emperors once resided and was supported by the great emperors. However, its success was due to the great emperors, and its failure was due to the great emperors. One day, a powerful enemy of the great emperors suddenly came to visit, and the two of them had a disagreement that led to a fight. As a result, although the enemy was destroyed, the great emperors fell into a long period of slumber while the place where Supreme Profound Sect once resided became Luyan's desert. Sect masters should also know about these things. I've heard of it, Yang Kai gently nodded. Yang Kai's expression remained calm. He had indeed heard of this information before, so he naturally wouldn't make a fuss about it. On the other hand, Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as they breathed heavily, their faces filled with disbelief. Although Yi Shiyun hadn't said much, they had gleaned some incredible information from her words. The great emperors of Star Field, who were rumored to be omnipotent, actually had an enemy who could rival them. In this battle, although the enemy was killed, the great emperors seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. Did this enemy also have the same cultivation realm as the great emperors? This was such a shocking thing. The two of them had only fought once, yet a Luyan's desert had appeared on Shadowed Star. Moreover, listening to the meaning of Yi Shiyun's words, the great emperors seemed to still be alive, but had fallen into a deep slumber. As a legend, the prestige of the great emperors of Star Field was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Their strength was indisputable. It was said that they could pluck the stars and summon the moon, easily destroy a cultivation star, and traverse the entire territory of Star in a single day. There were simply too many legends about the great emperors, and all of them were incredible. Although Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu respected the great emperors, they had never imagined that such powerful existences were still alive. At this moment, hearing such a secret for the first time, the shock in their hearts was simply unimaginable, and they were unable to recover from it for a long time. Of course, these words were only spoken by Yi Shiyun, so they believed them. If it were anyone else, they would likely have scoffed at them. Regardless of the outcome of that battle, Supreme Profound Sect was affected and suffered heavy losses. There were only a few survivors, and those who survived could only migrate elsewhere. They were the founders of Star Emperor Mountain. Yi Shiyun's voice came, pulling Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu back to reality. In Star Emperor Mountain, there is a portrait of the great emperors, which is why this queen. Yi Shiyun hesitated, not finishing her sentence. Yang Kai knew what she wanted to say. The reason why she was so loyal to Yan Yan at first sight and recognized her as one of the great emperors was precisely because of this ancient portrait. Over the past several hundred years, Yi Shiyun had observed the charm of the great emperors up close countless times. Star Emperor Mountain's ancient precepts state that Star Emperor Mountain exists only for the great emperors. The great emperors will one day awaken, and when that time comes, Star Emperor Mountain will become the right hand of the great emperors. For tens of thousands of years, every generation of Star Emperor Mountain sect masters has persisted in this way, never caring about the outside world's right and wrong, never intervening in its grievances, only waiting for the day when the great emperors awaken. This queen has been in charge of Star Emperor Mountain for hundreds of years and has adhered to this philosophy. But too much time has passed, and the rumors about the great emperors have become fainter and fainter. Not only have people in the outside world begun to doubt the existence of the great emperors, but even within Star Emperor Mountain, these people refuse to acknowledge the existence of the great emperors and want to break this rule in order to dominate Shadowed Star. 100 years ago, this queen was harmed by this traitor and had no choice but to leave Star Emperor Mountain and live in seclusion. That traitor was unwilling and tried to usurp the throne, right? Yang Kai sneered. Although Yi Shiyun didn't say it clearly, Yang Kai wasn't stupid and quickly understood the twists and turns of the story. And judging from the reactions of Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect this time, that traitor has indeed done well. He has actually secretly subdued Chujing and Fangping and forced them to work for him. I wonder what benefits he has promised them. Yi Shiyun nodded lightly. It's inevitable, Yang Kai frowned. Speaking of which, when he first heard the rumors about the great emperors of Star Field, he didn't take them seriously. After all, every place had its own legends, and most of those legends were fabricated by people who had nothing to do with them. He used to think that the great emperors were just like that they weren't real existences. But later, as he came into contact with more and more things and learned more and more about them, he began to believe that the great emperors really existed and were not just legends or fabrications. That was until young Inflammation's memories were restored. Not only him, but countless people in Star Territory also thought so. Although Star Emperor Mountain was a remnant of Supreme Profound Sect, after tens of thousands of years, its original intentions had long since faded. Possessing the strength to dominate Shadowed Star, but developing in silence, even until the day she died of old age, no one knew of her existence. For Yi Shiyun, this was nothing, but for those with great ambitions, it was a torment. However, Star Emperor Mountain had strict rules, and anyone who violated the teachings of their ancestors would be killed without mercy. If one wanted to break these rules, they had to take control. One day, Yi Shiyun was driven away. I remember that you were poisoned a few years ago. At that time, it was Guqi who brought the Star Emperor token to Heavenly Fate City to ask for a detoxification pill. Yang Kai looked at Yi Shiyun thoughtfully. Yes, it was done by that person. Yi Shiyun nodded. After all, his position was not obtained legitimately, so as long as this queen was here, he would have to live in fear, spending 100 years to find out where I was living in seclusion and secretly poisoning me. It was quite difficult for him. Fortunately, Sect Master had a good pill. Otherwise, even if I didn't die, my cultivation would have dropped greatly. This time, I want to properly settle this debt with him. It's only right to take revenge. Yang Kai grinned. Yi Shiyun brushed her hair back behind her ear and said leisurely, in fact, it doesn't matter whether this queen is in that position or not, but that person has now betrayed the ancestors of Star Emperor Mountain, which is tantamount to betraying the great emperors. This is intolerable, so this queen must clean up the house on behalf of the ancestors. As she shouted, Yi Shiyun's beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too couldn't help shivering. How many masters does Star Emperor Mountain have? Yang Kai asked. Yi Shiyun chuckled and said, in fact, Star Emperor Mountain has never had many people. Although it occupies the best place on Shadowed Star, the total number of people in each generation is no more than 300. When this queen was in charge of Star Emperor Mountain, the number was even fewer, a trivial 200. Now, it's probably the same number. 200. Yang Kai, Qian Tong, and the others were dumbfounded. This number was really unexpected. Everyone knew that Star Emperor Mountain did not have many people, but no one had expected it to be so few. Could such a force really stand at the top of Shadowed Star's power pyramid? Sect Master, don't underestimate these 200 people. Of these 200, at least 80% are Origin Returning Realm Masters, and as many as 50 are Third Order. Moreover, Star Emperor Mountain also has several Origin King-grade artifacts and Emperor artifacts. The combat power they can display cannot be underestimated, Yi Shiyun quickly exhorted. Emperor artifacts. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Are you talking about the Annihilation Thunder Bead? The Annihilation Thunder Bead is one of them, but although the Annihilation Thunder Bead is powerful, Sect Master has already taken a blow from it before, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to face it again this time. As long as he can avoid a single blow, an Emperor artifact won't be of much use. And if the strength of the person using it isn't high enough, an Emperor artifact won't be able to play much of a role, Yang Kai sighed. Last time, he had suffered a loss because he didn't know much about the Annihilation Thunder Bead, but if he faced it again now, he should be able to deal with it calmly. However, although he didn't care, Yang Kai didn't know if the starship could withstand a single blow from the Annihilation Thunder Bead. In addition to the Annihilation Thunder Bead, you need to be careful of the other two Origin King-grade artifacts. Star Emperor Mountain originally had 3 Origin King-grade artifacts, but the Bone Incinerating Flame Lamp was taken away by this queen, so there are only 2 left. A single great force possessing 3 Origin King-grade artifacts was an incredible feat on Shadowed Star. Even Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union only had 1 Origin King-grade artifact that could not be easily used. However, Heaven Battling Union's Origin King-grade artifact had now been seized by Yang Kai and became his spoils of war. Next, Yi Shiyun described the power and appearance of the 2 Origin King-grade artifacts of Star Emperor Mountain in detail while exhorting Yang Kai to be more careful. Yang Kai listened attentively. Overall, the strength of Star Emperor Mountain was far superior to that of Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect. Although its numbers were extremely small, it had many high-end cultivator, with more than 50 third-order origin returning realm masters. Such a force was indeed enough to dominate Shadowed Star and sweep through any sect. Seeing his worries, Xianxia smiled and said, "Sect Master doesn't need to worry too much. Although that person has been in control of Star Emperor Mountain for 100 years, his style of conduct is incompatible with Star Emperor Mountain's philosophy and may not be able to convince the masses. What's more, his status is not justified. Even if he has won over some people over the years, this queen still has her own supporters." Xianxia's eyes lit up as he looked at her with great interest. Back in Star Emperor Mountain, many people had received grace from this queen, so they shouldn't have acted against this queen. Furthermore, for the past 100 years, they had all assumed that I had died, so they had tacitly accepted that person's position. But now, to tell you the truth, Sect Master, from the day I had emerged from my closed-door cultivation a few years ago, some people had secretly contacted me and wanted me to return to the Star King Mountain. It's just that I had not agreed. Such a thing happened? Xianxia raised his brow. Now that things have reached this point, this queen has nothing to hide, Xianxia smiled lightly. Since this queen was young, this queen was instilled with the idea that great emperors are supreme by her honored master. Now that this queen is able to serve the great emperors, there is naturally no need for her to return to Star Emperor Mountain to compete for some empty title. But since Sect Master intends to take action against Star Emperor Mountain, this queen will naturally play her part. Good, Xianxia was extremely happy. Originally, Xianxia had been considering whether or not to rely on the tyrannical power of the starship to level Star Emperor Mountain directly like before, but he wasn't confident he would succeed, so he was quite hesitant. Now, after hearing Xianxia's words, Xianxia couldn't help feeling overjoyed. So, this queen would like to ask Sect Master to give me a few days to go to Star Emperor Mountain. Not everyone there wants to be an enemy of Sect Master. You decide, I'll wait for your good news, Xianxia agreed. Yes, then this queen will set off immediately. Sect Master can take his time to catch up. Xianxia was also a straightforward person, so after the discussion, she immediately set off for Star Emperor Mountain. A moment later, a beam of light shot out from the starship and sped straight towards Star Emperor Mountain. After Xianxia left, the starship slowed down and began to descend at a leisurely pace. Since he had to wait for Xianxia to deal with everything, Xianxia naturally wasn't in a hurry and simply entered retreat. There were too many things he had to deal with now. The benefits he obtained from the Emperor Garden last time had yet to be fully digested. Whether it was comprehending the true alchemy enlightenment scripture or the golden blood thread secret technique, both required a lot of time, not something he could achieve overnight. Moreover, Xianxia also needed to take the life-revitalizing jade cream every day to accumulate the pure golden blood in his body in hopes that one day he would be able to replace all the blood in his body with pure golden blood. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art also required this. One thing after another, Xianxia was extremely busy, so now that he had some free time, he naturally wouldn't waste it. In Fallen Emperor Mountain, because he had absorbed a large amount of pure spirit chi, his cultivation had reached the peak of the First Order origin returning realm and could break through at any time. Xianxia didn't dare to break through too frequently as that would cause his foundation to become unstable, so he had been suppressing it and not accumulating his Saint Chi, instead focusing on comprehending various secret techniques and alchemy knowledge. In this way, without breaking through, Xianxia could still enhance his strength. Inside his room, Xianxia sat cross-legged, took out the sun's true essence and the other 5 elements' supreme treasures, arranged a spirit array, and began absorbing the pure energy from these 5 elements' supreme treasures to temper his physique. At the same time, he condensed his soul avatar in his knowledge sea and began comprehending the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. While multitasking, Xianxia didn't find it troublesome at all and was instead extremely efficient. Time passed slowly, and it seemed like more than 10 days had passed, but also like a flash. Just as Xianxia was immersed in his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art and comprehending the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, he suddenly noticed that someone was calling out to him with their divine sense. His brow furrowed, Xianxia quickly withdrew his consciousness, put away his 5 elements supreme treasures, and walked out of his room. In a certain hall of the starship, many masters had gathered. Yixian also returned, but the atmosphere was slightly strange. Not only were there Qian Tong and the others in the hall, but there were also a few unfamiliar faces. One of them was a dignified and beautiful woman with a dignified look on her face. To her left was a middle-aged scholar who looked gentle and refined, while to her other side was an old man who was thin but hale and hearty. All three of them were top masters in the third-order origin returning realm, and judging from the Saint Chi fluctuations emanating from them, they seemed to be stronger than ordinary origin returning realm masters. Even Qian Tong couldn't help showing a look of dread when he looked at these three. When Yang Kai walked into the hall, all three cast their gazes towards him with a sense of scrutiny. Although none of them deliberately released any kind of power, the auras naturally exuded from these three were quite strong. If an ordinary origin returning realm master were to come here, they would likely find it difficult to even move. Yang Kai's footsteps also paused slightly, but soon he calmed down and walked in, treating this invisible pressure as nothing more than a gentle breeze. A trace of surprise flashed across the depths of the three's eyes as they clicked their tongues in wonder. They had followed Yixian here this time because they wanted to see what kind of person had the ability to make Yixian work for him. Now that they saw him, they immediately knew that Yang Kai was no small matter. This boy was a promising talent, the three secretly thought to themselves, but this alone was not enough to convince them. There were many young people with aptitude and talent, only those who could grow up would be considered capable. Yang Kai, on the other hand, glanced at Yixian suspiciously, not quite understanding what these three people were doing here. However, where they came from, Yang Kai could guess. Since they were able to come with Yixian, it seemed that this matter was quite promising. Sit down. Yang Kai smiled lightly, walked straight to the head of the table, and sat down before calmly cupping his fists to the three. Junior Yang Kai greets three seniors. May I ask how to address three seniors? This old master is Yang Xiaozhu. This mistress is Lin Yu Rao. This one is Chu Hanyi. The three introduced themselves. These three are all cornerstones of the sect and have a wide network of connections, Yixian interjected. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and his smile became even brighter. Having a wide network of connections meant that as long as he could deal with these three, he would be able to deal with many of Star Emperor Mountain's masters. Yixian's words had a deep meaning, something Yang Kai understood. Senior Yang and this junior actually share the same surname. No wonder this junior felt so close to senior even though it was the first time we met, as if you were my own senior. I hope senior will take care of me in the future, Yang Kai said with a smile. Yang Xiaozhu didn't have the slightest intention of agreeing with him. Even the beautiful woman Lin Yu Rao and the middle-aged scholar Chu Hanyi stared at him solemnly. Yang Kai was extremely embarrassed. Knowing that these three people were probably not people he could win over with just words, he immediately put away this thought and said with a serious expression, since the three seniors came with the great elder, then you must know what this sect master will do next. What do the three seniors think? What sect master Yang intends to do next? These three old masters have already heard from sect master, but to be blunt, although sect master Yang has a tyrannical starship, he may not be able to defeat our sect. I wonder how sect master Yang plans to guard against the Annihilation Thunder Bead? Yang Xiaozhu asked in a deep voice. Probably not. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Although the attitude of this old man was not friendly, his vision was extremely sharp, and his words were sharp. The Annihilation Thunder Bead's attack was exactly what Yang Kai was worried about. Although he had some confidence he could avoid it, the starship couldn't. The starship was simply too large, so once it was hit by the Annihilation Thunder Bead, it would likely cause unimaginable damage. It was even possible it would be directly destroyed. This was the biggest trump card Yang Kai had relied on in the battle against Heaven Battling Union, but once he arrived at Star Emperor Mountain, it would be useless. Unless Yang Kai forced Star Emperor Mountain to use up the power of the Annihilation Thunder Bead, the starship would not be able to reach Star Emperor Mountain. Since you can't defend against it, does Sect Master Yang think you can defeat our sect with the strength of your group? Our sect has stood on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years and is not so easy to deal with. Isn't Sect Master Yang looking down on our sect too much? Yang Xiaozhu coldly snorted, obviously not optimistic about Yang Kai's ability. Haha. Yang Kai didn't take this insult seriously and instead chuckled, since senior is so straightforward, let's not beat around the bush. This sect master just heard senior refer to great elder as sect master, but as far as I know, the current sect master of Star Emperor Mountain is someone else. It seems that in the minds of several seniors, our sect's great elder is the one everyone supports. Xianxia nodded readily, indeed. Ever since that bastard took over the position of sect master 100 years ago, he has been wantonly suppressing those who disobeyed him. Those who disobeyed him were all targeted. These past few years, the three of us have not been happy. We even have to go out and search for our own supplies, wasting a lot of time. Before, we thought sect master had already fallen, but now that we know sect master is still alive, we naturally have to follow sect master's lead. Your sincerity is commendable. This junior deeply admires the three seniors. Yang Kai said solemnly. There's no need for pompous words, the reason why these three old men came here is because of sect master, it has nothing to do with you. I'll say the ugly words first, even if you manage to convince these three old men, we won't help you directly, after all, no matter what their character is, they are all fellow sect masters. These three old men have not fought for a long time and are unwilling to be stained with blood, especially the blood of fellow sect masters. Lin Yu Rao and Chu Han Yi also nodded in agreement. Then why did you come here? Yang Kai was stunned and his expression became unhappy. If sect master Yang can convince the three of us, out of respect for the sect master's face, we can help you to the best of our ability. Best of our ability? Yang Kai frowned. For example, convince some of our fellow sect masters not to become enemies with you. How many? Yang Kai raised his brow. About half. That's not bad. Yang Kai pondered. If half of these people didn't become enemies with him, the situation would be much more optimistic. Moreover, with half of them acting as a deterrent, the rest of them wouldn't dare act rashly. All of you grew up on Star Emperor Mountain since childhood and are as close as brothers and sisters. Most of you adhere to the same ideals as sect master, but only a few of you are truly disloyal. So, with the help of this old master and others, coupled with sect master's former prestige, sect master Yang may not necessarily have no hope of success this time, Yan Xiaozhu said. What you say makes sense. What should I do to convince you? Yang Kai looked at the three old men. You'll have to ask sect master Yang himself, the beautiful woman Lin Yu Rao smiled. Understood, Yang Kai gently nodded, frowning as he pondered. From Yi Shiyan's previous descriptions and this time's contact, Yang Kai could tell that many of the people on Star Emperor Mountain were detached from worldly affairs. They had lived on Star Emperor Mountain since childhood and had little contact with the outside world. Because they had been instilled with the ideals and environment they grew up in, such people didn't have much greed. So, if Yang Kai wanted to convince them, wealth was probably useless, he had to cater to their tastes. Moreover, his proposal couldn't endanger the others on Star Emperor Mountain, otherwise, it would definitely arouse their disgust. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai smiled and his eyes filled with confidence. Perceiving the change in Yang Kai's demeanor, Yang Xiaozhu and the others couldn't help frowning. They didn't know what Yang Kai was thinking, but they immediately focused their attention on him. The three of you are already masters at the peak of the origin returning realm, so have you not thought about advancing further on the martial Tao? Yang Kai looked at the three with a smile. Advancing further? Yang Xiaozhu and the others all looked at Yang Kai in amazement and eagerly asked, do you have a way? There was no cultivator who didn't want to rise on the martial Tao. Since they had chosen this path, they would continue to move forward and enjoy better scenery. No one was willing to remain stagnant. Haha, Junior naturally doesn't have the ability to break through the shackles of Shadowed Star's world principles, but as three seniors can see, Junior has an Origin King grade starship. I won't hide it from three seniors, after this matter is over, Junior is preparing to embark on a long voyage, Yang Kai said unhurriedly. A long voyage? Yang Xiaozhu and the others' eyes lit up as they immediately understood, you mean? Since Shadowed Star's world principles have shackles, Junior can simply leave this place. This Junior isn't being arrogant, but I think that with the quality of an Origin King grade starship, a long voyage shouldn't be a problem. I have also invited Elder Qian and City Lord Fei of Shadow Moon Hall, as well as the people from Clear Sky Sect. If 3 seniors are interested, they can accompany me. Yang Xiaozhu and the others all looked excited and seemed to be on the verge of agreeing. Success. Yang Kai grinned. But soon, he found that something was wrong. The emotions of Yang Xiaozhu and the others calmed down extremely quickly as they secretly frowned and wore somewhat guilty looks. Are 3 seniors not satisfied with this proposal? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Yang Xiaozhu glanced at him, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. Sect Master Yang must be joking. Such a good thing, presumably no third-order origin returning realm cultivator would refuse, so this offer is naturally unimaginable to this old master. However, if this old master and the others really agreed to Sect Master Yang's request because of this condition, we would become sinners who sold out our sect for glory. I hope Sect Master Yang can understand that we cannot agree to help you with this proposal. Stubborn old fools. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. At this time, this old fogey was actually still thinking about his fellow sect members. To some extent, Yang Kai admired this old man's character, but from the perspective of his own interests and goals, this old man was a bit unreasonable. Fortunately, he had prepared more than one proposal. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai quickly said, I heard great elders say before that Star Emperor Mountain is a branch of Supreme Profound Sect. I won't hide it from the 3 of you, the place where my High Heaven sect is now located is none other than the ruins of Supreme Profound Sect. Hearing this, Yang Xiaozhu opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything and just sighed heavily. He didn't have the ability to take back the foundation of his ancestors, and now that it was occupied by others, he naturally had nothing to say, nor was he in any position to criticize Yang Kai. What does Sect Master Yang mean by saying this? Chuhani frowned. What if I say that after this matter is settled, all of Star Emperor Mountain's people can return to Supreme Profound Sect? Yang Kai grinned, since you have adhered to the teachings of your ancestors for tens of thousands of years, you must also want to return to your ancestral land to take a look, right? I can satisfy this wish of yours, and not only that, you can all live there in the future, in the place where your ancestors lived tens of thousands of years ago, breathe the air your ancestors once breathed, and enjoy the scenery your ancestors once saw. That place is where great Elder Lian once lived, so perhaps there are other mysteries to it. Inside the hall, Yang Kai's expression was calm while Yang Xiaozhu and the others looked excited. Since tens of thousands of years ago, when the remnants of Supreme Profound Sect had been forced to move out of the Luyan sand field, every generation dreamed of returning to their ancestral land one day, but the natural barrier of Luyan sand field made them feel helpless. Now, Yang Kai's proposal had scratched the itch of Yang Xiaozhu and the others. If it were someone from another great force, perhaps they would not be interested in such a proposal. The foundation of their ancestors was their ancestors, and after tens of thousands of years, their sect had developed well and even changed its name, so why bother returning to their ancestral land? But for the people of Star Emperor Mountain, the situation was somewhat different. Because of their beliefs, they all worshipped the great emperors. Supreme Profound Sect was a sect supported by the great emperors, a place where the great emperors once resided. Star Emperor Mountain, which was later established, could not be compared to Supreme Profound Sect at all. The ancestral land represented not only respect for their ancestors, but also worship of the great emperors. There was no Star Emperor Mountain cultivator who did not want to return to their ancestral land and pay homage to the former home of the great emperors. Yang Kai's proposal was exactly what Yang Xiaozhu and the others wanted. It could be said that this proposal was even more attractive than the first one. The first one was only aimed at the 3 of them, but this one was aimed at everyone. The 3 looked at each other and saw the desire in each other's eyes. Good, now that Senior Yi is also my High Heaven Sect's great elder, and since you are all remnants of Supreme Profound Sect, it is not a problem for you to enter and live there, Yang Kai struck while the iron was hot. Aren't you afraid the guests will force their way in and lead a wolf into the house? Yang Xiaozhu looked at Yang Kai with sharp eyes and asked sharply. Senior must be joking, not to mention that great elder is there, so you won't do such a thing, just the character of several seniors is something this junior believes in. None of you are people who pursue fame and fortune, so I have nothing to worry about. Boy, you're quite straightforward. Yang Xiaozhu shouted. Good, this old man and the others agree to your conditions and help you succeed. However, we must agree in advance that if my Star Emperor Mountain fellow disciples really head to the ancestral land, I must ask Sect Master Yang to allocate a separate territory for us to live in. We will not join High Heaven Sect. I hope Sect Master Yang understands. You're not joining? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he secretly cursed this old man. He had tried so hard to win over Star Emperor Mountain's ancestral land in order to merge the many masters of Star Emperor Mountain into High Heaven Sect, but he had not expected the other party to see through it at a glance and even state his conditions in advance. This made him very unhappy. A single mountain could not accommodate two tigers, so although Yang Kai was not worried that they would really harm High Heaven Sect, there were so many origin returning realm masters on Star Emperor Mountain that they could not use for their own purposes. This was not something Yang Kai wanted to see. If that were the case, it would be difficult to guarantee that there would not be friction and conflict between them over time. Thinking so, Yang Kai showed a look of regret. Good, since Senior has said so, Junior naturally has no reason to refuse, but, it's a pity. What's a pity? Yang Xiaozhu knew that Yang Kai was probably playing hard to get, but he was still intrigued and looked at him suspiciously. It's nothing. Yang Kai chuckled. I was just thinking that if you can join High Heaven Sect, in time, you may have a chance to meet the great emperors, but if it's just a separate territory for you, that's... What? Yang Xiaozhu was shocked while Lin Yu Rao and Chu Hanyi's eyes also lit up. Sect Master Yang, what do you mean by this? Lin Yu Rao leaned forward slightly. Didn't Great Elder tell you? Yang Kai turned to look at Yi Shiyun, deliberately mystifying her. Yi Shiyun slowly shook her head, understanding Yang Kai's intentions, but she didn't try to undermine him, simply smiling and saying, it's a matter of great importance, this queen didn't dare mention it. That's true, this kind of thing really can't be said casually, the fewer people who know, the better. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Sect Master Yang, what you just said, what did you mean? Yang Xiaozhu asked eagerly, a look of anxiety on his face. Why does it sound like you're saying that the great emperors are currently in High Heaven Sect? When he said this, even he was taken aback and quickly shook his head, a look of disbelief on his face. Senior is right, the great emperors are indeed in High Heaven Sect today. Yang Kai grinned. How is that possible? Yang Xiaozhu and the others suddenly stood up, their bodies trembling, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Junior has no need to deceive the three of you. If you don't believe me, you can ask Great Elder. Yang Kai gestured. The three of them turned their eyes to Yi Shiyun, the latter nodding gently. Yang Xiaozhu was stunned. This news was so shocking that it felt like a 10,000-kilogram sledgehammer had slammed into his head, causing him to feel dizzy and unable to recover for a long time. After all, the great emperors were powerful masters that only existed in legends. Although Yang Xiaozhu and the others had always believed that the great emperors were still alive and were simply sleeping in some secret place, in the end, this was only a belief. When a belief became a reality, even if one believed in it, there would still be moments of doubt. It was a kind of fear that one's hopes would turn into disappointment. Do you have proof? Lin Yu Rao asked, what evidence do you have to prove this? Even with Great Elder's guarantee, we don't dare believe it so easily. Please show us proof, Sect Master Yang. Yang Xiaozhu and Chu Hanyi also recovered and nodded. What kind of proof do you want? Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Anything is fine, as long as you can prove this matter. If it is true, this old master and the others agree to join High Heaven Sect. Yang Xiaozhu shouted ferociously, a look of determination on his face that if Yang Kai didn't show him proof, he wouldn't give up. Was joining High Heaven Sect a grievance for them? If this was the case, not to mention Yang Kai not trying to win them over, even if they had to beg their grandparents, they would still join. Not to mention whether I have proof or not, even if I did, would you be able to recognize it if I took it out? Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. Whether we can recognize it or not, this old master and the others can judge for themselves, but if Sect Master Yang is just spouting nonsense, this old master will not forgive you. Yang Kai's expression froze. He hadn't expected things to develop like this. At this moment, even if he was asked to take out proof, he was powerless to do so. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind and he laughed loudly. Since that's the case, please watch carefully. As soon as his voice fell, something suddenly appeared in his palm and he raised it high. A monarch aura was unleashed. Everyone's expression changed as they stared at it. A moment later, Xianxia exclaimed, "Star Emperor token. It's actually a Star Emperor token." It wasn't that he had never seen a Star Emperor token before. Star Emperor Mountain used to have 2 Star Emperor tokens. One was a symbol of the Great Emperors and was enshrined on Sky Transcendence Peak, where it was worshipped by all of Star Emperor Mountain. The other was a symbol of the identity of the sect master of Star Emperor Mountain and was held by the sect master. But now, Star Emperor Mountain only had 1 Star Emperor token left. The second one had been taken away by Yixiyun and had fallen into Yang Kai's hands. Yang Xiaozhu had visited Sky Transcendence Peak many times to worship the great emperors, so he was naturally no stranger to Star Emperor tokens. However, the Star Emperor tokens he had seen were all existences that had already released their power. The one in Yang Kai's hands, however, was completely intact. In other words, it still contained a divine technique of the great emperors, a legendary divine technique that could easily kill an origin king. Yang Xiaozhu's trio's eyes trembled violently. Even Yixiyun wore a dignified expression. Xiantong and Fei Ji too both stared at this scene with wide eyes. No one had expected that Yang Kai would actually possess such a heaven-defying treasure. With this token, he could easily wipe out the entire Star Emperor Mountain and even unify Shadowed Star without a problem. Shocked, the expressions of Yang Xiaozhu and the others became extremely frightened, all of them worried that if they forced Yang Kai into a corner and he really used this thing to deal with Star Emperor Mountain, none of their 200 fellow sect members would be able to survive. This Star Emperor token was personally handed to me by the great emperors. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. It was you who insisted on seeing proof before I took it out. Right, in addition to this thing, there is also a secret the great emperors told me. I don't know if it can prove my previous words. Please speak, Sect Master Yang. Yang Xiaozhu no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai, even his demeanor becoming much more respectful. The great emperor said that the current Luyan sand field is just an emperor artifact, the 3 blazing flame rings. Everyone here is old, and some of the younger generation have probably been to the Luyan sand field before and know that there are 3 flame zones inside. And these 3 flame zones are the 3 flame rings of an emperor artifact. As for the disappearance of the first flame ring a few days ago, it was because the great emperors took action to collect it. Everyone's jaws dropped. How could they have ever heard of such a sensational secret? Even Yixiyun did not know that the Luyan sand field was actually an emperor artifact, causing her beautiful eyes to shine brilliantly. However, the 3 blazing flame rings were indeed recorded in the ancient records of the sect. It was rumored that they were the most important artifacts of the great emperors. With the divine technique of the great emperors, it was not impossible for an artifact to transform into a restricted area on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years. Sect Master Yang said, the disappearance of the first flame layer flame zone was because the great emperors personally collected one of the flame rings? Yang Xiaozhu asked in a trembling voice. This sect master saw it with his own eyes, Yang Kai nodded. A series of gasps rang out. Everyone present understood how terrifying the flame layer flame zone was. Before the opening of the Luyan sand field, anyone who dared to venture into it would die without a complete corpse, even if they were a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. The disappearance of the first flame layer flame zone had caused an uproar on Shadowed Star, but no one knew what had happened to cause such a change in the Luyan sand field. Immediately afterwards, High Heaven sect entered it. Now, with Yang Kai here, they had obtained an answer. It was difficult not to believe. Throughout the entire territory of Shadowed Star, besides the great emperors, who else had such ability? For a time, Yang Xiaozhu and the others believed about 80% of Yang Kai's words, while the remaining 20% was due to their own cautiousness. Dare I ask? Sect Master Yang's relationship with the great emperors is. Lin Yusu's eyes flashed brilliantly as she asked cautiously. If I said we were close friends, would you believe me? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Haha. Yang Xiaozhu's face twitched as he let out a dry laugh. Yang Kai observed their expressions and knew that he had given them enough information. If he continued, these people would likely go crazy on the spot, so he put away the Star Emperor token and slowly said, several seniors, I think I have proven myself, so several seniors should also make a choice. Yang Xiaozhu and the others glanced at each other for a moment before seemingly reaching some kind of consensus and cupping their fists. Subordinates greet sect master. Yang Kai had indeed proven himself. Whether it was the Star Emperor token that sealed the Great Emperor's divine technique or the secrets of the 3 blazing flame rings and Luyan sand field, none of these were things that ordinary people could obtain or know, especially the secrets of the Star Emperor token. Only the Great Emperors could know about them. After all, even Yi Shiyin didn't know about them. Moreover, Yang Xiaozhu and the others were convinced that with Yi Shiyin's character, she wouldn't deceive them. When Yi Shiyin made her guarantee, they had already begun to believe her, but this was a matter of great importance, so they had no choice but to be cautious. Now that they knew that the Great Emperors were in High Heaven sect, how could they refuse to join? Being able to stay in the same sect as the Great Emperors and live in the same world as them was an honor they could not ask for more. Good. Yang Kai laughed happily before waving his hand and shouting heroically, "Who brought good wine? Bring out a few jars, this sect master wants to have a drink with these 3 seniors." Yang Xiaozhu's expression changed slightly as he waved his hand slightly. "We appreciate sect master's kindness, but we are not good at drinking, so we hope sect master will forgive us. Moreover, this matter has not yet been accomplished, so if you really want to drink, we might as well wait until the day we succeed." "Sect master, these 3 are all cultivators and are not good at drinking," Yi Shiyin also said from the side. Yang Kai nodded and expressed his understanding. "If that's the case, then forget it. 3 seniors are not only indifferent to fame and fortune, but are also not greedy for food. Junior admires you greatly." "Sect master is too kind," Yang Xiaozhu smiled modestly. "However, there is one thing that I don't understand. Please enlighten me." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. "Sect master, please speak. The 3 of us will tell you everything we know." Yang Xiaozhu gestured with his hand. "I want to know why the Star King Mountain suddenly attacked me. Is it because of my sect's battleship?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he looked at them. "Since the 3 of you are from Star King Mountain, you must have heard some rumors. If you can clear this little one's doubts, this little one will be eternally grateful." Yang Kai could understand why Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect had attacked him. After all, whether it was the previous battle on Dragon Cave Mountain or the opening of the Emperor Garden, High Heaven sect had some disagreements with these 2 sects. Moreover, the rapid rise of High Heaven sect had indeed threatened their status. If they really wanted to make a move, there was a reason behind it. Why did the Star King Mountain do this? He had no relationship with Star King Mountain at all, so Yang Kai could only think of the saying, "An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime." Sect master is right, it is indeed because of this Origin King grade battleship. This Origin King grade battleship carries great hope, so no great force would not want to take it for themselves. Star King Mountain is naturally no exception. Having said so, Yang Xiaozhu glanced at Yi Shiyin and continued, "If the sect master continued to be in charge of the sect, I'm afraid this would not have happened, but that thief is different." However what? Yang Kai raised his brow. "This battleship is just one of the reasons." "And the second?" "According to the news this old master has occasionally heard, the second reason is the Great Emperors and the Ancestral Land," Yang Xiaozhu said solemnly. "The Great Emperors and the Ancestral Land?" Yang Kai frowned. "Indeed. The Supreme Profound Sect ruins occupied by High Heaven sect are where the Great Emperors once stayed. As Sect Master said before, perhaps there is another mystery there. That thief who is now in charge of the sect naturally wants to take a look, but he doesn't know how to enter the Luyan sand field, but since High Heaven sect can enter, you must have a way. That thief must be scheming to do so. So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded in understanding. It seemed that the words he had casually spoken just now in order to win them over had really hit the nail on the head. No wonder Yang Xiaozhu and the others had agreed so readily. It seemed that not only did that thief suspect there was another mystery in the Ancestral Land, but even Yang Xiaozhu and the others also thought so. It was just a pity. There was indeed a mystery, but that was the place where the Great Emperor slept. Besides Yi Shiyin and Yang Kai, it was likely no one could approach it. Whether it was because of the starship or the groundless mystery, in the final analysis, it was because of the Origin King realm. The suppression and restraint of world principles caused people to have an infinite desire for a higher realm, but the starship and the groundless mystery provided hope, so Star Emperor Mountain naturally coveted it. Now that this old master and the others are helping Sect Master, I presume that the thief is powerless to reverse the situation. However, Sect Master, you must also be careful of the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Us conservatives aren't very important in the sect, so we can't come into contact with the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Otherwise, we would have taken it for Sect Master, so Sect Master wouldn't have to worry about it, Xianxia said with an ashamed expression. Senior is too kind. It's just an artifact, this Sect Master has his own countermeasures, Xianxia smiled brightly. Good. Xianxia gently nodded, but suddenly seemed to think of something and said, right, there is one more thing Sect Master must keep in mind. Please speak, Senior. That thief seems to have been cultivating some kind of secret technique for the past several dozen years. Subordinates are incompetent and do not know what he is cultivating for the time being, but for him to spend so much time on it, it must be an extraordinary secret technique. If you really encounter him, Sect Master must protect himself first, Xianxia said seriously. I'll remember, Xianxia said solemnly. Good, since that's the case, the three of us will take our leave and return to the sect to help Sect Master plan. Sect Master can wait here for news from us before taking action. Many thanks. Xianxia kept his fists solemnly. After Xianxia and the others returned the courtesy, they quickly left. Inside the hall, Xianxia was overjoyed, secretly feeling that with Xianxia and the others cooperating with him, success was in sight. However, he didn't dare to lower his guard. After all, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. It was difficult to guarantee that Star Emperor Mountain wouldn't play some tricks at a critical moment. Sect Master, this queen will also take her leave, Xianxia said before taking her leave. Immediately, only Xianxia, Qian Tong, and Fei Zhitu remained in the hall. Elder Qian and City Lord Fei both stared at Xianxia with strange looks on their faces. What do the two of you want to say? Xianxia glanced at them. Ahem. Qian Tong coughed lightly and asked earnestly, Xianxia, just now you said that the great emperors are in High Heaven sect, is this news true or false? Qian Tong still couldn't believe the shocking news. It wasn't that he didn't trust Xianxia, but this was simply too shocking. What does Elder Qian think? Xianxia didn't answer and instead asked mysteriously. How should I know? It's precisely because I don't know that I'm asking you. Qian Tong was speechless. Haha, Xianxia laughed heartily. Fei Zhitu said, if that's the case, then this old master will also join High Heaven sect. Old Fei, you. Qian Tong looked at him in amazement. What about me? In any case, this old master is just an idle city lord. Shadow Moon Hall doesn't matter whether I'm there or not. If I can really join the sect of the great emperors, it will be this old Fei's honor. Fei Zhitu snorted. City Lord Fei is too kind. Please don't mention this matter again, otherwise, this junior is afraid the old temple master will go all out against this junior. Xianxia quickly waved his hand. Seeing that Qian Tong was also interested, Xianxia couldn't help but be startled. He would be happy to win over Xianxia and the others, but he didn't want to poach them from Shadow Moon Hall. Not only did High Heaven sect have few disciples now, but it also lacked high-end combat power. There were only a few Origin returning realm masters, and 90% of them were in the First Order. Even Xianxia himself was in this realm. Only Xianxia was able to shoulder the burden of this situation. If he could win over Star Emperor Mountain's people, the situation would be different. At that time, High Heaven sect would likely become a top force on Shadowed Star. Thunder Typhoon sect and Heaven Battling Union were no more, so only Star Emperor Mountain stood in front of High Heaven sect. After wiping it out, High Heaven sect's position as leader would be indisputable. This would be of great benefit to High Heaven sect's future development. That was why Xianxia did not hesitate to throw out the Star Emperor token and expose the existence of the great emperors. He was very envious of Xianxia and the others. This group of people were all hard-working cultivators who did not seek fame or fortune, and their hearts were pure and without too much intrigue. Once they joined High Heaven sect, they would become the cornerstone of the entire sect. The actions of Xianxia and the others were extremely fast and efficient. In just 2 days, Xianxia had received a message from them. After receiving the news, Xianxia immediately ordered the starship to set sail for Star Emperor Mountain. Star Emperor Mountain Range was a majestic mountain range with a rich world energy aura that was shrouded in fog all year round. Looking at it from a distance, it was as if it did not belong to this world. Supreme Profound Sect's descendant had chosen this place to recuperate, so their vision was quite good. The people of Star Emperor Mountain did not often act outside and did not intervene in the outside world's grievances, instead focusing on self-development, but no one dared to underestimate it. Among the lowest cultivator, perhaps not many people knew of its existence. Those who were familiar with it were Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, Colored Glass Sect, Shadow Moon Hall, and other first-class sects. However, among these first-class sects, there was still Star Emperor Mountain that they had to look up to. For tens of thousands of years, Star Emperor Mountain had been the symbol of the highest force on Shadowed Star, and no outsider had ever dared to set foot within 100,000 kilometers of it. But today, High Heaven Sect's starship had arrived valiantly and without the slightest pause, rushed straight into the heart of the mountain. At the same time, on Open Cloud's peak, a crowd had gathered. 80% of the cultivator population of Star Emperor Mountain had gathered here. Except for some who were in secluded retreat or cultivating some kind of secret technique that should not be disturbed, all the other cultivator were present. There weren't many, only 200. But if one looked carefully, the lineup of these 200 people was enough to shock anyone. Of these 200 people, more than 150 were Origin Returning Realm Masters, with 40 of them being Third-Order Origin Returning Realm Masters. As for those below the Origin Returning Realm, there were only a few dozen. No great force would ever have such a disparity in numbers. Although low-end cultivators were not strong, they were the future hope of every sect, so whether it was Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, or Shadow Moon Hall's Colored Glass Sect, they had always had a large number of low-level cultivators and few high-level cultivators. But here on Star Emperor Mountain, the situation was reversed. The reason for this was because of the strict recruitment requirements. The threshold to enter the Star King Mountain was so high that it was hard to imagine. One had to have the most outstanding aptitude, and there was also a limit to one's age. The majority of people were brought to the Star King Mountain when they were under the age of 10. This age was the most suitable for instilling some ideas, which was why the people of the Star King Mountain respected the great emperors. Because in the process of growing up, they were taught this concept by the older generation. But once they joined Star Emperor Mountain, they would enjoy the best cultivation environment and the most abundant cultivation resources. Star Emperor Mountain would use all the resources of the sect to pave the way for their disciples' cultivation. They had to break through to the Origin Returning Realm before the age of 40. If they failed to do so, their cultivation would be abolished and they would be expelled from Star Emperor Mountain. The rules were cruel, but the effect was remarkable. As a result, the cultivation speed of the cultivator who entered Star Emperor Mountain was extremely fast, which was why so many Origin Returning Realm Masters had emerged. Chuchang Feng, Feng Tianzhong, Wei Guchang, these rising stars of Shadowed Star, which one of them did not break through at around this age? Even Xianxia was the same. However, after a cultivator reached a certain level of strength, their appearance would age extremely slowly, so everyone looked younger. Xianxia joined High Heaven Pavilion at the age of 13, and looking back now, it had been 20 or 30 years. Today, he was only a first-order Origin Returning Realm cultivator. It could be said that any cultivator on Star Emperor Mountain was in existence comparable to Chuchang Feng, Feng Tianzhong, and the others. Moreover, because Star Emperor Mountain had existed since ancient times, it had countless top-grade secret arts and secret techniques, so among cultivators in the same realm, the combat power of Star Emperor Mountain's disciples was generally higher. Once a disciple broke through to the Origin Returning Realm before the age of 40, they would be able to leave the mountain to temper their mental state. Of course, they would also have to remain incognito. The reason why the ancient Yang sect was destroyed by Star Emperor Mountain 1,000 years ago was because the disciples who had left the sect for a life experience were killed by the ancient Yang sect. Due to various reasons, the number of middle and high-level cultivators in Star King Mountain was unusually high. On the contrary, the number of lower-level disciples was low. Among these low-level disciples, their cultivations were uneven, but each one of them looked young and immature. The youngest one had just joined Star King Mountain 2 years ago and was only about 11 years old, but he was already a separation and reunion boundary cultivator, just one step away from Yuan-Chi boundary. This was unimaginable in any other sect. Perhaps heaven-battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect could cultivate such a talent, but in the end, such a talent was extremely rare. Star Emperor Mountain, on the other hand, was a common occurrence. When Yang Kai was at this age, he hadn't even started martial arts. Now, these 200 people had gathered at Caching Cloud's peak. Although there were many of them, it was completely silent. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something quietly, their expressions solemn. At the head of this group was Yang Xiaozhu and his 2 companions. While waiting, the 3 of them exchanged glances and exchanged divine sense messages, as if they were discussing something. After a long time, someone in the crowd asked, "Brother Yang, didn't you say Sect Master had something important to announce? Why have we been waiting here for so long yet we still haven't seen Sect Master? This old master still has to go back into retreat to cultivate his shocking wave secret art, there is no time to waste." "That's right, Brother Yang, you said Sect Master had something important to tell us. This old woman just came out of her secluded home and her furnace of blue dragon pills is almost ready. If we delay any longer, can you compensate this old woman for her losses?" Another old woman shouted impatiently. With these 2 taking the lead, the others also began to clamor. Most of these people were in closed-door cultivation in their own abodes all year round. They either cultivated cultivation techniques or studied the Tao of equipment refinement and pill refinement. They usually didn't leave the abode, and it was even rarer for so many people to gather together. 2 days ago, Yang Xiaozhu, Lin Yu Rao, and Chu Hani had sent a message saying the sect master had summoned them and had something to discuss. Although the 3 of them were not in any important positions in the sect, their reputation was still there, so now that they had sent a message together, naturally not many people dared to ignore them. After waiting for a long time, there was no sign of the sect master, so it was no wonder they were complaining. "Everyone, please don't be impatient, just wait a moment." Yang Xiaozhu shouted and looked up at the horizon, but he still didn't see what he was waiting for. "How long do we have to wait?" The old woman looked displeased as she coldly snorted, slamming the cane in her hand into the ground. "I'll say this first, this old woman will give you face and wait a stick of incense worth of time. After that time, if sect master does not appear, this old woman will leave. Don't blame this old woman for not notifying you in advance." "N." Someone echoed, but soon they became puzzled. "Brother Yang, when did your relationship with the sect master become so good? Why do you even need to convey his orders? Isn't this kind of thing always done by Elder Bai?" He vaguely remembered that Yang Xiaozhu and the sect master weren't on good terms. "Yang Xiaozhu, you're quite bold." An angry shout suddenly came from the distance, and along with it, a red light shot out. A moment later, this red light landed in front of everyone, revealing 3 figures. Bai Shi. Yang Xiaozhu narrowed his eyes as he stared at this newcomer, a faint trace of fear flashing across his eyes. This was an old man with white hair wearing a brown robe. His expression was dignified, and the powerful aura and Saint Chi fluctuations radiating from his body clearly indicated that he was a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivator. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely recognize this person. This old man was the one who had attacked him with the Annihilation Thunder Bead in Fallen Emperor Mountain. Elder Bai. Seeing this old man appear, many people in the crowd bowed and saluted. Bai Shi held the position of Great Elder in Star Emperor Mountain, and although many people here had the same cultivation as him, in the end, he had a much higher status and was a trusted aide of the sect master, so naturally they had to take the initiative to greet him. However, seeing Bai Shi's overbearing appearance, everyone was puzzled. They did not know why Bai Shi was angry. "Yang Xiaozhu, I haven't seen you for a few months yet your courage has grown. You actually dare to falsify the sect master's orders? How should I punish you?" Bai Shi glared fiercely at Yang Xiaozhu and shouted. "What? Falsifying the sect master's orders?" Exclamations came from the crowd, and for a time, countless pairs of eyes turned towards Yang Xiaozhu and the other 2, their faces filled with disbelief. This kind of thing had never happened in Star Emperor Mountain before. Every disciple of Star Emperor Mountain was like a brother or sister to each other, so there were very few disputes and grievances between them. But now, why was Yang Xiaozhu willing to risk universal condemnation and falsify the sect master's orders? What did he want to do? Bai Shi was a trusted aide of the sect master, so since he said it was false, it couldn't be wrong. This old master falsified the sect master's orders? Yang Xiaozhu looked at the menacing Bai Shi and sneered, this old master isn't so bold as to disregard the ancestors' teachings. Throughout Star Emperor Mountain, the sect master reigns supreme. This old master is aware of this, but if anyone dares to offend him, the entire mountain's disciples will join hands to kill them. It's good that you know. Bai Shi also sneered, this Bai met the sect master just a cup of tea's time ago and rushed here from his place. If he had issued such an order, how could this Bai not know? Because you don't need to know. Before Yang Xiaozhu could answer, a tender shout suddenly came from the sky. Immediately, a figure flashed and a beautiful woman wearing a palace robe suddenly appeared, standing proudly in the air, her pair of phoenix eyes as cold as ice as she looked down at the group below. Bai Shi turned around abruptly and after seeing who it was, his face turned pale with fright as he called out, Sect Master Yi. Senior Sister Yi. It's actually Senior Sister Yi, impossible, didn't Senior Sister Yi die a long time ago? Could it be that this old master's eyes are blurred due to his old age? Is it Senior Sister Yi? It's you, right? The old woman who had been talking to Yang Xiaozhu before suddenly stepped forward, her body trembling slightly as she stared at Yi Shiyan in a daze, a look of surprise and confusion appearing on her face. Yi Shiyan looked over at her and smiled, after not seeing you for 100 years, junior sister Xianlan seems to have aged a lot. Su Xianlan shuddered as tears filled her eyes, but she still let out a joyful laugh, senior sister Ye's style is even more magnificent than before. Junior sister never expected that in her lifetime, she would be fortunate enough to see senior sister's graceful bearing. I was harmed by someone and had to live in seclusion for 100 years. Junior sister must be worried, Yi Shiyan said softly. Harmed by someone? Who would dare harm you? Su Xianlan suddenly roared, like a poisonous snake that was hissing viciously. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and said with a gloomy expression, could it be N? Yi Shiyan gently nodded, this queen has returned to settle old accounts and clean up the sect. Good. Su Xianlan grit her teeth and shouted, count junior sister in. Even if junior sister dies, she must bite off a piece of that beast's flesh. While the two were talking, the more than 200 cultivators on Open Cloud's Peak had already begun to think. Most of these people had been in retreat on Star Emperor Mountain all year round and had never heard of Yi Shiyan's return, her participation in the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, or her joining High Heaven sect, but now that the situation had become clear, none of them were fools. After thinking about it for a while, they somewhat understood the cause and effect of the matter. Even if they couldn't understand everything, it wasn't a problem for them to guess most of it. Plotting against the former sect master, forcing her to leave Star Emperor Mountain and usurping the throne was a heinous crime. This was unforgivable on Star Emperor Mountain. What's more, many of these 200 cultivators had been informed in advance by Yang Xiaozhu that there would be such a big show today. Now that Yi Shiyan had returned, they were naturally overjoyed. All of them had more or less received Yi Shiyan's kindness in the past. When Yi Shiyan was in charge of Star Emperor Mountain, their living and cultivation environment was much better than it was now. But since Yi Shiyan's disappearance, the treatment they received had been reduced. Comparing the two, everyone naturally hoped that Yi Shiyan would return to power. Moreover, this was perfectly justifiable. 100 years ago, Yi Shiyan was already the strongest master on Shadowed Star, and now that 100 years had passed, her strength had only grown, so if she didn't take power, who would? Even Yang Xiaozhu and the others were inferior in front of Yi Shiyan. On Opening Cloud's Peak, Yi Shiyan stood proudly as more than 200 Star Emperor Mountain disciples looked up at her. Yang Xiaozhu and the other two exchanged a glance and felt that the time was right, so they quickly knelt on the ground and shouted, subordinates welcome sect master back to the mountain. Subordinates welcome sect master back to the mountain. Those who had been greeted by Yang Xiaozhu and the others in advance also shouted in unison, their voices loud and clear. The rest of the people glanced around for a moment before quickly bowing. Most of these people had no opinion on who became sect master, neither favoring Yi Shiyan nor the current sect master. They were the kind of people who didn't want to cause trouble, so now that the general trend was irresistible, they naturally had to go with the flow. Bai Shi and the other two who had rushed over earlier were now in a panic. Their faces were ashen, and they had never looked so ugly before. Bai Shi! Xianxia shouted, "Sect master is here, why haven't you knelt yet?" "She is not the sect master, the sect master is someone else now, why should this old master kowtow to her?" Bai Shi coldly snorted. He was also a wise old man and knew that the current sect master, who had worked hard for over 100 years, still didn't have much of a foundation. On the contrary, Yi Shiyun, who had only reappeared after 100 years, had completely destroyed the current sect master's foundation. The current sect master's prestige seemed laughable at this moment. On one hand, it was naturally because Yi Shiyun herself was a person of virtue and prestige, but on the other hand, it was because the current sect master's position had been usurped, a despicable act of betrayal. Whether it was in terms of righteousness or ancestral teachings, the current sect master could not stand firm. Bai Shi sized up the situation and knew that even if he surrendered now, it would be useless. He was afraid that after Yi Shiyun dealt with the current sect master, he would be the next one to be killed. That was why he refused to surrender. Stubborn fool. Yang Xiaozhu slowly got up, his eyes as cold as a blade as he stared at Bai Shi, a cold murderous intent flashing across his eyes. Lin Yu Rao and Chu Hanyi also moved at this moment, but before anyone could see what they were doing, they suddenly appeared on either side of Bai Shi, surrounding him in a pincer attack, not giving him a chance to escape. Bai Shi, cripple your own cultivation. According to the ancestral teachings, Star Emperor Mountain's disciples are not allowed to kill each other. Since you and I have been fellow disciples for so many years, I will give you a chance to end your own life. Yang Xiaozhu coldly looked at Bai Shi. You want this Bai to cripple his own cultivation? Bai Shi laughed. Yang Xiaozhu, are you still dreaming? Since our ancestors have instructed us not to kill each other, I want to see what you can do to me. He had a fearless look on his face and was immensely proud of himself. Yang Xiaozhu frowned and his expression turned cold. A few days ago, the reason why he had agreed to help Yang Kai, but he would not participate in the battle, and would not stain his hands with the blood of his fellow disciples, was precisely because of this restriction. Now that Bai Shi was behaving like a rascal, it really put him in a difficult position. Star Emperor Mountain's disciples are indeed not allowed to kill each other, but this queen is now High Heaven Sect's great elder, so dealing with you shouldn't be a problem. Yi Shiyun coldly snorted as she stretched out her jade-white palm and gently pressed it downwards. This palm strike was light and ethereal, as if it had never existed before. However, Bai Shi reacted as if he was facing a great enemy, his eyes instantly bulging as he pushed his Saint Chi madly, his shirt bursting forth as he raised his hands to meet this palm strike. Kacha. A silent explosion rang out in the depths of Bai Shi's soul as if he had been struck by lightning. His body shook as he staggered back a few steps, coughing out a mouthful of blood as he stared at Yi Shiyun in disbelief. Sure has reached the grand accomplishment stage. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's eyes lit up as they stared at Yi Shiyun in shock. Only when a cultivator broke through to the origin returning realm would they comprehend the power of Shi, and only when they cultivated their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage would they be eligible to break through to the origin king realm. This was a necessary condition, otherwise, no matter how hard an origin returning realm cultivator cultivated, it would be impossible to touch the threshold of the origin king realm. On Shadowed Star, there were as many origin returning realm cultivators as there were hairs on an ox. Even on this open cloud's peak, there were more than 150 such cultivators, but none of them had cultivated their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage. Even Yang Xiaozhu and the other two felt that their Shi was still lacking. This was a place they could not reach. But now, they were witnessing the true grand accomplishment of Shi. When Yi Shiyun's blow was launched, it was silent and invisible, but it was mixed with Shi. Everyone could clearly feel that this power had directly destroyed Bai Shi's defenses and wounded him. Both were third-order origin returning realm cultivators, so the gap between Yi Shiyun and Bai Shi was obvious at a glance. However, Yang Xiaozhu and the others felt that Yi Shiyun's Shi was somewhat different from what they had experienced. Idiot, do you think this queen is using Shi? Yi Shiyun snorted lightly. After this blow, she did not attack again, instead just looking down coldly with a sarcastic expression. It's not Shi. Bai Shi's thoughts turned sharply, but he soon turned pale with fright as he pointed at Yi Shiyun in shock. Could it be? Territory! Xianxia shouted in a low voice. His eyes suddenly bloomed with a terrifying light, and his body trembled with excitement. He finally understood why he felt that Xianxia was somewhat different from what he knew. He recalled some of the secrets recorded in the ancient records. It was rumored that when one cultivated their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage, they would be able to comprehend the mysteries of territory, a power that only origin kings could master and was countless times more powerful than Shi. A territory. This was a height that no cultivator on Shadowed Star could ever hope to reach. Could it be that sect master had already reached this realm? But looking around, Xianxia was clearly only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, which could only mean one thing. Xianxia's cultivation had reached the limit and was qualified to break through to the origin king realm, but due to the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, she was unable to break through. What kind of tragedy was this? Xianxia sighed. Although he lived on Shadowed Star, Xianxia knew that even on other cultivation stars in the star field, there were very few origin king realm masters, each one of them a famous existence. Sect Master originally had such an opportunity and such talent, but unfortunately, Shadowed Star had become a cage for her to spread her wings and soar. Former Sect Master is worthy of being a once-in-10,000 years genius, this spy is impressed. By. She clutched his chest as he grit his teeth and shouted, but so what? Although this spy's strength is not as good as yours, if you want to kill me, you'll have to pay a price. As soon as his voice fell, Shi flicked his wrist and a long-incised bead suddenly appeared in his hand. A powerful emperor pressure filled the air. Everyone's expression changed. Annihilation thunder bead. Xianxia also narrowed her phoenix eyes. Is this what you're relying on? So what if it is? Shi laughed. This spy knows that former sect masters' means are amazing, but do you think you can block the blow of an emperor artifact? If this spy dies, you'll be buried with him. Why don't we sit down and talk about it, and come up with a way to get the best of both worlds and resolve this war? How about it? I don't think so. An indifferent voice called out from not far away. This voice was very strange, and almost no one present had heard it before. Turning their heads to look at the source of the voice, they were surprised to see a young man in a tight suit, with a mocking smile on his face, walking over unhurriedly. Yang Kai. Shi's eyes narrowed as he shouted. Many cultivators on Star Emperor Mountain wore strange expressions. Most of them did not know who Yang Kai was. After all, they had not even heard of Xianxia's comeback before, so how could they know of the existence of Yang Kai? Now that they saw this young man swaggering over to Star Emperor Mountain with only a first-order origin returning realm cultivation, they were naturally puzzled. However, the current situation was tense, and these people were not foolish. They knew that Yang Kai must have followed Xianxia here, so they did not say anything and just stared at him curiously, not understanding why he was not afraid of even an emperor artifact. One had to know that this was an artifact that even Xianxia might not be able to block. Trying to scare people with this thing again? Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. Old dog, if you really have guts, release the power of that thunder bead and fight to the death. Perhaps you'll be able to kill me or Great Elder, at that time you won't suffer a loss, but, do you have any guts? Shi's face sank as he glared at Yang Kai ferociously and roared, boy, don't go too far. I'm going too far. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully as he rubbed his nose. Old dog, it's you who doesn't know how to adapt to the situation, right? This sect master is standing right there, so if you have the guts, release the power of that thunder bead and see if I can avoid it. If I can't, I'll die, and you'll die. If I can avoid it, I'll live, and you'll die. What choice do you have? Shi's face alternated between blue and white as he held the Emperor artifact in his hand, not daring to act rashly. No matter what choice he made, he would definitely not have a good end, which made him feel very conflicted. Of course, there is a third option. Yang Kai grinned brilliantly, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. What is it? Shi asked curiously. Give me the Emperor artifact and I'll spare your life. Wishful thinking. Shi shouted. On Shadowed Star, there were very few origin king grade artifacts, and each one was a hallowed treasure of a great sect, let alone an Emperor artifact. After experiencing the power of an Emperor artifact, how could Shi be willing to give it up? What's more, he did not believe Yang Kai's flowery words. He was afraid that as soon as he handed over the Emperor artifact, he would die. In that case, don't blame the sect master for being ruthless. Xianxia looked impatient as he shouted coldly, "Come out." Following his shout, the clouds in the sky suddenly surged, and a moment later, a pitch-black battleship over 100 meters long strangely appeared there. It was as if this starship had always been there, but no one had noticed it. Many cultivator on Open Cloud's peak were in an uproar, all of them showing looks of disbelief. There were so many cultivator here, most of them origin-returning realm masters, but no one had noticed where the starship was hiding, which was shocking enough. If it had not taken the initiative to appear, everyone would likely still be in the dark. Moreover, this starship seemed to be very unusual, far from being comparable to an ordinary starship. It seemed to be an Origin King-grade starship. Everyone was shocked. As soon as the Origin King-grade starship appeared, everyone was stunned. Without any pause, it brought out its crystal cannon. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out as the crystal cannon aimed directly at Baixi's location. "Xianxia, you dare!" Baishi paled in horror, never having expected Xianxia to be so decisive and ruthless. Because he had failed to negotiate with Xianxia, Xianxia had decided to kill him, leaving no room for negotiation. Was Xianxia not afraid he would really fight to the death? "Kill!" Xianxia shouted coldly. Baishi looked flustered as he watched the energy fluctuations from the crystal cannon aimed at him grow stronger and stronger. A faint white beam of light was about to shoot out from it, causing Baishi to roar, "Little brat, you've forced me to do this. Even if this old master dies, he won't let you live as you please." Saying so, Baishi madly poured his Saint Chi into the Annihilation Thunder Bead. The Emperor pressure grew stronger and stronger, causing everyone to feel a great pressure. Xianxia's expression became dignified while Yi Shiyan's expression became solemn as they stared at the Annihilation Thunder Bead in Baishi's hand. Runes the size of grains of rice emerged from the Annihilation Thunder Bead one after another, and as Baishi poured his Saint Chi into it, tiny arcs of lightning suddenly appeared on its surface. Although the electric arcs were inconspicuous, they fluctuated with energy fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate uneasily. It was as if any small electric arc could destroy one's soul. The next moment, Baishi threw the Annihilation Thunder Bead upwards, causing it to split into two, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with Annihilation Thunder Beads, each of which pulsed with arcs of lightning as if they were alive. Then, these arcs of lightning shot out towards the Origin King-grade starship. Xianxia could tear space and Yi Shiyan was incredibly strong. No matter who it was, Baishi wasn't confident he could kill them in a single blow, so he set his sights on the Origin King-grade starship. If he could destroy the starship, his goal would have been achieved. At that time, Xianxia would likely cry himself to death. After summoning the Annihilation Lightning Bead, Baishi's aura became extremely weak. Although an Emperor artifact was extremely powerful, a trivial third-order origin-returning realm cultivator would have to pay a huge price to use it. This was the price Baishi had to pay in order to use it. Although he knew that he was going to die, he still laughed wildly. After laughing for a while though, Baishi couldn't laugh anymore because he found that whether it was Xianxia or Yi Shiyan, both of them were looking at him with pity, not showing the slightest concern for the Origin King-grade starship. What did that mean? Baishi's heart clenched as he suddenly realized something was wrong, his eyes widening as he stared towards the Origin King-grade starship. The Origin King-grade starship was completely surrounded by arcs of lightning, each of which contained a shocking amount of power. The awe-inspiring Origin King-grade starship was unable to withstand a single blow and was shattered in an instant, disappearing into the sky. Just like when it first appeared, it was incomparably mysterious. It was as if it had never been there. Baishi was dumbstruck, his face turning pale as he cried out, "An illusion? Old dog, you're not that stupid after all." Xianxia laughed. Accompanied by his laughter, another Origin King-grade starship appeared mid-air, one identical to the previous one, but it was completely unscathed, as if the Annihilation Lightning Bead had not left a mark on it at all. Baishi's face went ashen. At this moment, how could he not realize that he had fallen into the other party's trap? The blow he had placed high hopes on had not hit the real thing at all, it was just an illusory starship. That was why it had been destroyed so easily. Yi Shiyan's coercion and Yang Kai's aggressiveness were all designed to interfere with his judgment and make him unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. However, how had such a large illusory starship been formed? It was simply too inconceivable for it to be able to deceive his divine sense. "Old dog, it's time to send you on your way," Yang Kai shouted coldly, and with a flick of his finger, a golden blood thread appeared in front of him and shot forward like an arrow. "Let me do it, this queen came here this time to clean up the sect," Yi Shiyan shouted. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her before nodding lightly, no longer insisting. He also knew that Yi Shiyan was thinking about him. Regardless of whether Bai Shi had taken the side of the evildoer or not, he was still a disciple of Star Emperor Mountain. If an outsider like him were to kill him, others would likely have some ideas. However, Yi Shiyan was different. Cleaning up the sect was perfectly justified. Without his Saint Qi, Bai Shi was like a poisonous snake with its fangs pulled out, unable to summon any ordinary artifacts, so how could he be Yi Shiyan's opponent? A moment later, Bai Shi died at Yi Shiyan's hands. "What about the two of you? Do you want to cripple your own cultivations, or do you want this queen to take action?" Yi Shiyan looked coldly at the two people who had come with Bai Shi. The two of them didn't have the courage to resist and immediately shouted, "Sect Master, please forgive us, we did not know Sect Master was still alive, we were simply deceived by those evildoers. Please show mercy, Sect Master." At this point, do you think this queen will believe your words? Yi Shiyan remained unmoved. Since these two had come with Bai Shi, they must have known about the outside world. Since they knew she had returned and still wanted to oppose her, they had to pay the price. However, Bai Shi was already dead, so Yi Shiyan didn't want to kill them. "This matter is absolutely true, please investigate thoroughly, Sect Master." The two men shouted in fear. "Good, since you insist on being stubborn, this queen will personally send you to meet Bai Shi." Yi Shiyan's expression became cold as she pushed her Saint Qi. "No. I'll cripple my own cultivation, I'll cripple my own cultivation." Seeing that Yi Shiyan was really about to kill them and wouldn't listen to their explanations, the two of them no longer had the mood to try and persuade her. A bad life was better than a good death, and although the fate of crippling their own cultivation was extremely miserable, it was still better than losing their lives. With Yang Xiaozhu and the others glaring at them, the two men didn't dare to play any tricks and obediently shattered their own meridians, dissipating their Saint Qi and becoming ordinary people who could no longer step onto the martial Dao. "Scram!" Yi Shiyan shouted coldly. The two of them hurriedly supported each other and left in a hurry. After these two left, Yi Shiyan turned her head to look at the crowd and pondered for a moment before saying, "This queen knows that some of you may have colluded with that person and worked for him, but in any case, none of you have damaged the honor of the sect or ruined its foundation, so this queen can let bygones be bygones. Now, this queen has returned here only to clean up the sect for her ancestors, so please wait here. After this queen has dealt with that person, she will speak with you again. We are grateful for Sect Master's magnanimity. We wish Sect Master success and victory." Yang Xiaozhu bowed and shouted. "We wish Sect Master success and victory." Everyone shouted. Now was the time to express their sincerity, so how could anyone not be tactful enough to sing a different tune? Even if some of these people had indeed worked for the current Sect Master of Star Emperor Mountain, none of them were as close as Bai Shi. The law couldn't punish the majority, so Yi Shiyan didn't want to go too far. These people were happy to oblige, after all, there weren't many of them, so there was no way they could resist Yi Shiyan. "Sect Master, let's go," Yi Shiyan looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently nodded before sweeping his eyes over the 200 people and sighing slightly. If they could help, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. With so many masters swarming up, even if the current Sect Master of Star Emperor Mountain had heaven-defying methods, he wouldn't be able to survive. Unfortunately, these people were all disciples of Star Emperor Mountain and couldn't act against their fellow sect members, otherwise, they would all be executed. This was an ancestral rule that everyone had to abide by. Yang Kai and Yi Shiyan's figures gradually drifted away while the Origin King-grade starship followed behind at a leisurely pace. Lingju Peak was the tallest peak in the Star King Mountain. It was a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. White clouds dotted the mountainside, creating an exceptionally beautiful scene. This was a place where the great emperors and Star Emperor Mountain's ancestors were worshipped. At the top of the peak was an altar that listed the positions of the sect master and elders of Star Emperor Mountain. At the top of this altar was a Star Emperor token. A Star Emperor token that had already released its power. This was the symbol of the great emperors. Every year, on a certain day, everyone from Star Emperor Mountain would gather here to offer sacrifices. At this moment, on this Star Emperor Mountain, two people stood in the wind. One was a hale and hearty old man who, although he looked quite old, had skin as tender as a baby's and a ruddy complexion. The other person was a middle-aged man in a blue robe. At this moment, the middle-aged man had an anxious look on his face while the old man's expression was relaxed. A few dozen meters away from these two, a young man stood with his head down. If Xianxia were here, he would definitely recognize two of these three people. The middle-aged man was Thunder Typhoon Sect's sect master, Fang Peng. He had come to Star Emperor Mountain to seek protection. As for the young man, he was Leng Qing, who Xianxia had met once before. Back in the fourth layer of the Luyan sand field, outside of what was now High Heaven Sect, the two of them had met once. At that time, both of them were Saint Kings, and now Xianxia had reached the origin returning realm while Leng Qing had also reached this realm. Their cultivation speeds could not be described as slow. At this moment, this young man stood there motionless, like a fossil, his expression cold and resolute. Not far away, Fang Peng's anxious voice called out, "Brother Xianxia, they seem to have arrived at Star Emperor Mountain. Don't we need to do something?" The old man chuckled. "What does Brother Fang think we need to do?" Fang Peng frowned. This Fang does not know what Brother Xianxia is planning, but if we do nothing, I'm afraid the situation will change. Haha, Brother Fang worries too much. It is still unknown who will win, so there is no need to worry. This Fang is foolish. Please enlighten me, Brother Xianxia. It's not that Brother Fang is foolish, it's just that, before this king and senior sister Yi have a clear winner, everything will be in vain. What really matters is who survives. No matter what they do, this king only wants to fight with senior sister Yi. Fang Peng frowned, but after thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized something and hesitantly asked, "What does Brother Xianxia think his chances of winning are?" The old man smiled but said nothing, his expression mysterious. Seeing this expression, Fang Peng's eyes lit up and he immediately relaxed. Although he did not know what this old man was relying on, judging from his expression, it seemed he was quite confident. Star Emperor Mountain's sky-severing peak was tens of thousands of meters high and was covered in layers of spirit arrays. As one of Star Emperor Mountain's restricted areas, it was naturally well protected. If one wanted to reach this place, they could only travel on foot as it was impossible to fly. The flight-restricting array was more than enough to make anyone who tried to fly up suffer. On a small path between the peaks, Xianxia and Yixian quickly climbed towards the summit. The Origin King grade starship was docked halfway up the mountain, ready to receive them at a moment's notice. The tens of thousands of meters high peak was actually nothing to the two of them, so it only took them half an hour to reach it. A strong wind blew past, causing the two's robes to flap loudly. "Great Elder, someone is greeting us." Xianxia's eyes instantly focused on the old man and middle-aged man in front of him and grinned. Yixian's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at the old man with a complicated expression and called out, "Qi Tianxia. Senior Sister Yi." The old man smiled slightly, his smile giving off a warm feeling like a spring breeze. "Junior brother, I didn't expect that with your temperament, there would be a day when you would return to Star Emperor Mountain. There are many things you didn't expect. Junior brother Qi, are you prepared? I wonder what junior brother is preparing." Qi Tianxia smiled lightly. "Preparing to die here. I hope you've already made arrangements for your funeral." Yixian coldly snorted. "Senior sister doesn't need to mention such things, junior brother has already made arrangements. My disciple is over there, and whether you die or I die today, he will give us a proper burial." Qi Tianxia gestured to the side, where Leng Qing looked over with an indifferent expression and gently nodded. "Since that's the case, as senior sister, I will send junior brother on his way." Yixian gently nodded. "Haha, junior brother feels that senior sister's chances of losing are higher." As soon as the senior sister and junior brother met, they began a war of words and began a psychological attack. After this exchange of words, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn and the expressions of the two became extremely serious as they stared at each other, seemingly regarding each other as mortal enemies. Suddenly, the two figures flashed and disappeared from where they stood. When they reappeared, the two of them were already 30 meters away from each other. An indescribable power burst out from their bodies and enveloped the other party. In an instant, the space in that area became distorted. That invisible force almost condensed into a substance that could be seen with the naked eye. In that area, there seemed to be a mysterious force surging, going back and forth. The spiritual chi of the senior sister and junior brother fused and converged, colliding with each other. Yang Kai's eyes twitched, Fang Peng's mouth twitched, and Ling Qing, who was standing far away, couldn't help but widen his eyes. The three of them were dumbstruck. Both Yi Shiyun and Shi Tianche had reached the grand accomplishment stage and even touched the threshold of territory. In their first clash, they were actually evenly matched. Whether it was Yi Shiyun or Shi Tianche, both showed looks of surprise. Neither of them had expected the other to have such achievements. But soon, the two of them moved again. The bone-incinerating flame lamp was summoned by Yi Shiyun, and with a wave of her hand, a series of flames containing enough power to destroy heaven and earth shot towards Qi Tianche, mixed in with a series of profound secret techniques. Qi Tianche naturally didn't dare to show weakness and summoned a golden wheel-like artifact above his head, like a small sun. As it rotated, dazzling golden light shot out from this artifact and actually managed to match the bone-incinerating flame lamp. Qi Tianche was also chanting as he formed a series of complicated seals with his hands. He was also using everything he had learned in his life to exchange blows with Yi Shiyun. Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. Yang Kai looked at the artifact summoned by Qi Tianche and his eyes lit up. He was able to recognize this artifact because of Yi Shiyun's previous explanation. This was also one of the two remaining Origin King-grade artifacts on Star Emperor Mountain. It was of extremely high grade and seemed to have been refined by the great emperors in the past. It could absorb the essence of the sun and moon and release it when used against an enemy. The sun and moon golden wheel had two forms. Right now, it was only displaying the first form, which was the blazing yang divine light it released. When it transformed into the second form, it would transform into a crescent moon and release an extremely cold aura capable of freezing one's soul. In terms of power alone, the sun and moon golden wheel was superior to the bone-incinerating flame lamp, but when it came to artifacts, the stronger they were, the more Saint Qi they required to use them. Both Yi Shiyun and Qi Tianche stood at the top of the power pyramid of Shadowed Star's cultivator, so even if there was a slight gap in power between the artifacts they used, it would still take some time to determine the victor. Yang Kai, who was observing attentively, suddenly frowned, stretched out his hand, and summoned his purple shield. Kong, with a loud bang, Yang Kai's body shook slightly as his expression became gloomy. Looking up, Yang Kai saw Fang Peng standing there and sneering at him. Sect Master Fang, isn't it inappropriate to launch a sneak attack? If you want to fight, just say the word, this Sect Master will accompany you to the end. Yang Kai snorted. Enough nonsense, boy, since you've come to Star Emperor Mountain, don't even think about returning safely. Today, this place will be your burial ground. Fang Peng shouted. Because of Yang Kai, he had no choice but to give up the 10,000-year-old foundation of Thunder Typhoon Sect and even tamper with it in an attempt to drag Yang Kai down with him. But now, Yang Kai had appeared here intact, which meant all his previous preparations had been in vain. Not only had he lost his headquarters in Thunder Typhoon Canyon, but he had also lost the lives of his 4 martial uncles. If Yang Kai didn't die, Thunder Typhoon Sect would never exist. Only by killing him would Thunder Typhoon Sect be able to reappear. Old dog, your tone is quite bold. If you want my life, come and take it yourself. I wonder if you have the ability. Yang Kai snorted, stretched out his hand, and summoned his Firebird artifact spirit. A dragon roar rang out as the dragon bone sword released an emerald green light, and in the next moment, a giant dark green dragon soared into the sky. Chi. A series of space blades appeared around Yang Kai, and under the control of his divine sense, they shot towards Fang Peng as soon as they were formed. Fang Peng's complexion changed greatly. Although his words were arrogant, he didn't underestimate Yang Kai in the slightest. Seeing Yang Kai display so many methods, he naturally didn't dare act carelessly. With a burst of light, a majestic and beautiful artifact armor appeared around Fang Peng's body. Fang Peng was on the defensive before attacking. The moment they exchanged blows, Fang Peng's actions showed his lack of confidence. At the same time, with a flick of his wrist, a long whip appeared in his hand. The unique aura of an Origin King-grade artifact pulsed from this long whip. Thunder Typhoon Sect, as one of the two giants of Shadowed Star, naturally had an artifact of this grade as its sect-hallowed treasure. This Thunder Fire 7 Birds Whip was Thunder Typhoon Sect's supreme treasure that had been passed down for 10,000 years. Fang Peng had taken it with him when he withdrew from Thunder Typhoon Sect, but now that he was facing Yang Kai, he didn't hesitate to take it out. This long whip was obtained by one of Thunder Typhoon Sect's ancestors in an ancient ruin while out for life experience. It was said to have been quite famous in ancient times. Refining it required countless rare materials, and at the same time, the souls of 7 powerful monster beasts were sealed inside it, allowing it to take the form of these monster beasts. Finally, it was tempered in the 10,000-year Thunder Fire Pond to absorb the power of the Thunder Fire. Any artifact below Origin King grade would not be able to withstand this whip, and once it was contaminated by the Thunder Fire, it would lose a great deal of its spirituality. As the long whip lashed out, the faint sound of wind and thunder could be heard. At that moment, the firebird arrived above Fang Peng's head, opened its mouth wide, and spat out a fireball larger than a wash basin towards Fang Peng's head. Fang Peng held an Origin King-grade artifact in his hand, but he didn't show any fear, simply waving his Thunder Fire 7 Birds Whip fiercely towards the firebird. A shrill cry rang out from the firebird's mouth as it was too late to dodge and was struck by the whip, causing the flames on its body to dim slightly, as if it had suffered some kind of injury. Yang Kai's complexion changed, but he quickly calmed down. From what he could sense, although the firebird had suffered some injuries, they weren't serious. On the contrary, this only served to increase its ferocity. The space blade arrived in front of Fang Peng at that moment, but facing this strange power, even Fang Peng didn't dare meet it head-on. His figure flickered as he dodged, and when he reappeared, he was only 10 meters away from Yang Kai. The Thunder Fire 7 Birds Whip drew a beautiful and tricky arc as it lashed towards Yang Kai. Worthy of a third-order origin returning realm master, worthy of being the sect master of a great sect, whether it was strength or experience, he was much better than an ordinary cultivator. In particular, the purity and richness of his Xianxia seemed to have already surpassed that of a third-order cultivator. The other party's attack was so tricky that Yang Kai could only use his purple shield to defend himself. However, the Thunder Fire 7 Birds Whip actually changed direction midair and avoided the purple shield as if it had a mind of its own. Fang Peng flicked his wrist and the long whip straightened up like a spear and stabbed straight towards Yang Kai's heart. Atop the long whip, the phantom of a monster bird appeared and vaguely let out a cry. It was like an eagle, but not an eagle, with sharp talons and a wingspan of several dozen meters, blotting out the sky and light. Tianpeng. Yang Kai just stared at it indifferently, seemingly unaware of the impending disaster and not showing any intention of dodging. A high-pitched dragon roar came from the side. The dark green giant dragon shook its head and wagged its tail, intercepting the heavenly rock's shadow. In the next moment, the two collided. Dragon roars and bird cries rang out incessantly, and intense energy fluctuations fluctuated in the air. The Tianpeng phantom dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye while the giant dark green dragon became more and more ferocious as it fought, causing its opponent to throw away his armor and cry out repeatedly. Impossible. Fang Peng was shocked as he stared at the giant dark green dragon in a daze, unable to believe what he was seeing. He knew that the dark green sword in Yang Kai's hand was definitely a good artifact, but he had never imagined it was actually an Origin King-grade artifact. If not for this, it would have been impossible to compete with the Thunder Fire 7 Birds Whip. Moreover, the Thunder Fire 7 Birds Whip, which could corrode the spirituality of an artifact, had no effect on the giant dark green dragon. On the contrary, Fang Peng's Thunder Fire 7 Birds Whip seemed to have suffered some damage. The other party's giant dark green dragon was actually extremely poisonous. Fang Peng's face changed drastically as he desperately pushed his Xianxia and divine sense. The Tianpeng phantom immediately disappeared and transformed back into a long whip, breaking free from the entanglement of the giant dark green dragon like a snake and returning to Fang Peng's hand. Although the Thunder Fire 7 Birds whip was of high grade, it was still inferior to the Dragon Bone Sword. The Dragon Bone Sword was refined from a piece of true dragon bone supplemented with a dragon bead and a wisp of true dragon soul. It could be said that it was the highest grade of material. No matter how good the Thunder Fire 7 Birds whip was, it could not compare to the Dragon Bone Sword. However, due to the limitations of Yang Kai's cultivation, the Dragon Bone Sword could not display its full power. However, this long sword could devour the essence of flesh and blood and grow on its own, so it would only become stronger and stronger in the future. Yang Kai had great expectations for it, so if it couldn't even resist the Thunder Fire 7 Birds whip, it would be a real joke. Even though his artifact had been suppressed, Fang Peng wasn't discouraged. In a battle between cultivators, although artifacts were a major factor in their victory, the secret techniques they had mastered and their cultivation base also played a large part in their victory. Fang Peng's cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than Yang Kai's, and he had cultivated for so many years, so even if he was at a disadvantage in this artifact battle, he did not show the slightest intention of retreating. The long whip continued to swing back and forth, the angles it chose were extremely tricky, and the timing of its attacks were also very delicate, making it impossible for the Firebird and the giant dark green dragon to get close. Even Yang Kai's space blades were easily deflected by the long whip. For a time, on Sky-Severing Peak, the 2 battlefields were in full swing, each one a life or death battle, each one a thrilling battle. Only Ling Qing stood in the distance, observing with divine light shining in his eyes. He did not watch the battle between Yi Shiyun and Xianxia. Such a battle was a bit too high level for him, so even if he watched, he would not be able to comprehend much. Instead, he was watching the confrontation between Yang Kai and Fang Peng. As an elite of Star Emperor Mountain's younger generation, Ling Qing had his own pride, which could be seen from how he did not put Chu Changfeng in his eyes back in the Luyan sand field. However, he did not dare to underestimate Yang Kai. Since he encountered Yang Kai by chance at the 4th level of the Luyan Desert all those years ago, he'd taken Yang Kai to be an opponent at the same level as himself, and he looked forward to the day when he would be able to exchange blows with such a person and kill or be killed by such a person. But now, Ling Qing discovered that this potential opponent was actually more than just a little bit stronger than him. He wasn't at a disadvantage when fighting against someone like Fang Peng. He even relied on various external forces to completely suppress Fang Peng's aura. Ling Qing was shocked. He had never thought that someone would be able to do this with the cultivation base of a first-order origin returning realm. He admitted that he didn't have the ability to do so. He was a genius, but wasn't Fang Peng the same? Being able to become the sect master of Thunder Typhoon sect, standing out from the tens of thousands of cultivator in the sect, and commanding Thunder Typhoon sect, his aptitude was definitely not bad. However, such a person was unable to gain any advantage over Yang Kai at this moment. He used all kinds of methods, but all of them were dispelled. If it was him, he probably wouldn't even be able to last half an incense stick of time against Fang Peng. At this moment, Ling Qing felt a little depressed, a little lost, but even more excited. He saw a target he could pursue, which inexplicably made his blood boil. Clenching his fists, Ling Qing stared at Yang Kai's movements without blinking, secretly cheering for his every counterattack. More often than not, even the slightest inadvertent action of the other party would cause his eyes to light up. Fang Peng, if you had fled far away earlier, you may not have died, but since you chose to come to Star Emperor Mountain, there's no way for you to survive. Yang Kai controlled the Dragon Bone Sword and joined forces with the Firebird artifact spirit to attack Fang Peng as he laughed heartily. Fang Peng's face was gloomy and he did not say a word. It wasn't that he didn't want to refute, but now that he was at a disadvantage, he was not in the mood to argue with Yang Kai. After this bitter battle, Fang Peng had realized that it was impossible to kill Yang Kai with his own strength, but it would not be easy for the other party to kill him either. He could only pin his hopes on Xianxia. He felt that Xianxia must still have some kind of trump card, otherwise, he would not have been so confident before. Thinking up to this point, Fang Peng took the time to look at the other side of the battlefield. He was surprised to find that the other side was also in deep water, but unlike his side, the two people there were actually neck and neck, and neither could do anything to the other. This discovery made Fang Peng's heart clench as he inexplicably felt like he had been betrayed. If Ji Tianche could not do anything to Yi Shiyun, what should he do? Ji Tianche's methods were amazing and he could definitely escape from here, but Fang Peng had no way to do so. In front of a master who was proficient in the Tao of space, running away was a laughable act. While thinking so, Fang Peng's eyes suddenly shrank. He found that on the other battlefield, Ji Tianche had actually used a feint to escape from Yi Shiyun before transforming into a streak of light and shooting towards him. In midair, Ji Tianche reached out and grabbed towards the ground. Yang Kai, who was originally agile, suddenly felt an inexplicable resistance under this grab and could not help pausing. Fang Peng was overjoyed and immediately understood what Ji Tianche was planning. He clearly wanted to create a diversion, pretending to be a life-or-death battle with Yi Shiyun on the surface, but in fact, he had always been targeting Yang Kai. As long as he could capture Yang Kai, Yi Shiyun would be useless no matter how strong she was. In a flash, Fang Peng understood Ji Tianche's plan. Now, he and Ji Tianche were bound together for glory and glory, like grasshoppers tied to a rope, so naturally, Fang Peng did not want to see him fail at the last moment. So he quickly used a secret technique to delay Yang Kai's movements and distract Yang Kai. Do you think joining forces is enough? Yang Kai's eyes turned cold. You won't give up until you see the coffin. Capture me first. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and waved it forward, immediately forming a void crack. Space Force is really mysterious, but with this old master here, I'm afraid your method is useless. Ji Tianche laughed as he flicked his finger and summoned a bead. This bead looked extremely ordinary and did not give off the slightest energy fluctuation, but when this bead appeared, Yi Shiyun's complexion changed drastically and she called out in shock, "You've actually refined it. Sect Master, quickly dodge." Yang Kai's heart clenched. Although he did not know what mysteries this bead contained, it was definitely something extraordinary to be able to shock Yi Shiyun so much. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai stepped into the void crack and prepared to escape. But what shocked him though was that the bead burst at the same moment and a mysterious aura swept out. Under the influence of this aura, the void crack he had torn apart disappeared. It was as if it had been flattened by a giant invisible hand. Yang Kai stepped on empty air. The next moment, the scenery around him suddenly changed. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he found himself in another space. As far as the eye could see, this space was extremely narrow. It was only about 300 feet in radius, but in this narrow space, it was lush green. Yang Kai showed a look of surprise, not understanding what this place was. What surprised him even more though was that this space was obviously incomplete. Because only half of the vegetation growing at the edges of this space was visible, the other half was nowhere to be seen. It was as if this space had been cut off from somewhere else. Not far in front of him, Ji Tianche was looking at him with a smile while Fang Peng also wore a confused look. Looking around, Yi Shiyun was nowhere to be seen. The Firebird artifact spirit hovered overhead, chirping anxiously. It had also been brought in, but the verdant dragon bone sword had been left outside. Yang Kai tried to communicate with it with his divine sense, but he couldn't connect at all. This discovery made his heart sink. After a while, Fang Peng frowned and asked, "Brother Tianche, what is this place?" He was obviously also in the dark, not knowing what Ji Tianche wanted to do. "A small sealed world." Ji Tianche chuckled. "A small sealed world?" Fang Peng's eyes widened, almost thinking he had misheard. Yang Kai's face also sank as he stared at Ji Tianche coldly. "Has Brother Fang never seen such a small sealed world before?" Ji Tianche asked. N. Fang Peng nodded honestly. "I have been in and out of several small sealed worlds, but even the smallest small sealed world couldn't be this small." What puzzled him even more was why the three of them had suddenly arrived in this small sealed world. Small sealed worlds were generally connected by void corridors, and only by passing through void corridors could one step into a small sealed world. However, Ji Tianche had clearly only thrown out a single bead, and after that bead burst, the three of them had appeared here. Could it be that this small sealed world was related to that bead? Fang Peng frowned secretly. Yang Kai was also surprised. When he was in Tongxian realm, he had been to a few small sealed worlds, but since setting foot on the star territory, he had never seen such a strange place again. He had never expected to see it again today. Sect Master Yang, right? Qi Tianche looked at Yang Kai with a smile, a calm and composed look on his face. Speaking of which, you and I haven't greeted each other yet. This king is Qi Tianche, the sect master of Star Emperor Mountain. Sect Master Qi's name resounds like thunder. Junior has long heard of it. Yang Kai grinned, not showing much fear, but this junior would like to ask Senior, why did you bring me to this place? Could it be that you want to use me to threaten my sect's great elder? Sect Master Yang is mistaken. Qi Tianche slowly shook his head. Qi Tianche slowly shook his head. This king brought you here not to deal with Senior Apprentice Sister Yi. This king just wants to make friends with you. Haha. Yang Kai chuckled, rubbed his nose, and said, Senior must be joking. Qi Tianche slowly shook his head and said solemnly, this king really has such intentions, I'm not joking. But this junior doesn't want to make friends with you. Yang Kai curled his lips. Qi Tianche couldn't help laughing, if Sect Master Yang says so, this old master won't force you. However, this old master would like to consult Sect Master Yang about something. Consult? Me? Yang Kai looked surprised. Indeed. Qi Tianche nodded seriously. What is it? Usurping power, deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors? If it's about this junior has no comment. Senior has already reached the peak. Yang Kai looked at Qi Tianche sarcastically. The other party didn't show any signs of anger though and simply smiled. Naturally, it's not about such trivial matters. What this king wants to consult about is the Tao of space. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. The Tao of space is obscure and extremely difficult to cultivate. This king is untalented and has comprehended some things over the years, but no matter how hard he tries, he is unable to condense space force into a blade like Sect Master Yang, or even tear space apart with one hand. This king admires Sect Master Yang's magical methods. This king hopes Sect Master Yang can enlighten this king and resolve the many doubts in his heart. You also understand the Tao of space? Yang Kai frowned. I know a little. Qi Tian nodded humbly. This king has been in retreat for several dozen years to study the Tao of space and has made some gains, but... Yang Kai was stunned. He hadn't expected that this old man had been in retreat for several dozen years to study the Tao of space. Yang Xiaozhu had reminded Ji Shiyin to be careful before, saying that Qi Tianche had been in retreat for several dozen years to cultivate a secret technique, so it was likely he had done something extraordinary. So it was to cultivate the Tao of space. But why was this old man doing this? Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply, but suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. Looking at Qi Tianche with a faint smile, he said lightly, Senior, if this junior is not mistaken, you are studying the Tao of space because of this mysterious small world and that bead, right? Oh? Why do you say so? Qi Tianche's eyes narrowed as a light flashed across them, seemingly interested. Haha. Yang Kai chuckled, I didn't see the void corridor before I was inexplicably brought here by Senior. Thinking about it, that bead should be the key to open this mysterious small world, and in order to use that bead, I'm afraid one needs to understand the Tao of space, which is why you want to cultivate it. Is this junior correct? Indeed, Qi Tianche looked at Yang Kai approvingly and nodded, what else does Sect Master Yang see? I also see that this mysterious small world is not complete, probably because your comprehension of the Tao of space is insufficient. If you want it to become complete, you need to become more proficient in the Tao of space. As he spoke, Yang Kai frowned, suddenly feeling confused, not knowing how Qi Tianche's proficiency in the Tao of space had anything to do with this mysterious small world. A mysterious small world was a mysterious small world, a world of its own, it should have nothing to do with anyone. Sect Master Yang's vision is like a torch, this old master admires. Qi Tianche nodded slightly, however, although Sect Master Yang is mostly correct, there is one thing he is wrong about. What is it? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. That bead is not the key to open that mysterious small world. Qi Tianche smiled lightly, that bead itself is a mysterious small world. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned and looked at him. Let's put it this way, there is a mysterious small world sealed inside that bead. Qi Tianche added. What? Yang Kai's expression changed dramatically while Feng Peng was also dumbfounded. There's a small sealed world sealed inside that bead? Is that even possible? Yang Kai shook his head repeatedly, a look of disbelief on his face, but soon, his expression became dignified as he stared at Qi Tianche gloomily and hesitantly asked, could it be that bead is an emperor artifact? Qi Tianche laughed, gently clapped his hands, and nodded. Sect Master Yang is truly intelligent, understanding the key points so quickly. And that bead is indeed an emperor artifact. Of course, it is impossible for an ordinary artifact to have such a magical function, but emperor artifacts are different. The mysteries of emperor artifacts are not something we can fathom. That bead is indeed one of the 2 emperor artifacts, the sealed world bead. 2 emperor artifacts. Yang Kai coldly snorted, then the other one is the annihilation thunder bead? These 2 things were passed down from the great emperors, and are the 2 most important treasures of my Star Emperor Mountain. Qi Tianche nodded and admitted before suddenly smiling, Sect Master Yang, don't blame Senior Sister Yi for not warning you. It's because even Senior Sister Yi did not know that this old master could refine the sealed world bead. This thing has been passed down in my Star Emperor Mountain for tens of thousands of years, but no one from the past sect master of Star Emperor Mountain was able to refine it. As time passed, no one even knew the specific function of the sealed world bead. This old master was only able to refine it by chance and understand its mysteries. Yang Kai's face paled as his expression became ugly. The sealed world bead, if it weren't for the fact that he was in this incomplete small sealed world, Yang Kai would not have believed that there was such a bizarre artifact in this world that could actually seal a world inside it. Now that he was trapped inside this mysterious small world without his dragon bone sword, how could he resist? This old man had the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel, an Origin King Great artifact. Sect Master Yang, don't even think about tearing space. This mysterious small world is an independent world with its own world principles. It is useless for you to tear space here, Qi Tianche reminded him kindly. Whether it is useful or not, we'll know once we try. Senior doesn't mind, right? Yang Kai looked up at Qi Tianche. Please, Sect Master Yang. This king also wants to carefully experience Sect Master Yang's use of the Tao of Space, Qi Tianche gestured, showing no intention of stopping him. Yang Kai didn't waste any time and simply stretched out his hand in front of him, creating a void crack. However, before he could step into it, Qi Tianche suddenly waved his hand and the void crack disappeared. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly with a look of displeasure. Qi Tianche smiled and said, the world principles of this mysterious small world are now in this old master's hands, so please give up, Sect Master Yang. Old dog. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Sect Master Yang is young and impetuous, so this old master won't bicker with you too much. This old master has already spoken frankly, now it's time for Sect Master Yang to make a choice. If you can work for this old master will treat you as a friend in the future, but if Sect Master Yang is stubborn, this old master will have to use some means. I have given you the opportunity, whether you can grasp it or not will depend on your actions. Yang Kai grinned, do you think you can do whatever you want by trapping me in this place? Senior shouldn't even dream of cooperating with you. If you want to cultivate the Tao of Space, you'll have to wait until your next life. At the same time, as if receiving some kind of order, the Firebird artifact spirit hovering above Yang Kai's head let out a loud cry, transformed into a ball of flames, and rushed towards Qi Tianche. Huh. Qi Tianche sighed deeply, if Sect Master Yang insists, then this old master can only use force. If I offend you in any way, I hope Sect Master Yang will forgive me. As soon as his voice fell, he stretched out his hand and pointed towards the Firebird artifact spirit that was rushing towards him. A bizarre scene appeared. A vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, and as it rotated, it seemed to produce an infinite suction force that sucked in the Firebird. No matter how the artifact spirit struggled, it was unable to escape. In just 3 breaths of time, the Firebird plunged into the vortex and disappeared. The mental connection between Yang Kai and the Firebird was also severed at the same time, causing his face to pale. Sect Master Yang need not worry, this old master simply banished it outside so as not to interfere with our battle, Qi Tianche smiled faintly. Qi Tianche smiled faintly, but after he finished speaking, his face suddenly became extremely solemn. With a loud shout, he stomped the ground with one foot. The earth seemed to tremble slightly and the sound of cloth tearing rang out as Xianxia's clothes instantly burst apart, revealing his upper body. Yang Kai looked at him with a look of amazement. This old man didn't look young and had a thin figure, but in fact, he was extremely well built. The layers of muscles were clearly defined, and they stood tall, filled with explosive power. It wasn't surprising for such a physique to appear on a young man, but for it to appear on an old man with white hair and 3 strands of long beard was somewhat inconceivable. His fleshly body was actually this strong. The explosive power contained in each of those muscles made people raise their eyebrows. Saint Chi surged as Xianxia's momentum surged and his exposed skin glowed faintly. Both Yang Kai and Fang Peng were dumbfounded. Sect Master Yang, this old master will give you one last chance. It's not too late to turn back now, otherwise, this old master won't hold back. If Sect Master Yang is injured, this old master will feel very apologetic. Xianxia stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression and shouted. Enough nonsense, you brought me to this cramped place just to highlight the advantages of your physique, right? Yang Kai smiled strangely. If you have the ability, why don't you give it a try and see if you can succeed? Seeing Yang Kai refuse his good intentions again and again, Xianxia's expression became gloomy as he nodded. Good, since that's the case, don't blame this old master for being impolite. As soon as his voice fell, Xianxia's figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already above Yang Kai's head, but he did not use any secret technique or summon any artifact. He simply waved his fist and smashed it towards Yang Kai. In such a cramped place, any artifact or secret technique would be greatly limited, so those with powerful physiques would undoubtedly have an advantage. It was silent, but the power contained in that fist was enough to shatter a mountain. Kai Yang stood in place, not knowing if he was dead or alive, seemingly unaware of the imminent danger. Xianxia frowned, not knowing what kind of trick he was playing. It wasn't until the fist wind hit his face that Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Come out!" A small figure suddenly and strangely appeared in front of Yang Kai. As soon as it appeared, it rapidly grew and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a stone giant several meters tall. The stone mongoose, Xiao. The dragon bone sword had been left outside and the firebird artifact spirit had been banished by Xianxia, but Yang Kai still had the stone mongoose. The stone puppet carried the heaven-shaking pillar on its shoulder, and the stick-like artifact also grew in size as it did so. Clenching the heaven-shaking pillar tightly, Yang Kai swung it forward. Xianxia's eyes shrank as a look of horror filled his face as he hurriedly retreated. He felt a fatal threat from this stick and it seemed that even with the strength of his physique, he would not be able to withstand such a blow. Kong, even space seemed to be smashed apart and Xianxia felt his abdomen go numb. He had not been hit by the black stick and had only been swept away by the wind, but even so, the blood in his chest was roiling and his breathing was somewhat labored. It was easy to imagine what would have happened if he had been hit by the stick. Xianxia's face changed dramatically as he retreated quickly and without hesitation, reached out and pointed towards the stone mongoose. He wanted to banish the stone mongoose from this space. This was how he had dealt with the firebird artifact spirit just now. In order to capture Yang Kai alive, Xianxia had put in a lot of effort. From the information he had gathered, he knew that Yang Kai had many terrifying helpers around him. However, he had full confidence in the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead was one of the 2 emperor artifact beads, and after refining it, Xianxia was able to control some of the sealed world bead's principles. As long as Yang Kai's helpers were excluded, a trivial first-order origin returning realm was nothing in his eyes. Once he captured Yang Kai alive, not only could he learn the mysteries of Space Force from him, but he could also force Xiyun into a desperate situation and even force her back to Supreme Profound Sect's ancestral land, killing several birds with one stone. From the very beginning, Xianxia had never intended to fight to the death with Xiyun. His goal had always been Yang Kai. The vortex that had appeared before appeared again, releasing a terrifying suction force that attempted to swallow the stone mongoose. Wishful thinking. Yang Kai roared angrily as he stretched out his hand and grasped towards the vortex. Rich space force surged out and shattered the vortex, allowing the stone mongoose, whose movements had been affected, to recover. Xianxia laughed. "Old man, it seems your grasp of the world principles here isn't enough." Xianxia's face sank as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. He had not expected that Xianxia could even break through his means. In terms of mastery of space force, even after refining the sealed world bead, Xianxia was no match for Xianxia. The stone mongoose moved like the wind, and the moment it broke free from the suction force, it took a step forward and swung its stick fiercely. Xianxia did not dare take this attack head-on and hurriedly dodged. The heaven-shaking pillar brushed past his body, numbing his waist and ribs. Before Xianxia could regain his balance though, a strong wind blew over his head and Xianxia's shout reached his ears. "Old dog, try taking a punch from me." "Good timing." Xianxia looked surprised, but more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. He didn't summon his artifact or use his secret technique, he just wanted to fight Xianxia with his physical body. First, because this place didn't allow him to do so, and second, because he was full of confidence in his physical fitness. Now that he saw Xianxia act recklessly, he was naturally overjoyed. He thought that Xianxia was getting carried away. He was deeply afraid of the stone giant's strength, but that didn't mean that he was afraid of a mere Xianxia. Without any hesitation, Xianxia threw a punch forward. The two fists collided, and a loud boom rang out. Xianxia's figure was sent flying like an arrow from a bow. Xianxia couldn't help but groan as he was struck by a huge force and sunk 3 feet into the ground. His face changed color in spite of himself. Although it was only a head-on collision, with his experience and knowledge, it was not difficult for him to see that Xianxia's physical fitness did not seem to be inferior to his at all. In that blow just now, both of them had suffered some losses, and neither of them had gained the upper hand. How is this possible? Xianxia had lived for hundreds of years, and from the moment he stepped onto the martial Tao, he had always focused on tempering his physique. With his body tempering secret technique, his body was now several times stronger than any other cultivator in the same realm. He could even take on an ordinary origin-grade high-rank artifact head-on. But how old is this little brat? How did he do it? How can he have such a strong physique? The astonishing vitality coming from his body was simply unbelievable to Xianxia. Before Xianxia could think of anything else, the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillar swept over again. This time, Xianxia couldn't avoid it and his entire body sank into the ground. Seeing the black stick flying towards him, Xianxia took a deep breath and the faint light that was originally blooming from his body suddenly became brighter. In an instant, his body seemed to be covered in a layer of inexplicable metal, giving off an indescribably hard luster. Clenching his fists, Xianxia raised his arms to block his face. In the next moment, the heaven-shaking pillar arrived. Kong, Xianxia was sent flying by a huge force until he hit the edge of this mysterious small world and landed heavily. His face paled as he coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered to his feet, staring forward with a dignified expression. This time, he had suffered a big loss. The heaven-shaking pillar was forged from heavenly crystal profound iron, an ancient artifact that Xianxia had brought out from the Emperor Garden. Heavenly crystal profound iron was a top-grade origin king-grade material, a palm-sized piece weighing over 10,000 kilograms. If it was fused into an artifact during the refinement process, it would make the artifact extremely sturdy and difficult to destroy. The heaven-shaking pillar was completely forged from this strange material and was extremely heavy. Xianxia could barely pick it up, but it was impossible for him to swing it. Only a strange creature like the stone mongoose could use this kind of strange artifact. Even with Xianxia's hundreds of years of body-tempering secret techniques, he was unable to resolve the violent blow of the heaven-shaking pillar. How does it feel? Xianxia flicked his wrist as he stood not far away. Just now, he had exchanged a punch with Xianxia, so his hand was a little sore. Not bad. Xianxia forced himself to remain calm and gently nodded. Sect Master Yang is truly amazing. In the future, you will definitely become the most dazzling star on Shadowed Star and may even unify it. Unfortunately, you met this old master, so you won't have such an opportunity. His body flashing with a metallic light, Xianxia rushed towards Xianxia with a dignified expression. A round sun suddenly appeared above his head and bloomed with dazzling light. Origin King Great Artifact, Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. From the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel, wisps of light overflowed, radiating a blazing heat that seemed capable of incinerating everything in the world as they shot towards Yongkai. At the same time, Xianxia also released his grand accomplishment Shi and covered the entire mysterious small world. The already narrow space suddenly became thick and sticky, giving one the illusion that they were stuck in a swamp, as if the more they struggled, the deeper they would sink. Yongkai's eyes narrowed as he knew that this old man was going to go all out against him. He could not defeat the stone mongoose in terms of strength, so he could only choose himself as a target. Not daring to show any neglect, Yongkai also released his Shi. Space suddenly became distorted, and in places visible to the naked eye and invisible to the naked eye, small void cracks began to appear, as if they had been cut by a sharp weapon, but they were immediately repaired by the small sealed world's world principles before reappearing, repeating the process over and over again. Yongkai's Shi was condensed from emperor pressure and integrated with his own proficiency in the Tao of space, making it far stronger than the Shi of an ordinary cultivator. Once released, it was enough to affect the surrounding space. The collapsed areas and the small cracks that appeared were the best evidence. However, this alone was not enough to compete with Xianxia's grand accomplishment Shi, which had already touched the threshold of territory. A sizzling sound rang out. Hundreds of golden blood threads shot out and hovered around Yongkai's body, constantly cutting through the suppression of Xianxia's Shi. Yongkai's golden blood thread secret technique had the effect of breaking Shi, so now that he had released over 100 of them, its effect was naturally remarkable. With this two-pronged attack, the pressure on Yongkai suddenly disappeared and he instantly lifted the constraints of his grand accomplishment Shi. Under his control, the golden blood threads flew around Yongkai, intercepting all the incoming Great Sun's divine light, preventing them from causing any harm to Yongkai. Xianxia was deeply shocked. He had never imagined that the situation would develop to this point. All of the trump cards and means he was so proud of were not able to play much of a role in front of Yongkai. At this moment, Xianxia felt a little uneasy. But now that the arrow had been knocked, he had no choice but to release it. Yi Shiyun was still waiting for him outside, so if he could not capture Yongkai in this mysterious small world, even if he managed to escape, he would not be able to obtain any benefits. Only by capturing Yongkai here could Xianxia regain control of the overall situation. Making up his mind, Xianxia flew in front of Yongkai and sent out a barrage of punches and kicks, carrying with them an unstoppable force. Yongkai did not dodge at all and instead punched out with his fists, pushing his Saint Qi as his muscles trembled and he engaged in a fierce battle with Xianxia. All of Xianxia's plots and schemes were futile at this moment. Only by overwhelming the other party with strength could he win the final victory. The two of them were like two boorish men from the depths of the mountains, their fists and feet clashing. This was a collision of pure, direct, barbaric, and bloody. Pung 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 sounds rang out incessantly as the sound of metal colliding rang out from the two of them, mixed with occasional muffled groans. In this clash of physical strength, the two sides were actually evenly matched. Fang Peng was dumbfounded as he watched from the sidelines. He had been brought into this mysterious small world by Xianxia and thought that he could easily capture Yongkai by joining forces with Xianxia. Fang Peng believed that Xianxia had planned to do the same, but now, to his dismay, he found that he couldn't intervene in this battle at all and could only stand in place and watch anxiously. Even the stone mongoose Xiao was waiting for an opportunity to strike, not attacking rashly. It also couldn't intervene. Pung pung pung, Xianxia's body, which he was so proud of, was bombarded by Yongkai's fists during the battle. His physique, which was comparable in strength to an origin-grade high-rank artifact, was unable to withstand his opponent's tremendous strength. The violent bombardment shook his physique and stimulated his meridians and bones, making him feel as if he couldn't bear it any longer. Xianxia didn't suffer much damage, but he was bleeding from his mouth and nose, making him look extremely ferocious. The same was true for Yongkai, but the blood flowing out of his body was golden and filled with powerful self-healing and restorative abilities. The vitality contained in this golden blood was astonishing. This battle seemed to have aroused the ferocious nature in the depths of Kai Yang's heart. His eyes also became cruel and bloodthirsty. His eyes were crimson red, and his demeanor was ruthless. He was like a beast that had been released from its cage and was about to devour its prey. Time passed by slowly. The two of them were covered in blood and cracks, but the strength of Yang Kai's punches didn't decrease in the slightest and instead became heavier and heavier, each blow causing Qi Tianqui's body to tremble violently. Qi Tianqui's momentum, on the other hand, was gradually weakening. The difference in strength was clear. Perhaps, the two of them were evenly matched in terms of physical tempering and strength. However, Yang Kai had an advantage that Qi Tianqi didn't, and that was his golden blood. Yang Kai could recover from his injuries in a very short time, but Qi Tianqi couldn't, so naturally, the two of them gradually fell into a disadvantage. A centipede dies but never falls down, let alone a master like Qi Tianqi who had touched the threshold of the Origin King realm. Even though he was at a slight disadvantage, Qi Tianqi was not discouraged and simply wanted to do his best to defeat Yang Kai. Old dog, choosing to compete in physical strength with this sect master in this kind of place is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Now it's time to pay the price for your choice. Yang Kai was bathed in blood, but he was still fighting to his heart's content. With a loud roar, a five-colored brilliance suddenly burst from his body. Gold, blue, white, red, and yellow intertwined and fused together, creating a brilliant and domineering five-colored light that lingered around Yang Kai's body. Five elements indestructible sword Qi. Yang Kai's aura, which had already reached its peak, soared once again, followed by an even more frightening and violent aura. A kind of power that seemed capable of splitting the heavens and earth burst out from Yang Kai's body. Qi Tianqi was horrified. He had been fighting Yang Kai in close quarters all this time, so he could clearly see the changes in Yang Kai's body more clearly than anyone else. When this five-colored brilliance appeared, Qi Tianqi's strength increased by more than 30%. 30% might not seem like much, but it was enough to expand his originally weak advantage to the limit. Kong, Yang Kai punched out, and Qi Tianqi raised his hand to block, but he was unable to resist this devastating blow and even his palm was sent flying back to his chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out as Qi Tianqi's chest caved in and his raised hand drooped down. Qi Tianqi's physique and bones, which had been tempered for hundreds of thousands of years, could not withstand such a blow and directly burst apart. The clear sound of bones breaking rang out one after another from Qi Tianqi's body as Yang Kai's fists rained down on his opponent again and again. Fang Peng's face twitched as he watched from the side, his eyes twitching wildly. Qi Tianqi screamed in horror, his liver and gall splitting as he no longer dared to confront Yang Kai head-on, subconsciously trying to dodge and retreat. But how could Yang Kai allow him to do as he wished? Like a crazed beast, he pounced on Qi Tianqi and continued to bombard him. Qi Tianqi's extremely sturdy body was beaten into a bloody mess. There was almost no part of his body that was intact. His flesh was cracked, his flesh was exposed, and his bones were broken. White bone stubble poked out, visible to the naked eye. He kept screaming, but he couldn't dodge, and was hit by Yang Kai until he spat out blood. He had purposely chosen this battlefield, which had become his fatal restriction. It made it impossible for him to move his body and execute his movement techniques. Bang! Yang Kai punched out again, hitting the bridge of Qi Tianqi's nose. Under the powerful force, Qi Tianqi's nose was smashed crooked, making his already ferocious face look even more frightening. His eyes were dyed red with blood and his vision blurred as he was sent flying backwards by the force of this blow. Xiao! Yang Kai roared. The stone mongoose brandished the heaven-shaking pillar and took 2 steps forward, swinging the black rod in its hand. Kong, the heaven-shaking pillar smashed into Qi Tianqi's back. His spine seemed to have been shattered, and Qi Tianqi was sent flying back. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and did not try to kill him again. He felt that Xiaoxiao's blow had almost completely destroyed Qi Tianqi's ability to resist. Like a dead fish, Qi Tianqi fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and lay there, seemingly unable to even move. Kai Yang walked over and stood beside him, looking down at him condescendingly, his eyes like an ice-cold blade, flashing a cold light. Qi Tianqi opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Don't worry, take a deep breath, I still have something to ask you, Yang Kai grinned, his white fangs stained with his golden blood shining brightly. Chi Tianche closed his eyes, as if he had accepted his fate. Yang Kai then looked up at Fang Peng not far away and grinned meaningfully, his eyes filled with malicious intent. Being stared at like this, Fang Peng felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar, his hands and feet trembling as he panicked and hurriedly shouted, "Sect Master Yang, please show mercy." Last time on Fallen Emperor Mountain, this Fang was just following orders. If this Fang has offended you in any way, this Fang will apologize to you here. Apologize? Yang Kai curled his lips, why would I need you to apologize? As he spoke, he pointed at him and growled, kill him. The stone mongoose rushed out and rushed towards Fang Peng. The next moment, a shout and the sound of battle rang out. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention. If this were outside, the stone mongoose might not be able to kill Fang Peng. After all, he was a third-order origin returning realm master, so even if he couldn't defeat him, he could still run. But here, things were different. With a radius of 300 meters, Fang Peng had no chance of escaping. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Chi Tianche again and waited for a while before asking, how do you want to die? Chi Tianche seemed to have caught his breath and chuckled, if Sect Master Yang really wanted to kill this old master, he wouldn't have asked such a question. Do you think I won't kill you? Yang Kai's expression became cold. At the very least, Sect Master Yang won't kill this old master before we leave this place. You're worried that if you kill this old master, you won't be able to leave this place. You're smart enough to know what I want, Yang Kai smiled. If I didn't know this, then this old master wouldn't have lived all these years in vain. Sect Master Yang has a request, and this old master wants to live, how about we negotiate? What kind of negotiation? Let's hear it, Yang Kai gestured. After this old master recuperates here for a while and recovers from his injuries, I'll let you go. Of course, Sect Master Yang must not find trouble with this old master again in the future, and this old master can also promise to live in seclusion and never become your enemy, Chi Tianche proposed while gasping for breath. Wouldn't that be a great bargain for you? Yang Kai sneered when he heard this and said sarcastically, old dog, aren't you mistaken about something? What is it? Chi Tianche asked leisurely. I'm the knife and you're the fish. Now, whatever I want you to do, you'll do it. With a low shout, Yang Kai stomped his foot towards one of Chi Tianche's hands. The sound of bones breaking rang out and Chi Tianche's hand immediately changed shape. Chi Tianche's face twisted in pain, but he didn't make a sound, simply glaring at Yang Kai with hatred. Let me out and I'll leave your corpse intact. This is the sect master's biggest concession. Haha, if that's the case, this old master would rather die here. Chi Tianche slowly shook his head and said calmly, this old master also knows what Sect Master Yang is thinking. Do you think your attainments in the Tao of space are far more profound than this old master's? Since this old master can refine the sealed world bead, you must be able to as well, so even if you kill this old master, you'll only need to spend some time to leave here, right? Correct, Yang Kai nodded. If that's the case, Sect Master Yang can give it a try. It's not that this old master is looking down on you, but even if your attainments in the Tao of space are profound, wanting to refine the sealed world bead here, haha. Chi Tianche smiled mysteriously, this old master has been in retreat for several dozen years before he was able to refine the sealed world bead enough to open this small mysterious small world. Now that Sect Master Yang is inside, if you want to refine it from the inside, I'm afraid it will be hundreds of times more difficult than this old master trying to refine it. If you are willing to be trapped here for hundreds of years, feel free to kill this old master and this old master will have nothing to say. Yang Kai's face sank. He couldn't tell whether Chi Tianche was trying to intimidate him or if he was telling the truth. If Yang Kai was really trapped here for several dozen years or even 100 years, by the time he left, the outside world would likely have changed greatly. Sect Master Yang should consider this carefully. This matter is of great importance and cannot tolerate the slightest carelessness, Chi Tianche added. Chi Tianche added, putting pressure on Yang Kai. His life was now hanging by a thread, and only a single thought from Yang Kai could decide whether he lived or died, so naturally he didn't dare relax. Yang Kai looked at him, not saying a word. After a long time, he suddenly grinned, does Senior really want to do this without any room for negotiation? Chi Tianche shook his head and insisted, if not, this old master would rather die here. Good, then die. Yang Kai gently nodded before lifting his foot again and stomping down towards Qi Tianche's head. With a loud bang, like a watermelon bursting, Qi Tianche's head burst apart, blood and brain matter flowing all over the ground as his two eyes rolled to the side, seemingly still filled with disbelief. Ridiculous. Yang Kai coldly snorted. He had really been deceived by Qi Tianche just now. This old man was not to be trifled with, and if he hadn't been caught in his own trap this time, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill him. How could Yang Kai release such an enemy? Regardless of whether he was telling the truth or not, Qi Tianche had to die. Since that was the case, there was no need to hesitate. He would kill him first. As for being trapped inside the sealed world bead, it wasn't a big deal. Even if what Qi Tianche said was true, Yang Kai wasn't afraid. With his mastery of the Tao of space, it wasn't impossible for him to find a way to leave this place. With Qi Tianche dead, Fang Peng, who was struggling to resist the stone mongoose's attack, was in an even worse state. Originally, he had no intention of fighting here, but now seeing Yang Kai act so ruthlessly, he was scared out of his wits. While fighting with the stone mongoose, Fang Peng loudly begged for mercy. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to his pleas. Not only did he not show any intention of sparing him, but he also became impatient with Fang Peng's noise and rushed over, joining forces with the stone mongoose to kill him. Even Qi Tianche wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, so in this special environment, how could Fang Peng survive? In less than half a cup of tea's worth of time, Thunder Typhoon sect master died tragically under the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillar. He didn't have Qi Tianche's powerful physique, so the heaven-shaking pillar was enough to smash him into a meat patty. With two great enemies dead, Yang Kai tidied up his loot, sat down cross-legged for a moment, and immediately began to study a way to leave this place. Tearing space was undoubtedly Yang Kai's biggest advantage. When he was experimenting with it before, he had been interrupted by Qi Tianche, so he didn't know if tearing space would have any effect. Now that there was no one to disturb him, he could naturally experiment. Making up his mind, Yang Kai got up, stretched out his hand, and waved it forward, causing a long and narrow void crack to immediately appear in front of him. However, compared to the ones he usually tore through space, this one seemed to be smaller. The world principles inside this sealed world bead seemed to be quite powerful. Yang Kai showed a surprised look, but he didn't delve too deeply into it. Stretching out his hands, he tore the void crack apart and pushed his space force madly, silently widening the long and narrow void crack. Releasing his divine sense for a moment, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that this void crack was extremely stable. Was that old dog Qi Tianche really just spouting nonsense? Yang Kai became suspicious as he dove into the void crack. When he reappeared and looked around, his face couldn't help sinking. This small space, which was less than 300 meters in radius, was a complete mess with traces of a great battle everywhere. Two incomplete corpses lay on the ground, blood and internal organs splattered everywhere. Coming out of this void crack was actually this strange small sealed world. Frowning, Yang Kai couldn't help tearing space again. After repeating this a dozen times, Yang Kai didn't continue and instead sat cross-legged on the ground and fell into contemplation. After tearing space more than a dozen times, Yang Kai still couldn't leave this small sealed world and could only move within a 300-meter radius. This result surprised him a little. It seemed that Qi Tianche wasn't spouting nonsense. This sealed world bead really had a mysterious side to it. Even after tearing space, Yang Kai still couldn't escape. Although he didn't succeed in leaving, Yang Kai didn't gain nothing. After tearing space more than a dozen times, he vaguely felt that there was a vague barrier around this small space that isolated him from the outside world. This barrier was inexplicable, but it was precisely because of its existence that this small sealed world was able to form its own world and trap him here. This should be the world principles of this small sealed world. If he could tear apart this barrier, Yang Kai was confident he could leave this place. But how could it be easy to break through the world principles of this small sealed world? Qi Tianche had spent several dozen years refining the sealed world bead, and only then was he able to control a little bit of the world principles that allowed him to enter and leave this place. He didn't have that much time to waste here. But now, besides refining this sealed world bead, there was no other way. How could he refine the sealed world bead? Refining it was tantamount to refining this world. Yang Kai was completely confused, like a dog trying to bite a hedgehog, but he didn't know where to start. He sat upright on the spot and began to think hard. Not knowing how much time had passed, Kai Yang's confused eyes suddenly blossomed with a glimmer of light. That glimmer of light was like a spark that could start a prairie fire. Very quickly, his eyes became clear. He seemed to have understood something, and couldn't help but become spirited and radiant. Previously, he had entered the wrong line of thought. He thought that if he wanted to leave, he had to refine this world. That was why he was at a loss. But in the end, this world was sealed inside the sealed world bead, and the sealed world bead was an emperor artifact, an artifact. He didn't know how to refine heaven and earth, but refining artifacts was a walk in the park for him. Since Xianxia had spent several dozen years in retreat to refine the sealed world bead, this emperor artifact must have been contaminated with his aura. As long as Yang Kai could trace his aura to its source, erase it, and refine it again, he would be able to do so. Comprehending one method, comprehending 10,000 methods, Kai Yang suddenly understood. Getting up, Yang Kai summoned 2 demonic flames and burned the nearby corpse. Only then did Yang Kai release his divine sense and begin to scan the surrounding 300 meters in an attempt to find the traces he was looking for. The result was very smooth, and Yang Kai did find Xianxia's aura in this space. It didn't take him much effort to erase it. However, when Yang Kai wanted to leave his aura in this space, he encountered great resistance. Xianxia wasn't wrong about one thing. Refining the sealed world bead from the inside was extremely difficult, far more difficult than refining it from the outside. The difference in time and strength required to refine it was hundreds of times greater. Even if Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space were countless times more profound than Xianxia's, this kind of refining was not something he could complete in a short time. Yang Kai calculated a little and the results he obtained gave him a fright. It would take him at least 10 or 20 years to refine the sealed world bead and escape. Kai Yang suddenly felt some regret. He regretted killing Fang Peng so quickly. If Fang Peng was still alive, Yang Kai could have beaten him up to vent his anger. After frowning and pondering for a long time, Yang Kai calmed his irritation, but he didn't immediately refine the sealed world bead. Instead, he poured out a large pile of crystal stones from his space ring, placed them in front of him, and madly absorbed the energy contained within. Space spirit crystals. Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of space, surpassing both Mo Shaoxing and Xianxia in this territory, was all thanks to space spirit crystals. This kind of strange crystal stone had always only been used as a material for refining space rings, but Yang Kai had taken a different approach and absorbed the energy contained within it to enhance his control of the Tao of space. Space spirit crystals were extremely rare, so even if others had this idea, it would be extremely difficult to realize. However, Yang Kai was different. The stone mongoose Xiao had found a space spirit crystal mine under Dragon Cave Mountain many years ago gave him the capital to squander without any worries. The number of space spirit crystals he had mined back then was not small, but after so many years, Yang Kai would absorb the energy contained within these space spirit crystals whenever he had free time, resulting in a huge consumption. Now, only less than half of what he had originally mined remained. If a worker wanted to do his job well, he must first sharpen his tools. If Yang Kai wanted to shorten the time it took to refine the sealed world bead, he could only improve his comprehension of the Tao of space and use it more smoothly. As such, Yang Kai planned to use the Tao of space first. One by one, the space spirit crystals turned into dust in Yang Kai's hands. As the sun rose and the moon rose in the outside world, the passage of time inside the sealed world bead was undetectable. After an unknown amount of time, a thick layer of space spirit crystal powder had accumulated around Yang Kai, almost drowning him. After absorbing the energy of space spirit crystals for a long time, coupled with his own insights, Yang Kai vaguely felt that his attainments in the Tao of space had deepened, but he also found that as his mastery of the Tao of space improved, the effect of absorbing the energy from space spirit crystals seemed to be getting smaller and smaller. Perhaps one day, no matter how much energy he absorbed from space spirit crystals, he would not make any progress. Yang Kai stopped for a while and released his divine sense again to refine the sealed world bead. After a while, his brow rose as a look of joy appeared on his face. The process of refining this sealed world bead was much easier than before, and Yang Kai could clearly feel the barrier between this sealed world bead and the outside world. As long as he could break through this barrier, he would be able to leave this place. Integrating his space force into his divine sense, Yang Kai began spreading it out like a tide. Yang Kai attempted to leave his mark on this sealed world bead, carving his own soul mark and making it his own. A scene that stunned him suddenly appeared. When his divine sense spread out, this sealed world bead, which originally only occupied a radius of about 300 meters, suddenly became a little larger, and the scenery he could not see before was also imprinted in his eyes. This result surprised Yang Kai. But after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai understood. Although Xianxia had refined the sealed world bead slightly and was able to enter and exit this sealed world bead, his grasp of the Tao of space was still very shallow, so he could only open up a radius of about 300 meters. Yang Kai was different. His attainments in the Tao of space were much more profound than Xianxia's, so he was able to expand this sealed world bead. Kai Yang's interest was piqued. He wanted to know what this sealed world bead would look like when it was fully opened and how large it would be. His original intention of refining the sealed world bead to escape this sealed world bead quietly changed, and Yang Kai began exploring this sealed world bead enthusiastically. Madly pushing his divine sense and mobilizing his grasp of the Tao of space, Yang Kai began expanding the sealed world bead bit by bit, revealing fascinating sceneries he had never seen before. During this process, Yang Kai found that all kinds of magical insights and mysterious powers were pouring into his heart and fusing into the depths of his soul, allowing his understanding of the Tao of space to become clearer and clearer. This was countless times more effective than absorbing the energy of space spirit crystals. Expanding the small sealed worlds heaven and earth and absorbing space force had inadvertently formed a virtuous cycle. Yang Kai was overjoyed and became more and more diligent. Inside the sealed world bead was expanding every day, and Yang Kai was also growing every day. With him breaking through the shackles of the first order origin returning realm, Yang Kai broke through to the second order origin returning realm in the sealed world bead. After all, he had already reached the peak of the first order origin returning realm in Fallen Emperor Mountain, and if he had not deliberately suppressed it, he would have broken through at that time. Still, Yang Kai did not stop his pace of exploration, repeating the same process all the time. As his strength increased, his saint chi became purer, and his spiritual energy soared. Yang Kai's overall strength improved. Even that wisp of divine clone was strengthened and nourished. Feeling tired, Yang Kai decided to take a short break. With no one to relieve his boredom, Yang Kai released the stone mongoose and talked to it for a while. The stone mongoose, Xiao, was still very interested in the second stone mongoose. Even if this stone mongoose's sentience was incomplete, and it could only be controlled by Yang Kai's soul clone, it was still the only member of Xiao's race. Xiao attached great importance to the stone mongoose, so whenever it found something good, Xiao would share it with it. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai did not know how long he stayed in this sealed world bead, but he had consumed all the space spirit crystals he had. He had also expanded this sealed world bead from its original 300-meter radius to a 100-kilometer radius, and he was making new progress every day. Within this 100-kilometer radius, there were mountains and rivers, and the scenery was beautiful. However, this was far from the end of the sealed world bead, and in this unknown place, there were more secrets that made one's heart itch. One day, Yang Kai stood up and expanded his divine sense outwards. In an instant, every blade of grass and tree within a 100-kilometer radius was imprinted on his divine sense. Grinning, Yang Kai stretched out his hand in front of him and a vortex suddenly appeared, spinning rapidly as a huge suction force emerged from it. Yang Kai did not resist, allowing the vortex to suck him in, and in the next moment, he disappeared. Star Emperor Mountain, Absolute Sky Peak. White clouds floated halfway up the mountain, and at the top of the quiet peak, an unusual energy fluctuation suddenly appeared. The surrounding world energy madly converged towards a certain point, gradually forming a vortex. At first, this vortex was very small, but as more and more world energy poured in, it grew larger and larger until it was only a few dozen meters in diameter. Suddenly, a figure stepped out of the vortex. It was as if he had traveled through space and stood proudly in midair. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai didn't find any trace of anyone, only an altar standing alone not far away, completely exposed to the sun and wind. Yang Kai's expression remained calm, not surprised by the scene. Although he did not know how long he had been in that mysterious small world, it was certainly not 10 days or half a month, but at least a few years. After such a long time had passed, it was naturally impossible for Xianxia and the others to have been waiting here for him. Most likely, they had already returned to High Heaven Sect. Xianxia tried to sense the dragon bone sword and firebird artifact spirit, but there was no trace of them, so they had probably been taken back by Xianxia. Shi Tianche and Feng Peng were dead, and on Shadowed Star, the three behemoths that dominated all the great forces had fallen, so no one could stop High Heaven Sect's advance. With Xianxia presiding over the sect, Xianxia felt very relieved, so he did not have much to worry about. Releasing his divine sense, Xianxia found that all of Star Emperor Mountain was silent, without the slightest aura. It seemed that the cultivator on Star Emperor Mountain had also evacuated, but Xianxia did not know if they had followed Yang Xiaozhu and the others to High Heaven Sect or if they had dispersed. The former was more likely to be the case. With no one here, Xianxia naturally did not want to stay any longer. Turning around, Xianxia stretched out his hand and pointed towards the vortex, causing it to shrink rapidly and disappear in the blink of an eye, replaced by an inconspicuous bead. One of the two Emperor artifact beads, the sealed world bead. This was an incredible treasure. Inside it was a world of its own. With it, a problem that had been lingering in Xianxia's mind for a long time could be easily solved. Moreover, Xianxia felt that if he could completely refine this sealed world bead and complete its world principles, he could even allow a third-order origin returning realm cultivator to break through to the origin king realm. The reason why a cultivator on Shadowed Star could not break through to the origin king realm was because of the suppression of its world principles. However, the sealed world bead was an independent world with its own world principles that were not bound by Shadowed Star's laws. This was definitely a feasible method, but it was still too early to think about it. Although Xianxia's study of the Tao of space had expanded the small sealed world to a radius of 100 kilometers, he was still far from being able to completely unseal and refine it. After observing for a while, Xianxia put the sealed world bead back into his body and casually stepped forward. A moment ago, he was still at the top of Sky Soaring Peak, and the next moment, he was halfway up it. Taking another step, Xianxia arrived at the foot of the mountain. His speed was unimaginably fast. The Tao of space was infinitely mysterious, and during his time in the sealed world bead, Xianxia's control of this power had grown tremendously. This kind of rapid movement was no different from the legendary teleportation, and it was impossible to track. It was as if he had broken through the shackles of space. Compared to Xianxia's initial mastery of tearing space, this was much more profound. Tearing space was a process that could easily be interfered with by the power of a master, but now, Xianxia's movements were as smooth as an antelope's horns, no longer hindered by his previous movements. If there was a flaw, though, there was one. It was better to tear space and run as far as possible. With Xianxia's current strength, tearing space once was enough for him to cross 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers, but this kind of movement would only allow him to cross a dozen kilometers at most. Between the two, there were advantages and disadvantages, and it was impossible to say which was better. But at the same time, both consumed a great deal of Saint Qi. Xianxia continued to move, familiarizing himself with his mastery of the Tao of space, and only after running a few 100,000 kilometers did he summon his star shuttle and continue on his way. Continuously using the Tao of space to travel was a bit of a burden on him, so it was better to use his star shuttle instead. On a vast and boundless plain, the roars and cries of beasts resounded through the sky. A group of 4 or 5 cultivators, old and young, male and female, were jointly besieging a huge and ferocious monster beast. This monster beast had a tiger's head, elephant feet, and a leopard tail, giving it a majestic appearance. The tiger's head was copper in color and seemed to be extremely sturdy, and there were some strange lines on its body that gave it a mysterious appearance. The cracked copper-head tiger was an 8th-order monster beast with thick skin and thick flesh. The cultivator who had surrounded it was an old man at the 2nd-order Saint King realm, while the rest were only saints. From the way these people addressed each other, it was obvious that they were cultivators from some small family who had come to this plane to hunt the monster beast to earn saint crystals. An 8th-order monster beast was equivalent to a cultivator's Saint King realm. However, this cracked copper-head tiger was at the peak of the 8th order, so even if it was besieged, it was still able to display its ferocity, constantly spitting out powerful energy balls from its mouth, preventing the cultivators from the small families from approaching. However, the old man was an experienced cultivator, so even in this dangerous battle, the cultivators from his family did not suffer any fatal injuries. As long as there was enough time, this group of cultivators might have a chance to kill this cracked copperhead tiger. All of a sudden, an energy fluctuation rushed over from the distance. In the crowd, a young girl in green clothes looked up and suddenly called out, "Second uncle, someone's coming." The old man heard the shout and looked up, his eyes narrowing. He was older and could tell at a glance that this person's strength was not low, otherwise, they would not have been able to move at such speed. Just as he was wondering whether this person was friend or foe, he let the cracked copperhead tiger break free from his grasp. This eighth-order monster beast had been besieged for a long time and had already displayed its ferocity. After it broke free, not only did it not run away, it instead pounced directly towards the young girl in green clothes, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards her neck. The young girl was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale. For a moment, she panicked and hurriedly summoned an artifact, but it was unable to stop the other party's attack. Seeing the other party's fangs getting closer and closer to her, a trace of horror flashed across the young girl's eyes. Shouts and shouts came from all around as the young girl saw her second uncle desperately rushing over, trying to save her life from the tiger's mouth. But it was obviously too late. She could see death beckoning to her. At that moment, a breeze seemed to blow past her, and in a flash, a figure appeared in front of her. This figure was like a towering mountain, blocking the incoming storm and giving her an inexplicable sense of security. Guangdang. A loud bang rang out, mixed with the whimper of a monster beast. The young girl clearly saw the person in front of her throw a punch, and the cracked copperhead tiger, which she and her group had been besieging for so long, was sent flying like a sandbag. Its head seemed to have been deformed by the blow. After falling to the ground, it only bounced a few times before falling completely still. As the wind blew, the plains fell silent. 4 or 5 pairs of eyes stared straight at Yang Kai, unable to recover from their shock for a long time, their faces filled with disbelief. Although the cracked copperhead tiger was only an 8th-order monster beast, its head was notoriously hard. Even if an origin-returning realm master were to face it, it would be impossible for them to deform its head with just a single punch. Looking at this sturdy figure, for some reason, the young girl in green's heart beat violently and her nose twitched slightly. She smelled a scent from this person that made her feel extremely comfortable. Secretly glancing at this person, the young girl was surprised to find that he didn't seem to be very old, just a young man. This discovery made her even more inexplicably happy. "Sorry, I seem to have ruined your loot," Yang Kai rubbed his nose awkwardly. He also recognized what this monster beast was. It was a cracked copperhead tiger, and the 2 most valuable things on its body were its monster core and its head. The former was highly sought after by alchemists while the latter was sought after by artifact refiners. Now that he had deformed this monster beast's head with a single punch, its value would definitely decrease. The old man suddenly returned to his senses when he heard Xianxia speak, and his expression turned solemn as he cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, little brother." "Little brother, you're too serious. If it wasn't for you making a move in time, Feyre would have probably lost her life a long time ago. This old man still has to thank little brother for your help, so how could I dare blame you? Old sir is too polite. You seem to have been distracted by my sudden arrival," Yang Kai chuckled. "If we really want to talk about it, it's my fault." Seeing him act so amiably, the old man also relaxed. After all, they were in the middle of nowhere, and the strength of the other party seemed to be quite high. If he really had any malicious intent, the old man would have no way to resist. Fortunately, the other party didn't have such thoughts and was actually quite open-minded. The old man couldn't help but have a good impression of Yang Kai. "I just came here to ask where this place is." Yang Kai looked at the old man. "This is Blue Wave Plain," the old man replied. Blue Wave Plain. Yang Kai frowned. He had never heard of this place before, so he didn't know where he was on Shadowed Star right now. After leaving Star Emperor Mountain, Yang Kai had been familiarizing himself with his mastery of the Tao of Space, but as a result, he had lost his way. "Where is the nearest city from here?" Yang Kai asked again. 50,000 li to the west from here, there's a Jade Wave city. That's the nearest city. Is there a space array there? As far as this old man knows, there is one, but that space array doesn't seem to be open to outsiders and is only for internal use. If little brother wants to use that space array, he can set out from Blue Wave City and go to Heaven Battling City, 200,000 kilometers away. There is a space array there that is open to the public. Oh? Heaven Battling City? Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. He had not expected that he would actually end up in the vicinity of Heaven Battling City. And, strictly speaking, Blue Wave City can be regarded as a subsidiary of Heaven Battling City, so there is some connection between the two. The old man, as the cultivator of a small family here, naturally knew this information in detail. Heaven Battling City now belongs to High Heaven Sect. The girl in green, who had been standing behind Yang Kai, suddenly interjected. She seemed to want to attract Yang Kai's attention. Just now, Yang Kai had descended from the heavens to save her life, so at her age, she was most sensitive to scenes of a hero saving a damsel in distress. What's more, from this side, Yang Kai's face was hard and firm, his back was sturdy, and he was quite young. The aura he gave off made her feel very comfortable, so of course she wanted to highlight her existence and attract his attention. High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai smiled and glanced back at her. The girl's face blushed slightly, but she quickly explained, you must have heard of it. It's a sect that has risen in recent years. I heard that their headquarters is in the Luyan Desert. Even Star Emperor Mountain, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon Sect were destroyed by them. Now, on Shadowed Star, High Heaven Sect is the most powerful sect. She chattered endlessly, seemingly having an endless amount of things to say. Her temperament was quite lively. The old man glared at the girl, secretly scolding the little girl for not understanding the gravity of the situation. It's fine, I've heard of High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai chuckled, but I didn't expect it to be so famous. You can continue, I won't disturb you any longer. He had come here to inquire about the location of the nearest city, and now that he had obtained the information he needed, he naturally had no intention of staying any longer. But just as he was about to leave, the girl in green suddenly called out, "Wait. What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. "Second uncle, we've been out for a while now, shouldn't we go back? Otherwise, father and the others will be worried. What's more, third brother and the others are all injured, so it's not suitable for them to stay here any longer." The girl in green looked at the old man and said, "What you said makes sense, it's time to go back." The old man gently nodded. "Then let's go with him. We can take care of each other along the way," the green-cloaked girl suggested. The old man looked at Yang Kai awkwardly. To be honest, he certainly hoped to go with Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai had just shown his strength. Although there was no great danger on the way back, it was better to be safe than sorry. With Yang Kai's help, the return journey should be very safe. He agreed with the girl's suggestion, but he didn't know what Yang Kai meant. "Alright, it just so happens that I don't know the exact location of Blue Wave City, so I'll have to trouble you to lead the way." Yang Kai smiled and nodded in agreement. Since it was on the way, Yang Kai was not in a hurry. "Thank you, little brother." The old man was overjoyed. "I'll go collect the materials." The green-cloaked girl cheered and ran towards the dead cracked copperhead tiger. The old man smiled bitterly, secretly shaking his head, and said apologetically, "Little brother, please don't blame her. Feyre is born like this, but don't worry, little brother, I'll give you the materials later." "No need, you can keep them. These things are of no use to me." Yang Kai waved his hand. The body of an 8th-grade monster beast was indeed of no use to him. The wealth Yang Kai possessed was unimaginable for ordinary people. Hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up. After confirming that Yang Kai didn't need those materials, he couldn't help but feel grateful. The inner core and head of the copperhead tiger were good profits for them. Soon, the green-cloaked girl, with the help of the others, finished processing the monster beast's body. It could be seen that these young people were familiar with this and were familiar with it. It was obvious that they often did this kind of thing. After a simple tidying up, Yang Kai set off with these people, rushing towards Blue Wave City. The green-cloaked girl's temperament was indeed lively and full of curiosity. Once a chatterbox was opened, she couldn't stop asking questions and chattered on endlessly. What was Xianxia's name? Where did he come from? Where did he come from? She didn't seem to know how to avoid the taboo questions at all and asked logically. Anyway, they were in a hurry, so Xianxia chatted with her as a way to pass the time. After all was said and done, she didn't get much information about Xianxia, but she explained her own background thoroughly. The old man was embarrassed as he listened. Fortunately, he could see that Xianxia wasn't a person with ulterior motives, so he let it go. He secretly decided to teach the girl a lesson when they returned to the family, to let her know that people were sinister and that she shouldn't talk about these things with strangers in the future. Along the way, they occasionally encountered monster beast blocking the way, but the old man and the others didn't have to worry at all. They were easily dealt with by Xianxia. It was a big gain for them. Below the old man, several young people worshipped Xianxia. Everyone seemed to be about the same age, but in terms of strength, Xianxia surpassed them by a large margin. Worship and respect for the strong was a cultivator's innate nature, and Xianxia's performance had completely conquered these young people. The distance of tens of thousands of miles, if Xianxia were to travel alone, it would only take him 1 or 2 hours, but with the old man and the others, it took him a whole day. A day later, a city standing on the edge of the plain came into view. Everyone walked to the city gate and handed over some crystal stones before smoothly entering the city. Many thanks for your guidance, we will part here. Please take care of yourselves. Kai Yang cupped his fists and with a flicker, he dove into the crowd and disappeared without a trace. The green-cloaked girl called out a few times, but seeing that Xianxia didn't turn around, she couldn't help but pout unhappily. Let's go, let's sell this time's harvest first. I wonder what kind of price we can get, the old man sighed before leading the way. Xianxia walked through the spacious streets of Blue Wave City, looking around with great interest. He wasn't in a hurry to find Blue Wave City's space array. Since this place was a subsidiary of Heaven Battling City, it was also a subsidiary of High Heaven Sect. As the sect master of Blue Wave City, it was not a problem for Xianxia to use the space array. Xianxia believed that the city lord of Blue Wave City would not be so blind. However, after being in retreat in the small, sealed world for several years, now that he was free, Xianxia wanted to relax. Along the way, enjoying the local customs and walking around the shops, Xianxia felt both physically and mentally comfortable, his state of mind unconsciously stabilizing. Inside the small sealed world, Xianxia had broken through to the second-order origin returning realm, so he had to stabilize his state of mind. Naturally, he wouldn't neglect this task. Half a day later, he entered a restaurant. Going up to the 3rd floor, Xianxia ordered the waiter to bring him some good wine and dishes while he sat down by the window and looked out at the scenery below. Not long after, the table was filled with precious delicacies. Kai Yang tasted the strong wine while eating the delicious food, feeling content and contented. Suddenly, Xianxia turned his head and glanced faintly at the 2 cultivator at a nearby table, a look of interest flashing across his eyes. On the 3rd floor, there weren't many guests, and these 2 were talking loudly just now. Xianxia seemed to have heard these 2 mention High Heaven Sect. High Heaven Sect's rise had been rapid, and although he had inquired a little about High Heaven Sect's recent situation from the girl in green and knew that the sect was now quite famous, Xianxia didn't know the specifics. Now that he heard someone talking about his sect, he naturally wanted to hear more. But to his disappointment, the 2 didn't seem to have any intention of continuing the conversation and instead changed the topic to something irrelevant. Xianxia shook his head secretly and stopped paying attention. A moment later, the 2 men finished eating and one of them, a burly man with a fierce face, shouted, "Shopkeeper!" His voice was so loud that it attracted everyone's attention, but after seeing this man's face, everyone quickly averted their eyes, seemingly not daring to provoke him. Asterisk dang dang dang, asterisk the sound of footsteps came from downstairs, and an elderly man quickly ran up from downstairs. When he arrived in front of the 2 people at the table, he nodded and bowed with a face full of smiles. "2 sirs, are you satisfied with the food?" "It's just so," the burly man replied casually while picking his teeth. "2 master, please forgive me." The shopkeeper bowed and said, next time this old man will definitely provide more delicious food to satisfy 2 masters." "Good, at least you have some eyesight. I'll let you off for today, but, where are the things? The burly man glanced sideways at the shopkeeper. This old man has brought them, would two master like to count them? The shopkeeper said as he put a package in his hand on the table. The burly man didn't act polite and opened it directly. A large bag of high-rank Saint crystals suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The burly man swept it with his divine sense and immediately knew how many Saint crystals there were, causing his face to sink as he shouted, "Why is there so little? Old dog, do you not put this king in your eyes? Is this all you're supposed to pay this month?" The shopkeeper suddenly panicked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he cried out, "Master, please understand, this old man's restaurant's business hasn't been very good recently, so there is a shortage of Saint crystals. This old man asks two master to forgive him for a few days. This old man will definitely make up for it when the time comes." "Forgive you for a few days?" The burly man coldly snorted, "If this king forgives you, who will forgive this king? If this task is not completed, the one who will be punished is this king." Saying so, the burly man slammed his hand on the table, causing it to immediately turn to dust. The shopkeeper's face turned pale with fright as he knelt down and cried out, "Master, please don't be angry, this old man only needs a few days, just a few days. Please allow this, master." "Humph. Don't say that I'm bullying you. I'll give you 3 days. I'll come back here in 3 days. If you still dare to be wishy-washy at that time, I'll tear down your restaurant and twist your head off." Yes, I will not disappoint master when the time comes," the shopkeeper said repeatedly. "Let's go." The burly man stood up impatiently, stuffed the bag of Saint crystals into his space ring, and left. It wasn't until they left that the shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief, a sorrowful look on his face, and began to clean up the mess on the ground. The waiter also came over to help. After a while, after cleaning up, the shopkeeper bowed again and apologized to the surrounding guests before letting out a deep sigh, appearing even more senile than before. "Shopkeeper, come over here," Xianxia beckoned to him. He had been watching from the sidelines just now and didn't know what was going on, so he wanted to inquire. After all, this place was somewhat related to High Heaven sect. "What orders does honored guest have? Would you like some wine and food?" The shopkeeper came over to Xianxia and asked with a forced smile. "Wine and food are not urgent," Xianxia smiled lightly before glancing suspiciously towards the stairs. Who were those two people just now? Why did they come to this restaurant to eat and drink? But not only do they not have to pay, they even want you to give them Saint crystals. The shopkeeper looked stunned as he glanced around and found that the other guests were all drinking and enjoying themselves, not paying any attention to what was happening here, so he lowered his voice and asked, "Is honored guest new to Blue Wave City?" Xianxia gently nodded. "Then you should leave early, Blue Wave City is not a place to stay for long," the shopkeeper said with a secretive look on his face as he waved his hand repeatedly. "Not a place to stay for long?" Xianxia frowned. Could it be that something bad is about to happen here? He saw that the city was bustling with people coming and going, and the situation inside was calm, as if there were no signs of something big happening. "Haha." The shopkeeper smiled bitterly. "Honored guest, please listen to this old man's advice. If you want to leave, you should leave quickly. If you stay here for too long, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." "What do you mean? Please explain clearly, shopkeeper." Xianxia stared at him with scorching eyes. "I heard that this place is a subsidiary of Heaven Battling City, a property of High Heaven sect. How could there be someone who dares act against the city?" I can't say. Although this old man doesn't have many years left to live, he doesn't want to die so early." "Honored guest, please help yourself," the shopkeeper kept shaking his head, his expression ugly as he turned to leave. "I am from High Heaven sect," Xianxia quickly said. "What?" The shopkeeper's face changed drastically as he stared at Xianxia in astonishment. "Don't be so nervous." Xianxia chuckled. "I am a disciple of High Heaven sect and have received orders from the sect master to come here to investigate. If Senior has something to say, please speak frankly. I would like to know if there is someone who doesn't want to live and dares not put my High Heaven sect in their eyes." "You're from High Heaven sect? Are you really from High Heaven sect?" The shopkeeper looked both excited and suspicious as he leaned over and asked in a low voice. Yes. Don't worry, elder. Your words may come out of your mouth, but they enter my ears. I won't go around talking nonsense. Xianxia comforted him in a soft voice. The shopkeeper's expression changed, as if he was hesitating about something. After a while, he gritted his teeth and sat down across from Xianxia. Xianxia stretched out his hand and poured a glass of wine for the shopkeeper, who took a sip. Strong wine bolstered one's courage and brewed his mood before he said, "Honored guest may not know, but the reason I asked you to leave quickly is not because someone wants to harm High Heaven Sect, nor is it because something bad is about to happen in Blue Wave City, but because this is not a place for people to stay." Oh? Then please tell me in detail what happened. Junior will be grateful. Xianxia smiled lightly. It's a long story. The shopkeeper sighed deeply. Honored guest, you saw the attitude of those two people just now. Yes, who are they? City Lord's Mansion. City Lord's Mansion? Xianxia was stunned. Honored guest also finds it strange, right? The City Lord's Mansion is supposed to protect us, so why would they come to this small shop to extort St. Crystals? The shopkeeper's tone was low, because this is a tax collected by the City Lord's Mansion. Xianxia frowned. Any shop that operates in Blue Wave City must turn over at least 70% of its income to the City Lord's Mansion. The remaining 30% is barely enough to cover all kinds of expenses, but that's not enough to stop these people from finding all kinds of excuses to extort it. This small shop is alone and can't resist. A few days ago, someone even died in this shop. The shopkeeper complained. It seemed that because he had drunk some wine, his courage had grown a lot, and as he spoke, his expression became resentful. Is this the City Lord's Mansion's intention? Xianxia asked coldly. Yes. Otherwise, how could those people have the courage to act like this? Those two people just now came to collect taxes. Since the taxes here are so high, why doesn't Old Sir leave Blue Wave City and find another way to make a living? The shopkeeper smiled bitterly. Who can leave? No one can leave. Once the City Lord's Mansion discovers anyone trying to escape, they will be killed without mercy. The heads hanging on the city walls are a bloody lesson. Not only are small businesses like us bound here, but all the small families and cultivator living in the city are also like this. The various benefits they obtain from their adventures outside must also be turned over to the City Lord's Mansion. As long as there is resistance, they will be targeted. Several small families have already been destroyed. Saying so, the shopkeeper glanced at Xianxia cautiously and asked softly, "Little brother, may this old man be so bold as to ask, is this an order issued by High Heaven Sect?" How could High Heaven Sect issue such an order? Xianxia's face turned ugly as he coldly snorted, "My High Heaven Sect would never do such a thing." What about Heaven Battling City? Does Heaven Battling City not care? This old man doesn't know, but if Heaven Battling City were to care, this shouldn't have happened. I just don't know if this is the intention of Heaven Battling City or Blue Wave City's City Lord's Mansion. However, I heard that since Heaven Battling City changed hands, the taxes there have been particularly low, which has attracted many people, but now it is overcrowded. Many people were attracted by the name of High Heaven Sect and wanted to join, but they couldn't find a way to do so. Unable to enter Heaven Battling City, they could only settle for the next best thing and go to places related to High Heaven Sect, Blue Wave City being one of them. Outsiders may not be able to see the insidious darkness hidden under Blue Wave City, but this old man is more than clear about it, which is why I want you to leave as soon as possible. If you live here for too long, you will be added to the register and won't be able to leave even if you want to. Interesting. Xianxia sneered. Little brother, since you have come here to investigate openly and secretly under the orders of High Heaven Sect's sect master, you should quickly pass on this news. This old man hopes that someone from your High Heaven Sect will come soon and remove this malignant tumor from Blue Wave City so this old man can spend the rest of his life here in peace. The shopkeeper looked at Xianxia expectantly. Old Sir can rest assured, my High Heaven Sect will not sit back and watch. Xianxia grinned. In any case, many people here have come here for the name of High Heaven Sect, so I can't allow them to be bullied. Otherwise, the reputation of my High Heaven Sect will be tarnished. Little brother, don't be impulsive. The shopkeeper saw the fierce glint in Xianxia's eyes and couldn't help being startled. Rest assured, I have a sense of propriety. Yang Kai's eyes became cold. This time, if it weren't for a coincidence, he wouldn't have known that someone was using High Heaven Sec's name to commit such shady acts. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that on the way back from Blue Wave Plain, the girl named Fayer had hesitated to speak about the situation in Blue Wave City. It turned out that this was the reason for her hesitation. High Heaven Sec's rise was too short, and with its small number of disciples, its foundation was unstable. Now was the time to win over people's hearts, but the situation in Blue Wave City was smearing High Heaven Sec's name, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't sit back and do nothing. At this moment, a clamor suddenly sounded from the street below. Immediately, a wave of energy fluctuation rose, followed by exclamations and miserable cries. Yang Kai looked down towards the source of the sound and immediately saw a young girl in green clothes, causing him to let out a light sigh. "Old sir, here's the money for the wine." Yang Kai casually threw down a few pieces of high-rank Saint crystals, grabbed a wine jar, and jumped out of the window. In the middle of the street, in front of a general store, 3 or 4 young men stood there with angry looks on their faces, staring at 2 people with bloodshot eyes. Circulating their Saint Chi, they were secretly on guard, not daring to act rashly. Behind these young men, a young girl in green clothes was supporting an old man. This old man seemed to have suffered some serious injuries, his face pale and blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Countless people were watching. "Second uncle, are you okay?" The young girl in green clothes asked nervously, a worried look on her pretty face. "I'm fine," the old man slowly shook his head and spat out 2 words with difficulty. "How could you hit someone?" The young girl in green clothes turned her head and shouted at the 2 cultivators who had just attacked. "Hit someone?" One of the burly men heard this and grinned meaningfully. "So what if we hit someone? Who told this old dog to not know how to appreciate kindness? Father here didn't want to take his life, that's already showing mercy. A little girl like you not only doesn't appreciate father's kindness, but also dares to criticize me. Do you believe I won't kill him right now?" "You." The young girl in green clothes' pretty face paled. After all, her strength wasn't high and she was still young, so after being threatened by the other party, she didn't dare say anything, fearing that this man would really become angry out of humiliation and kill her. "Humph, the city lord has ordered that all Saint crystals obtained from transactions must be paid to the city lord's mansion. What's wrong, old dog? Are you deaf or blind? You actually dared to secretly trade with others. If father hadn't caught you red-handed, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known you were so bold. Daring to ignore the orders of the city lord's mansion, old dog, you must be tired of living." The other man also laughed sinisterly. The old man's face was livid, but he didn't dare to refute. Although there were many onlookers, none of them dared to make any moves, but when they looked at the old man and the young girl, they all showed looks of sympathy. Blue Wave City's taxes were so high and the exploitation was so heavy that almost everyone could barely keep themselves fed and clothed. Moreover, they couldn't escape from this place, so when people went out for adventures, if they had any gains, they would find familiar and reliable shops to secretly trade them without being discovered, avoiding the harsh taxes. This kind of phenomenon was commonplace in Blue Wave City. The old man and his group had been unlucky this time, accidentally bumping into someone from the city lord's mansion, causing them to suffer a big loss. Taking a deep breath, the old man cupped his fists solemnly and said, "Two friends, it's not that we ignored the orders of the city lord's mansion, but we were originally going to pay the Saint crystals after this transaction, but we didn't have time to do so." "Old dog, your words sound good, haha. I wonder what you're really thinking." The burly man obviously didn't believe such words. "Since I've run into the 2 of you here, this old man won't have to make a trip himself. Please accept these Saint crystals and don't refuse," the old man said as he winked at the girl in green. The girl in green clutched her space ring and shook her head repeatedly, obviously unwilling to hand over the gains from this adventure. These were gains they had risked their lives to obtain. "Take them out," the old man shouted. Under his dignified gaze, the girl in green reluctantly took out a package from her space ring and handed it to the old man. The old man squeezed out a smile and said humbly, "These are all the Saint crystals we obtained. I hope the 2 master will kindly accept them." Saying so, the old man tossed the package over. The big man opposite him reached out and caught it, weighing it for a moment before his eyes couldn't help lighting up. A good harvest, old dog. Haha, our luck was quite good this time, the old man chuckled. In the past, they hadn't obtained so many gains during their adventures, but this time, they had followed Xianxia, so their gains had indeed been much greater. Master, we'll take our leave first. The old man cupped his fists slightly, not intending to stay here for long. Wait, I didn't say you could leave, which one of you dares? The big man threw the package to his companion and shouted. What other advice does Master have for us? The old man clutched his chest and asked in a panic. This time, you secretly traded with father here and now you've been caught red-handed. What about before? Where did all the Saint crystals go before father here? The big man asked with an unfriendly look. Master, we've always paid Saint crystals according to the rules of our previous transactions. Never once have we missed a single payment. I asked the master to judge clearly. The old man was shocked. Heh, judge clearly or not, I have my own judgment. Today, either you hand over all the Saint crystals you obtained in previous transactions and I'll spare your lives, or all of you will remain here. The big man coldly snorted. Master, you're making things too difficult for us, the old man said anxiously. We've never done this kind of thing before, how can we hand over all these Saint crystals? Yes, almost all of our Saint crystals have been taken away by you, where can we find any extra to give you? The girl in green also shouted. Little girl, your courage isn't small. The big man glanced at the girl gloomily, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he stared more intently at the girl's exquisite body, a lustful light flashing across his eyes as he chuckled to himself. The old man noticed this and knew that's not good, so he quickly pulled the girl in green behind him. Master. I'll let you go this time. The big man stroked his chin and pretended to ponder. After a while, he nodded and said, All right, this king is not an unreasonable person. In fact, I'm very easy to talk to. Since this is your first offense, it's not impossible for me to let you go this time. Master, don't be in such a hurry. I haven't finished speaking. Chuckling meaningfully, the big man pointed to the girl in green behind the old man and said, If you don't have any Saint crystals, you can hand her over. Leave this little girl behind and everyone else scram. As soon as this remark came out, the girl in green's pretty face immediately paled. The old man also panicked and hurriedly said, Master, Fair is still young. Young? This king doesn't think she's young at all. The big man chuckled and his expression changed as he fiercely shouted, I'll give you one last chance. Leave the little girl behind and the rest of you scram. If you dare to be long-winded again, I'll kill all of you. The old man and the others kept silent out of fear, not daring to show the anger in their hearts. They could only cast pleading eyes around, hoping that the onlookers would speak up for them or help them. But when they met his gaze, everyone turned away. The old man's heart sank, never having expected that things would develop to this point. The girl in green also showed a look of despair. What's so lively here? I'll also take a look. An abrupt voice suddenly called out from behind the crowd. Everyone turned their heads and saw a young man in robes striding over. He had a stalwart figure and a strange smile on his face as he carried a wine jug in his hand. His eyes were arrogant and domineering, and his demeanor was unrestrained, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. While striding over, he gulped down a mouthful of wine and grinned meaningfully, Why? I heard someone wants to kill someone. Big brother Young. The girl in green cried out, like a drowning person who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. The old man and the others also wore strange expressions. The crowd parted on their own accord and Xianxia walked straight to the old man and the others, sweeping them with his divine sense before gently nodding. The old man's injuries weren't too serious, otherwise, with his second-order Saint King cultivation, he would have been killed in one move by this big man. After all, this big man was a cultivator of the first-order origin returning realm. Little brother. The old man opened his mouth and looked at Xianxia gratefully, but he still said, Why did you bother to wade into these muddy waters? He sighed slightly, a look of guilt filling his face. He knew that Xianxia must have taken the initiative to show up because they had traveled together before and had formed some kind of friendship. He also knew that Xianxia's strength was unfathomable. But this was Blue Wave City, and Yang Kai was one person with two fists. If he really intervened, it was likely he wouldn't be able to protect himself. "Old sir, you don't have to worry about me," Yang Kai smiled lightly. Hearing this, the old man couldn't help smiling bitterly and didn't say anything more. "Boy, who are you?" The big man's face sank as he stared coldly at Yang Kai. "I'm just here to watch the fun," Yang Kai grinned at him. "Boy, you court death," the big man shouted angrily. Ever since Blue Wave City and High Heaven Sect became involved, no one dared to act presumptuously here. As a member of the City Lord's mansion, he was respected wherever he went, but today, a young man who didn't know the meaning of death dared to ridicule him. Naturally, he was furious. With a shout, the big man rushed in front of Yang Kai and summoned a hammer-like artifact that flashed brilliantly as he viciously smashed it towards Yang Kai. The onlookers exclaimed, and the old man's heart also jumped. The green-clothed girl screamed. It seemed that in the next moment, that artifact would smash Yang Kai's head to pieces. Yang Kai threw out a punch to meet the hammer. Asterisk Guangdang, asterisk a loud bang rang out, but Yang Kai remained unscathed. Instead, the hammer artifact was sent flying by a powerful force and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai raised the wine jug in his hand and slammed it down on the big man's head. With a loud crash, the wine jug shattered and the strong wine splashed all over the big man's face. Before he could recover from his shock, a big foot flew towards him and kicked him in the face. A blood-curdling scream rang out as the big man was sent flying like a paper kite. His face was covered in blood, giving him a terrifying appearance. His nose, which had been kicked by Kai Yang, had been smashed into smithereens. Countless of his teeth had been knocked out. The audience was shocked. Everyone looked at Yang Kai with strange eyes, as if they were looking at a monster. What shocked everyone was not Yang Kai's strength, but that he dared to attack someone from the City Lord's mansion in Blue Wave City. Feeling a sharp pain, the big man howled and shouted, "You dare hit me? So what if I hit you? Who told you to be an idiot who didn't know how to appreciate kindness? Not only did father not want your life, but you even dared to accuse me. Do you believe I won't kill you right now?" Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically, a mocking expression on his face. These words sounded familiar, as if the big man had just ridiculed the girl. The big man's face was dull. His companion's expression also changed as he stared at Yang Kai with eyes full of horror. To be able to defeat the burly man in an instant, the other party's strength was not something he could contend with. Even if he wanted to regain face for the burly man, there was nothing he could do. Thinking of this, he retreated quickly, wanting to report this matter to the City Lord's mansion and ask for help. "I didn't say you could leave, so how could you?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and shot a golden blood thread towards the big man. A golden light flashed, and in the next moment, the man who was running away screamed and fell to the ground. There were no wounds, but his vitality was quickly being extinguished. He was dead. Everyone's eyes bulged. If Yang Kai daring to attack the City Lord's mansion's people just now had shocked the onlookers, then this scene made them feel like their guts were about to explode. Someone from the City Lord's mansion had been killed. How could this be? In the past few years, no one had ever dared to oppose the City Lord's mansion. Anyone who had such thoughts had been destroyed. But today, there was a young man who killed a martial artist from the City Lord's mansion under the watchful eyes of so many people. It was easy to imagine that he would face the wrath of the City Lord's mansion. Even if he had great ability, he would not be able to escape from Blue Wave City. He would die without a doubt. A series of gasps rang out as everyone's gazes towards Yang Kai changed, becoming filled with fear and horror, all of them subconsciously distancing themselves from him so as not to be misunderstood as having anything to do with him and be implicated by him. "Little brother, you." The old man also looked incredulous. On the other hand, Fei and the other young people looked excited, looking at Yang Kai with worshipful eyes, as if he was their idol. Young people were always hot-blooded. "I just killed a piece of trash, old sir doesn't need to be so nervous," Yang Kai chuckled, looking indifferent. "Little brother, you should leave quickly. It's not good to stay here for long. Take advantage of the fact that the news hasn't spread. Leave now and you still have a chance to live. If you're late, I'm afraid it'll be too late," the old man hurriedly shouted at Yang Kai. Leave? Why should I leave? Yang Kai shook his head. The old man looked at Yang Kai with a dull gaze. You're not leaving? Do you still want to stay? Yes. The old man was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Do you know who you just killed? Do you know how much trouble you've caused? You still want to stay? Have you never died before? Haha. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Old sir, don't be impatient. Since I'm staying, I'm definitely not afraid of him. If they can really kill me, they can do it. Yang Kai had a fearless look on his face as he spoke in an arrogant tone. The old man stared at him as if he had seen a ghost. After confirming that he was not drunk, he could not help shaking his head. I really don't know what you young people are thinking. Don't worry, since I've run into you today, it's time to clean up the garbage in Blue Wave City. Old sir, you just need to watch. This old man doesn't know what you're relying on, but this matter is still caused by us, so this old man will follow little brother. As for the rest, we'll leave it to fate. He obviously did not have a good opinion of Yang Kai, thinking that Yang Kai was a little too hot-blooded and impulsive. Even so, he chose to stay, not letting Yang Kai fight alone. Many thanks, old sir, Yang Kai smiled silently. Big brother Yang, we will also live and die with you. The green-clothed girl's face was flushed red as she shouted excitedly. Her fellow clan members all nodded, their eyes showing a kind of courage to face death with equanimity. Good. Yang Kai nodded, and you can just stand by for me. Nonsense. The old man was so anxious that he stomped his feet. You're too much. He was willing to stay with Yang Kai because he was prepared to die so that the young people in his clan could escape, but how could he have known they would make such an impulsive choice? He flew into a rage. Old sir, you can rest assured that they will be safe and sound, Yang Kai said casually, his face full of confidence. Young people really don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. Does he not know how big of a mess he's made? Does he not know who he has killed? Heh, this is interesting, someone actually dares to oppose the City Lord's mansion. This is going to be a good show. How could the City Lord's mansion let him off so easily? What a pity, such a good young man will die in Blue Wave City today, what a pity. The whispers of the onlookers came from all around. Many people were pointing at Yang Kai. There were more cultivators who heard the news and came here to join in the fun. For a moment, the street was packed with people. Yang Kai and the others were surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The previously arrogant burly man had a dull look on his face. He watched as his companion was killed by Yang Kai with a raise of his hand, dying a tragic death not far away. A chill ran down his spine, and his expression became one of fear. He had never thought that there would really be someone who would dare to kill people in Blue Wave City, let alone someone from the City Lord's mansion. The sunlight in front of him seemed to be blocked. Looking up, he saw Kai Yang standing in front of him with his arms crossed, looking down at him condescendingly. His eyes were like a dragon overlooking an ant, disdainful. Little brother, please spare my life. The burly man struggled to get up and suddenly knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly, little brother, please spare my life. I was a snob and unintentionally offended little brother. I ask little brother's master to be magnanimous and not bother with me. Compared to his own life, this little bit of shame was nothing. He no longer had the courage to challenge Yang Kai. You want to live? Yang Kai smiled at him. The burly man nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai nodded, his expression becoming soft, and, I can also spare your life. Many thanks, little brother, many thanks. The burly man cried bitterly, I wonder what little brother's orders are. He was not stupid, knowing that Yang Kai was willing to let him go for a price. Is your city lord still in the mansion? Yang Kai asked. Yes, the city lord's master is in the mansion. Good, lead the way. Yang Kai motioned. The burly man was stunned, his expression becoming extremely strange. Hurry up. Yang Kai kicked him and shouted. Yes. The burly man quickly got up, not daring to delay any longer, quickly leading the way. Fei come with me, we're going to the city lord's mansion to make a scene. Yang Kai beckoned to the green-cloaked girl and the others. Oh, the several young people immediately followed. The old man was in a daze until Yang Kai and the others squeezed into the crowd and disappeared. Only then did he snap back to his senses, stomping his feet, and hurriedly followed. The onlookers were in an uproar. That young man really seemed to have a death wish. After killing someone from the city lord's mansion in Blue Wave City, instead of running away, he actually wanted to go to the city lord's mansion to make a scene. There was actually such a bold person in this world. What kind of background did he have? Did he really have someone to rely on, or was he just acting recklessly? With great curiosity, everyone wanted to know what the final fate of this young man would be, so naturally, they all followed. For a time, the entire Blue Wave City was in a state of turmoil as a large number of cultivators rushed towards the city lord's mansion under the leadership of Yang Kai, creating a grand scene. However, they were just here to watch the fun. If they really wanted to oppose the city lord's mansion, none of them had the guts. In the center of Blue Wave City, in front of a magnificent palace, several dozen cultivators stood guard. With such a big incident happening in the city, naturally news had been sent back to the city lord's mansion. Blue Wave City's city lord was furious and immediately ordered the army to meet the enemy. He wanted to see which bastard had eaten the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard, daring to provoke him. Blue Wave City was a subsidiary city of Heaven Battling City, so there were a large number of cultivators in the city lord's mansion. It was not a weak force, and there were also a large number of cultivators scattered throughout the city to deal with unexpected events. The city lord himself and the members of the Elder Council were all origin-returning realm masters, with 2 of them having reached the 3rd order. In terms of the strength of a single city, such a lineup was not weak. At this moment, City Lord Dan Ying was standing outside the city lord's mansion with his hands behind his back, staring at the bustling crowd in the distance. His gaze soon settled on a young man. He could tell at a glance that this young man was the one leading the trouble. One of his subordinates, his face covered in blood, walked in front of him humbly, seemingly leading the way for the young man. The sound of gulping could be heard as the city lord's mansion cultivator looked at the countless cultivators following the young man and felt a little uneasy. "What are you panicking for?" Dan Ying shouted, "These people are just going with the flow. They don't have the guts to oppose my city lord's mansion. As long as we kill the leading young man, the others will be nothing more than chickens and dogs." "City lord's master is right, don't panic," someone from the Elder Council echoed. Hearing this, the cultivator was secretly relieved. After a while, Yang Kai and the others arrived outside the city lord's mansion, but except for him and a few people from the old man's family, the rest of the onlookers had already stopped 1,000 meters away. This was also the rule of Blue Wave City. No one was allowed to set foot within 1,000 meters of the city lord's mansion, otherwise they would be killed. The onlookers were afraid of the city lord's mansion's prestige, so naturally, they did not dare to cross the line. "Is that your city lord?" Yang Kai turned his eyes to Dan Ying and asked the big man in front of him. The big man's eyes flickered as he nodded slightly. "Deacon Liu, what happened? Why did you bring so many people to make trouble in front of the city lord's mansion?" Dan Ying stared at the big man majestically and asked. The big man raised his head and glanced at Dan Ying, his eyes flashing. Suddenly, as if he had made up his mind, he circulated his Saint Chi and rushed over. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived beside Dan Ying. Yang Kai sneered but did not stop him, as if he had expected this scene. "City Lord Master, please forgive me." The big man shouted, "This subordinate did not bring people to make trouble, this subordinate was simply forced." "Who dared to force you?" Dan Ying's expression became cold. "It's that little brat." The big man turned back and pointed to Yang Kai, freeing himself from Yang Kai's control. Standing next to Dan Ying, the big man felt a sense of security and no longer had any scruples. Pointing to Yang Kai, he grit his teeth and said, "This subordinate was with Deacon Zhou just now and was collecting taxes, but that little brat didn't put us in his eyes and killed Deacon Zhou. In order to survive, this subordinate had no choice but to compromise and lead that little bastard to the city lord's mansion to be dealt with by the city lord's master." Obviously, this subordinate was trying to live a humble life, but in the big man's mouth, he had turned into someone who was willing to endure hardships and wait for a tiger. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this and could not help looking at the big man in a new light. "Well done." Dan Ying nodded lightly. Idiot, do you think you're safe standing next to your city lord? If I wanted to kill you, even your city lord wouldn't be able to protect you. Xianxia sneered. Presumptuous. Danning shouted, little brat, you're too arrogant. Don't think that just because you have some ability you can look down on everyone in the world. This city lord would like to see how you can kill Deacon Lu in front of me. Then watch carefully. Xianxia grinned and a golden light suddenly appeared in his left eye, followed by the appearance of a budding lotus flower. As soon as the lotus flower appeared, it disappeared in a flash. A scream rang out as the big man standing next to Danning clutched his head and fell to the ground, rolling on the ground. The scream was extremely tragic, as if the man had suffered some kind of unimaginable torture, causing everyone who heard it to be greatly shocked. No one knew what the big man had suffered to cause him such pain. In less than 3 breaths, a muffled bang rang out. The big man's head burst open like a ripe watermelon, blood and brain splattering all over the ground, and he was no longer breathing. Gasps could be heard from all directions. Danning and the other cultivator from Blue Wave City's Elder Council all trembled as their faces turned pale, their eyes filled with fear. The green-clothed girl standing behind Xianxia was stunned for a moment. She didn't seem to be able to react to what had happened, but soon, her pretty face turned white and she ran to the side to retch. It was so difficult that she seemed to have vomited bile. Did you see it clearly? Xianxia looked at Danning contemptuously and chuckled mockingly. Danning's face was extremely ugly as he remained silent with a gloomy expression. He didn't know what kind of trick Xianxia had used, but with his third-order origin returning realm cultivation, he was able to see some things. Being able to kill Deacon Lu silently without moving, it was clear that the other party had used some kind of divine sense secret technique. But how powerful was his spiritual energy to be able to cause Deacon Lu's head to explode? Danning asked himself if he could do such a thing. A great enemy. Danning no longer dared to underestimate Xianxia, his expression becoming extremely dignified. May I ask who your excellency is and why you have come to my Blue Wave City to cause trouble? Danning asked with a cold expression. Is that important? Xianxia curled his lips. Danning frowned, this city lord and your excellency have never met before, yet your excellency is so unreasonable as to kill 2 of my city lord's mansion's deacons, isn't that a bit too much? He had seen that Xianxia's strength was extraordinary, so he didn't dare to offend him easily. With such strength at such a young age, it was likely that this young man had some backing behind him, so before he figured it out, Danning didn't dare to act rashly. Too much? Xianxia grinned, I don't think it's too much. Today, I came here not only to kill your 2 deacons, but also to take your life. Anyone who dares to oppose you will die. The city lord's mansion's cultivator felt a chill run down his spine. Danning's expression froze for a moment, but soon he laughed, interesting, this city lord hasn't seen such an interesting young man for a long time. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, don't blame the city lord for being impolite, kill him for me. Danning couldn't bear Xianxia's shamelessness any longer. 2 deacons had died, if he were to swallow this insult, he would no longer have the slightest dignity in the future. No matter what kind of backing this young man had, it couldn't be bigger than the one behind him, so Danning was fearless and didn't want to waste any more time with Xianxia, waving his hand and shouting. Dozens of city lords' mansion's cultivator received the order and with ferocious expressions, turned into beams of light and rushed towards Xianxia. Although the tragic death of the burly man just now made everyone fear Xianxia, he was just one person after all, so the city lord's mansion's cultivator didn't put the green-clothed girl and the others behind him in their eyes. With so many people, they were confident they could take down Xianxia. Their figures flashed one after another as the light of their secret techniques and artifacts bloomed, enveloping Xianxia. The green-clothed girl and the others all turned pale, feeling the huge chaotic energy fluctuations, their eyes filled with despair. They thought they were dead for sure. Xianxia remained motionless, and the smile on his face grew colder. It was only when the overwhelming attacks were right in front of him that he stretched out his hand and a purple shield slowly appeared. The shield was originally only the size of a washbasin, but after it appeared, it suddenly expanded and covered an area of more than 100 feet. All the attacks hit the shield. Ding ding dang dang dang. A series of clanging sounds could be heard. Light splashed everywhere, but Xianxia was completely unharmed. An origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact. Dan Ying's eyes narrowed as he recognized the grade of this shield. He couldn't help but reveal a burning light in his eyes. Origin-grade high-rank artifacts were already extremely rare on Shadowed Star, not to mention that this was a defensive artifact, far more valuable than ordinary artifacts. With this artifact, anyone's strength would rise to a whole new level. Dan Ying was more and more certain that Yang Kai had a backer behind him, otherwise, how could he have obtained such a good thing? Suddenly, a golden light bloomed from behind the shield, and golden threads shot out. Roughly counting, there were at least 100 of them. Those golden threads contained a heart-palpitating power of blood qi, and an energy fluctuation that made people feel uneasy. It was almost as if they were alive. The golden threads flew back and forth, cutting through the crowd. No cultivator's Saint Qi barrier could withstand the cutting and piercing of these golden threads. The thick protective auras of these cultivators were like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Even ordinary defensive artifacts could not withstand the sharpness of these golden threads and were cut in half, losing a great deal of their spirituality and becoming completely useless. Screams rang out endlessly. Blood splashed as severed limbs and flesh scattered all over the ground. Heads flew into the air as corpses fell one after another. The cultivator in the city lord's mansion screamed in horror. Those who were still alive saw that the situation was bad and hurriedly retreated, trying to escape from Yang Kai. You think you can run away? Since you've come, there's no need for you to leave. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a faint sneer appearing at the corners of his mouth. Under the control of his divine sense, the golden blood threads flew faster and faster. It was like a dance of demons. Everyone only saw a flash of golden light and heard blood-curdling screams. As for what was happening on the battlefield, only a few people could see clearly. Quick, send a message to Heaven Battling City and have City Lord Liang come quickly. Dan Ying's face turned pale as he hurriedly shouted to a person next to him. He faintly felt that even he was not this young man's opponent, so he did not hesitate to call for reinforcements. Hearing this order, the man did not hesitate to turn around and rush into the city lord's mansion. The tragic screams still continued, but they gradually weakened compared to before. Gradually, no one screamed anymore. The golden light slowly converged, revealing the area of territory. Everyone looked over, and after seeing the situation clearly, their feet began to cramp. With Yang Kai as the center, there was not a single living person within a 10-meter radius. All the enemies who had just swarmed up to attack him had died tragically on the spot. The scene was extremely bloody and cruel, and a strong smell of blood filled the air, making everyone feel nauseous. 1,000 meters away, the onlookers' cultivator were stunned, some of them constantly rubbing their eyes, subconsciously rejecting what they had just seen. Behind Yang Kai, the old man, the girl in green, and the others were also stunned, staring blankly at Yang Kai's back, their mouths wide open, unable to close. The girl in green's tender body was trembling, half out of fear and disgust, and the other half out of excitement. Just now, Yang Kai had asked her to come to the city lord's mansion to cause trouble, and she had agreed, but now she knew that Yang Kai did not need anyone to help him, he could destroy the entire city lord's mansion by himself. The scene became eerily quiet, and a breeze blew past, carrying the smell of blood to every corner of Blue Wave City. Almost no one had ever seen such a large-scale massacre. Broken limbs and flesh flew everywhere, and organs and blood covered the ground. It could no longer be described as bloody and cruel. Dan Ying and the members of the Elder Council almost collapsed. Kill him. Kill them all. Little brother, you've done well, don't let these people go, kill them all. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the crowd 1,000 meters away. With one call, hundreds of people responded, and the whole city echoed with this cry from the bottom of their hearts. The cultivator population of Blue Wave City had been very unhappy in the past few years. They had been exploited by the city lord's mansion and wantonly humiliated. Even if they wanted to leave the city, they could not find another way out. Many people had been killed, many small families had been destroyed, and some young and beautiful women had been raped and taken away without daring to resist. They had suffered enough. A trivial Blue Wave city lord's mansion was not something they could take seriously. But they did not dare to disobey High Heaven Sect. 3 years ago, Shadowed Star's 3 top forces, Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Star Emperor Mountain, were crushed under the iron hooves of High Heaven Sect. High Heaven Sect had become the most powerful force on Shadowed Star. This was a sect that struck fear in people's hearts. Blue Wave City had the shadow of High Heaven Sect behind it, so even if the cultivator here did not have a good life, they did not dare to openly resist. Anger and hatred were like fine wine, the longer it was bottled up, the richer it became. Today's scene caused the dissatisfaction in everyone's heart to erupt, and they began to support Yang Kai, venting the anger in their hearts, wanting to see Dan Ning and the others get their just retribution. Some people bravely stepped forward and walked over, standing behind Yang Kai and glaring at Dan Ning and the others. More people came over. Within 1,000 meters of the city lord's mansion, the rule that no one was allowed to set foot inside was broken. The dense crowd shouted the word kill in unison, and the murderous aura they released soared into the sky, forcing Dan Ning and the others to retreat again and again, their faces filled with shock. Even if an Origin King Realm Master stood here, they would not be able to face such a scene. Dan Ning never thought that these people who had always been obedient to him would actually dare to shout at him like this, causing his legs to tremble. City Lord, is it Master? Do you want to commit suicide, or do you want me to take action? I'll say this first, if I take action, you may suffer some torture. But you won't die so easily. Yang Kai sneered as he looked forward. The corners of Dan Ying's eyes twitched as he tried to put on a strong front and shouted, "Boy, do you know who you have offended today? I am a subordinate of Heaven Battling City's City Lord Liang Yong. My Blue Wave City is under the jurisdiction of High Heaven Sect. No matter what your background is, no matter where you come from, daring to offend my Blue Wave City today, you will not have a good end. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly and this City Lord will let bygones be bygones, otherwise, you'll suffer." High Heaven Sect? Yang Kai chuckled, "Don't tarnish the reputation of High Heaven Sect. High Heaven Sect won't let you do such a thing." "You don't believe me?" Dan Ning grit his teeth. "Do you think I don't believe you?" Yang Kai sneered. Who is so bold as to not put High Heaven Sect in their eyes? An angry shout suddenly came from the City Lord's mansion. This king would like to see, with the example of Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect, who still wants to be an enemy of High Heaven Sect. Hearing this voice, Dan Ning, who was originally pale, suddenly became overjoyed and quickly turned his head to look inside the City Lord's mansion. Like a drowning person grasping at a life-saving straw, his previous fear and uneasiness swept away. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a gloomy light as he turned his gaze towards the source of this voice. After a short while, a man walked out of the City Lord's mansion with a majestic gait. Behind him, one Origin returning Realm Master after another appeared, all of them wearing arrogant expressions. Dan Ning greets City Lord Liang. Dan Ning hurriedly cupped his fists and saluted. He had just sent a message to Liang Yong, but he hadn't expected the other party to rush over through the space array so quickly. Now they were saved. The masters of Heaven Battling City were far more powerful than those of Blue Wave City, so no matter how strong that little brat was, he would have no choice but to surrender in front of City Lord Liang. N. Liang Yong nodded lightly, glanced at Dan Ning, and coldly snorted, "You're becoming more and more useless as a City Lord. I heard that someone was causing trouble here, but you couldn't solve it? City Lord Liang, please forgive me." Dan Ning broke out in cold sweat as he hurriedly apologized. The strength of that little brat who caused trouble is truly extraordinary. Several dozen of this one's subordinates were brutally killed by him. I ask City Lord Liang to uphold justice for this Dan Ning. Since this City Lord has come, naturally I will not sit idly by. Who is the one causing trouble here, not giving my High Heaven Sect face? Liang Yong coldly snorted. It's that little brat. Hearing Liang Yong's question, Dan Ning pointed and grit his teeth, it's him. He doesn't put our High Heaven Sect in his eyes at all. This Dan has clearly told him that Blue Wave City is under the jurisdiction of High Heaven Sect and that this Dan is also City Lord Liang's subordinate, but this little brat is so arrogant and daring that he doesn't believe me at all. This Dan asked City Lord Liang to teach him a good lesson. After saying so, Dan Ning turned to look at Yang Kai triumphantly, his eyes filled with satisfaction and expectation. He was looking forward to seeing Yang Kai kneel and beg for mercy, allowing him to vent the anger in his heart. But to his disappointment, Yang Kai did not show any signs of panic at all and still stood there calmly, his arms crossed over his chest, an inexplicable sneer on his face as he glared at Liang Yong arrogantly. This little brat really has guts. City Lord Liang had personally come here, yet he showed no fear. At this moment, Danning could not help admiring Yang Kai. However, acting so arrogant would only anger City Lord Liang even more, and his end would definitely be even worse. Danning sneered in his heart as he glanced over at Liang Yong, only to see him stride forward and quickly rush towards Yang Kai. Danning couldn't help but stare, secretly looking forward to the show. The green-clothed girl and the others also began to sweat profusely as panic filled their faces. The countless cultivators who had just stood behind Yang Kai and supported him saw Liang Yong's aggressive stance and subconsciously took a few steps back, putting some distance between them and Yang Kai, for fear that the fire at the city gate would affect the fish in the moat. Some people were already secretly regretting being so impulsive just now. They had long heard of Liang Yong's name. Since the destruction of Heaven Battling Union, he had become the city lord of Heaven Battling City and was directly under the administration of High Heaven Sect. Although High Heaven Sect had become famous in recent years, they seemed to be very low-key, and no one had ever heard of a High Heaven Sect disciple appearing outside. And Liang Yong seemed to have become the spokesperson of High Heaven Sect. Now that he had come here, no matter what his strength was, he represented the behemoth that was High Heaven Sect. Even though he was an ordinary person who had never cultivated before, no one dared to lay a hand on him. What's more, he was a top master in the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. In terms of strength, he was even stronger than Danning. This brat is done for. Many people looked at Yang Kai with a trace of sympathy on their faces. No matter how powerful this little brat's backer was, even if he died here today, no one would dare to avenge him. In the blink of an eye, Liang Yong had closed the distance between them. Liang Yong rushed in front of Yang Kai, and without any hesitation, he reached out and swung his sleeves behind him. Kneeling on one knee, he bowed his head and said in a deep voice, "Subordinate Liang Yong greets Sect Master." His movements were clean and nimble, as if he had practiced it countless times, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. Yang Kai's expression was cold and indifferent as he looked down at him condescendingly. The sneer at the corner of his mouth was as unfathomable as before. Everyone's eyeballs were jumping around. Everyone who saw this scene opened their mouths and eyes wide, almost thinking that they had seen or heard wrong, as if they were in a dream. The scene was silent, but there seemed to be a chill hanging in front of the city lord's mansion, making many people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Danning was stunned as he stared at Liang Yong in a daze. He suddenly realized that Liang Yong's forehead was covered in fine sweat. The sweat condensed together and turned into beads of sweat that slid down his face from his forehead. Asterisk drip, drip, asterisk. Danying's body shook violently as a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. He suddenly remembered a piece of information he had heard before. It was said that the sect master of High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai, seemed to be a young man, and according to the various descriptions he had heard, he was vaguely similar to the troublemaker in front of him. And just now, Liang Yong seemed to have addressed him as. Danying's eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. Subordinate greets Sect Master. We did not know Sect Master would be honored with our presence and failed to welcome you. We beg Sect Master's forgiveness. A chorus of shouts came from the mouths of the cultivator Liang Yong had brought with him, shaking the world and shaking everyone's hearts. The green-clothed girl was once again stunned as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, only seeming to understand after a long time, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. Liang Yong. Yang Kai called out faintly. Subordinate is here, Liang Yong replied quickly, his voice trembling slightly. After not seeing you for a few years, it seems you've grown up, Yang Kai sneered softly. Subordinate doesn't dare. Cold sweat continued to drip from Liang Yong's forehead, as if he had just been fished out of water, his clothes soaked in sweat. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Yang Kai's words, he hurriedly said, Subordinate has failed to properly manage his subordinates and has caused Sect Master to suffer. Please punish me, Sect Master. Good, your punishment can wait, but this Sect Master is curious. When did you join High Heaven Sect? Without this Sect Master's permission, who accepted you? Liang Yong's body trembled as he shot a vicious glare towards Danning, the hatred in his heart difficult to describe with words. He had just received news in Heaven Battling City that someone was making trouble here, so he immediately brought a group of people to this place through the space array. But how could he have imagined that as soon as he walked out of the city lord's mansion, he would see the person he feared the most in his life? He could not wait to tear this blind idiot Danning into 10,000 pieces. Sect master is wise. Subordinate has always admired the sect's magnificence and has always wanted to join it, to shed his blood for the sect, but has never been able to do so. Subordinate is highly regarded by sect master and is now the city lord of Heaven Battling City, helping sect master and the sect collect supplies. However, Subordinate is just a survivor of Heaven Battling Union and was afraid he would not be able to convince the public, so he had no choice but to announce this to the public. Vice City Lord Gu is also aware of this matter. Liang Yong thought for a moment before quickly reporting. Is that so, Xiaoqi, is this true? Yang Kai looked up at a buck-toothed cultivator in the crowd. The latter nodded. Good, in that case, let's forget about this matter, Yang Kai gently nodded. Hearing this, Liang Yong could not help breathing a sigh of relief. But before he could relax, he heard Yang Kai say, let's talk about Blue Wave City again. Liang Yong's heart clenched as a bad feeling spread from head to toe. I heard that Blue Wave City is affiliated with Heaven Battling City? Yang Kai looked at Liang Yong and asked. Reporting to Sect Master, this is indeed the case. Not only Blue Wave City, but all the cities within a few million kilometers are affiliated with Heaven Battling City, a total of about 9 large and small cities. Good job, Yang Kai grinned. Many thanks for Sect Master's praise, it is Subordinate's honor to serve the sect. So, all the measures in Blue Wave City are dictated by Heaven Battling City? Yang Kai looked at Liang Yong with a smile. Liang Yong looked flustered and quickly said, that's not the case, Subordinate simply asks these affiliated cities to pay some materials or Saint crystals every year. As for everything in the city, Subordinate does not interfere, all of it is managed by their respective city lords' mansions. Good answer, Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. Sect Master. Gucci looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, did something happen in Blue Wave City? I only came here today so I don't know much. If you want to know more, you might as well ask these people. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed to the countless cultivator. Gucci pondered for a moment and vaguely felt that things were not as simple as they seemed, so he quickly walked over to the front of the crowd, cupped his fists, and said, everyone, this one is Gucci, Vice City Lord of Heaven Battling City and a disciple of High Heaven Sect. If you have something to say, you might as well tell this Gu. This Gu guarantees on the reputation of the sect that no one will embarrass you. The scene was silent as no one spoke, all of them just staring at Gucci in a daze. They were afraid and didn't trust Gucci, so naturally, they didn't have the courage to expose the secrets of Blue Wave City's City Lord's mansion. The girl in green opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end swallowed the words back down. Fei if you have something to say, as long as I'm here, no one will dare do anything to you, Yang Kai observed her expression and comforted her. The girl in green seemed to have received encouragement and courage as she took a deep breath and said softly, Fei-er's fourth uncle was beaten to death by the City Lord's mansion 2 years ago because he was unwilling to pay Saint crystals. And today, the benefits we worked so hard to obtain were all snatched away by the City Lord's mansion's people. Not only that, even Fei-er wanted to snatch them away. If Big Brother Yang hadn't acted, the consequences would have been unimaginable, another young man shouted. Gucci's face sank. Blue Wave City is not a place for people to live in. We have to pay 70% of all profits to the City Lord's mansion, how can we live like this? There is a list in the City Lord's mansion. Those who are listed on this list are not allowed to leave Blue Wave City, but if they are found, they will be killed without mercy. Many people who wanted to leave Blue Wave City have already died. Sporadic shouts began to come from the crowd, and soon, countless people began to shout. Gucci's face became colder and colder while Yang Kai's expression also became more and more gloomy. After a while, the noise gradually subsided and Yang Kai and Gucci exchanged a glance, both seeing the anger in each other's eyes. Blue Wave City's vicious actions were not a big deal. Shadowed Star was so big that it was bound to happen somewhere, but what annoyed Yang Kai was that Blue Wave City was acting under the name of High Heaven Sect. Otherwise, the City Lord's mansion would have been razed to the ground by countless cultivators. The great prestige of High Heaven Sect made even if Blue Wave City was filled with complaints, no one dared to resist. This was smearing High Heaven Sect's name, and in the long run, High Heaven Sect would no longer have a foothold on Shadowed Star. There were 9 cities within a few million kilometers of Heaven Battling City. If Blue Wave City was like this, what about the other cities? Xiaoqi, you're not qualified to be Vice City Lord. Yang Kai glanced at him. Guqi looked ashamed. He did not expect the situation outside to be like this. Since 3 years ago, when Yang Kai asked him to stay in Heaven Battling City as Vice City Lord, he had not left Heaven Battling City, living in seclusion and occasionally paying attention to the situation in Heaven Battling City. The other side strictly followed the measures Yang Kai issued to win people's hearts when he left, and the tax was so low that it was almost negligible, attracting a large number of cultivators to settle down there. Today, Heaven Battling City was overcrowded and thriving. However, the other cities under Heaven Battling City's jurisdiction were not the same. Under the cover of that glamorous appearance, there were some people who were secretly doing some vicious things that would cause people to lose their hearts. Fortunately, Yang Kai discovered this early, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking of this, Guqi broke out in a cold sweat and became angry. Liang Yong, Liang Yong, don't tell this sect master that you didn't know anything about what happened here, Yang Kai sneered as he stared at Liang Yong. The latter's body trembled as a look of horror appeared on his face. Sect master is wise, subordinate really didn't know anything about this matter. This was the first time subordinate heard about it today, only now did he realize the situation in Blue Wave City was so bad. How could Liang Yong dare admit it? He had seen Yang Kai's methods before, so if he really admitted it, this place would be his burial ground today. No matter what, he couldn't admit it, so Liang Yong denied it. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin? Must I find evidence before you give up? Since that's the case, this sect master will fulfill your wish. Give me your space ring. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he shouted. Liang Yong's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. How could he agree? He could only open his mouth and say, Sect Master, I beg Sect Master to reconsider. This subordinate is completely loyal to Sect Master and will definitely not disobey Sect Master's wishes or do anything that would tarnish the sect's reputation. This space ring is subordinate's secret. Even if Sect Master requests it, subordinate cannot agree. Please understand, Sect Master. Enough nonsense, Yang Kai coldly snorted before reaching out and grabbing the ring on Liang Yong's hand. A look of struggle flashed across Liang Yong's face before his eyes filled with determination. Seeing Yang Kai reach out, Liang Yong pushed his Saint Chi violently to resist. How could he have known that just as he moved, the surrounding space would suddenly solidify and a violent pressure would press down on him from all directions, making it difficult for him to even move. With a loud crackling sound, tiny void cracks visible to the naked eye began swimming around Liang Yong like fish. Liang Yong was so frightened that he didn't dare to move, for fear that he would be swallowed by these void cracks. In a flash, his space ring fell into Yang Kai's hand, causing Liang Yong's face to suddenly turn pale. Grabbing Liang Yong's space ring, Yang Kai sneered softly, sweeping the contents of the ring with his divine sense, his face gradually becoming gloomy. Immediately, Yang Kai waved his hand and a series of clattering sounds rang out. In front of the city lord's mansion, a small mountain of high-rank saint crystals immediately appeared. The onlookers stared at this huge number of saint crystals and couldn't help gulping as a burst of exclamations rang out. When had they ever seen such a large amount of wealth? Although no one knew exactly how many saint crystals there were at least hundreds of millions of them, and if one could obtain them, they wouldn't need to worry about cultivation for several lifetimes. In addition to saint crystals, there were also various boxes. Yang Kai didn't know what was inside these boxes, but the boxes themselves were carved out of valuable materials, so it wasn't hard to imagine what was inside. Where did you get so many good things? Yang Kai looked at Liang Yong with a dark expression. Give me a reasonable explanation, and I won't kill you. Liang Yong's face turned ashen. He had no way to explain himself. The evidence was right in front of him. If Yang Kai hadn't plundered the wealth of the 9 cities under Heaven Battling City, how could he have amassed such a huge fortune by himself? No one had the ability to do that. Sect Master, please spare my life. Sect Master, please spare my life. Subordinate knows his wrongs and asks Sect Master to give subordinate a chance to redeem himself. Subordinate will definitely not disappoint sect master, Liang Yong shouted. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Everything can be done once, twice, but not thrice. Liang Yong, this sect master spared your life in Fallen Emperor Mountain and didn't take your life in Heaven Battling City because you were still a useful person, but now, you can rest in peace. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards Liang Yong. Liang Yong seemed to want to dodge, but for some reason, he couldn't and had his head grabbed by Yang Kai. Pushing his Saint Chi fiercely, Liang Yong screamed as a series of violent bursts rang out from his body. Along with this sound, Liang Yong's vitality rapidly disappeared. By the time Yang Kai withdrew his hand, Liang Yong had lost all vitality and collapsed to the ground, dark red blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Everyone was silent as they stared towards Yang Kai with complicated looks. Many of them knew Liang Yong's strength well. He was a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and even if he wasn't as strong as the late Heaven Battling Union's Union Master, he wasn't too far off. But such a master had been crushed to death by Yang Kai with a single hand. It wasn't any different from crushing an ant. Although most people had long heard that Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, in the end, those were just rumors. Only after seeing it with their own eyes did they realize that the rumors were true and that his strength was even more terrifying than the rumors said. Danning was dumbfounded and fell to the ground, his eyes glazed over. He had pinned all his hopes on Liang Yong, thinking that City Lord Liang would stand up for him and teach Yang Kai a lesson. But the development of the situation made him tremble in fear. First, Liang Yong addressed this young man as sect master, allowing Danning to vaguely guess his true identity, and then Liang Yong, who he regarded as his pillar of support, was crushed to death. Danning had always regarded High Heaven sect as his backer, a fox exploiting the tiger's might, but how could he have known that he would inadvertently offend the sect master of this backer? How could he survive now? He saw Kai Yang's gaze sweep over him, but it didn't linger, as if he was completely ignoring his existence. It was as if he wasn't a threat to Kai Yang at all. Heh, I don't know how many of you are related to this matter, but don't be too nervous. Liang Yong is dead, and this sect master doesn't want to kill anymore, so this matter will end here. If you want to live, you should know what to do. Yang Kai looked at the cultivator who had followed Liang Yong. Most of these people were originally cultivators of Heaven Battling Union, but some were later recruited by Liang Yong, all of them origin returning realm masters. Subordinates thank sect master for not killing us. Everyone responded in unison, immediately turning around and glaring at Danning. No! Danning shouted in horror. But it was too late. These people swarmed over and directly drowned Danning, bombarding him with various secret techniques and artifacts, killing him on the spot. Xiaoqi, take care of this matter and report back to me as soon as possible. Yang Kai looked at Guqi and ordered. Yes. Where is Blue Wave City's Vice City Lord? Yang Kai looked forward again. Subordinate is here. A wretched-looking old man hurriedly walked out, his legs still shaking as he bowed to Yang Kai. Good, take me to Blue Wave City's storehouse. Sect Master, this way please. The old man did not dare to neglect and quickly led the way. A moment later, Yang Kai stood in Blue Wave City's storehouse, looking at the dazzling array of materials and a large number of saint crystals, clicking his tongue constantly. The so-called wealth of the people was probably referring to these things. Empty the storehouse and hand everything to Guqi, he should know what to do with it, Yang Kai ordered before turning around and leaving. The old man bowed respectfully behind him. 3 days later, in the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai sat in a chair, listening to Guqi's report. Sect Master, Liang Yong, Danying's space rings and everything in Blue Wave City's storehouse has been dispersed. Subordinate asked the cultivator in Blue Wave City to report the amount of saint crystals he had paid and after verification, returned everything, informing them that what happened here was not instructed by my High Heaven sect but was instead Danying's own initiative. Everyone who heard this news applauded and praised Sect Master's great kindness. Enough flattery, Yang Kai shot him a disdainful glance. He didn't know why, but the more he looked at Guqi, the more he felt this guy was wretched. He couldn't help wondering how Yi Shiyun had adopted this guy in the first place. Guqi smiled awkwardly. Liang Yong is dead, so Heaven Battling City is now leaderless. You'll have to work hard for a while and stay there. If you can cultivate a capable and reliable person, you can let him take over the position of city lord. At that time, you can return to the sect and no longer have to worry about these trivial matters. Yes, that's what I plan to do, Gucci nodded. What about the other cities under the jurisdiction of Heaven Battling City? Is the situation the same as here? Xianxia asked again. It's not quite the same, the severity of the situation varies. Some are more serious, some are fine, but the most serious one is Blue Wave City. Good, that's good. In any case, how to deal with it is up to you. Sect Master, don't worry. Little Seven won't do those outrageous things. By the way, Sect Master, I have sent news of your return back to the sect. Great Elder wants to know how you're doing now. Me? I'm doing very well. Tell her I'll be back soon so she doesn't need to worry. Yes, Gucci nodded. There is one more thing I need to tell Sect Master. Speak. Outside the City Lord's mansion, there are a few people who have been asking to see you, saying they know you. Gucci looked at Xianxia with a strange expression. Xianxia pondered for a moment and immediately knew who wanted to see him, nodded, and said, "Let them in." Gucci took the order and left. A short while later, an old man led a few young people in. Xianxia got up and greeted them with a smile. This old man greets Sect Master Yang. The old man quickly saluted. Old sir need not be so polite. Xianxia chuckled as his eyes swept behind the old man and landed on the green-clothed girl who was staring at him with a pair of big eyes, her face filled with curiosity. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and salute, show some respect, the old man scolded. Xianxia waved his hand, no need, this is fine. The old man smiled bitterly, Sect Master Yang, please don't take offense. These young people have not seen much of the world. If they have offended you in any way, please forgive them. This old man came here to thank Sect Master Yang for upholding justice for all the Blue Wave City abbots and avenging the death of my family's fourth brother. I hope Sect Master Yang can accept this old man's bow. Old sir need not be so polite. If we really want to talk about what happened here, my High Heaven sect also has some responsibility. If it weren't for High Heaven sect's negligence, you would not have ended up like this. Fortunately, this matter was discovered not too late, so I hope it can be made up for in the future. It is an honor for us to live in Blue Wave City and be governed by High Heaven sect, the old man said solemnly. Xianxia gently nodded and grinned at the green-clothed girl. What are you looking at me for? Don't you recognize me? The green-clothed girl blushed and stammered, are you really High Heaven sect's sect master? You're not lying? Fei. The old man was taken aback and quickly glared at her. The girl couldn't help pursing her lips. Xianxia chuckled and nodded, I am High Heaven sect's sect master, there's no need to pretend, right? I was just asking. The girl stuck out her tongue and suddenly seemed to make a great decision, biting her red lips and saying, you are High Heaven sect's sect master, so your words should be very useful, right? They should be useful. Then can you accept me into High Heaven sect? As soon as this statement came out, the old man was shocked and quickly apologized. He knew that High Heaven sect never accepted anyone. A master like Liang Yong was only the city lord of Heaven Battling City and had not really become a member of High Heaven sect. His Fei was just a Saint Realm cultivator, so how could she join such a sect? Although he was apologizing in fear, the old man still had some expectations. If Fei could really join High Heaven sect, her future would be limitless. Currently, on Shadowed Star, High Heaven sect was the dominant force, and no other sect could compete with it. How could one enter such a sect be lacking? Xianxia stopped the old man's chatter and looked at the girl calmly. Do you want to join High Heaven sect? The girl nodded. Why? Xianxia asked. It's cool under a big tree. The girl replied immediately without thinking. The old man's face twitched as he listened to this. Xianxia was also stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. If I become a disciple of High Heaven sect, no one will dare bully my family's disciples in the future, the girl added with a blush. Xianxia smiled even more happily. Good, although you have some selfish motives, you are also a straightforward person. Since you want to enter High Heaven sect so much, this sect master will accept you. Ah? The girl's expression froze, seemingly not having expected happiness to come so suddenly. She thought she would definitely be rejected and had mentally prepared herself. Stupid girl, quickly thank sect master for his kindness. The old man quickly signaled to the side. Only then did the young girl come back to her senses. She hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. The several young people who came with her all looked at her enviously. All right, get up. I'll give you 1 day to deal with your family affairs. After 1 day, I'll return to the sect. You'll come with me then. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yes. The young girl bit her red lips, her face flushed red as she excitedly replied. There was no need for Yang Kai to worry about Blue Wave City, and Heaven Battling City didn't need him to deal with it. A day later, Yang Kai took the green-robed girl through Blue Wave City's space array, directly to Heaven Battling City, and from there, to Demon Blood City. The current Demon Blood City had already been renamed to Firmament City. It was the bridge between High Heaven Sect, which lived in the Luyan Desert, and the outside world, and a city directly under High Heaven Sect's jurisdiction. A few years ago, during the trip to the Emperor Garden, Demon Blood Temple's Great Elder and the beautiful Temple Master had both died at the hands of Yang Kai. As a result, Demon Blood Temple's internal strife continued, resulting in countless casualties among its elders. After a few years, this sect had nearly collapsed. Seeing this situation, Xianxia took her people to occupy Demon Blood City, the closest city to the sect, and renamed it Firmament City. Not to mention that Demon Blood Temple was now in decline and did not dare to resist, even when Demon Blood Temple was at its peak, with High Heaven Sect's strength. If they wanted to occupy Demon Blood City, Demon Blood Temple would not have dared to resist. Demon Blood City was so easily obtained and became High Heaven Sect's property. All supplies and cultivator traffic were transferred through Firmament City. Although today's High Heaven Sect was still located inside the Luyan Desert, its communication with the outside world was much more convenient. As soon as he appeared on the space array, Yang Kai heard a thunderous roar in his ears. Subordinate welcomes Sect Master back to the sect. The orderly voices frightened Lu Fei, causing the green-robed girl to hurriedly hide behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai swept his eyes around and found that almost all of High Heaven Sect's elders were here, led by Great Elder Xianxia. Obviously, they had heard the news and were waiting here. Seeing that Yang Kai was not missing an arm or a leg, Xianxia could not help breathing a sigh of relief. After the Battle of Ling Terminating Peak, Yang Kai, Qi Tianche, and Fang Peng suddenly disappeared for 3 years. All of High Heaven Sect had been worried about Yang Kai and had been inquiring about him everywhere, but unfortunately, nothing had been found. It was as if Yang Kai had simply disappeared from this cultivation star. Now that he had finally returned safely, Xianxia was naturally happy. At first glance, her beautiful eyes could not help narrowing as she discovered that Yang Kai's cultivation had actually reached the second-order origin returning realm. Even Xianxia, who had experienced countless storms and waves, could not help being shocked by this discovery. In just a few years, he had actually taken another step forward in the origin returning realm. Wasn't Sect Master's cultivation speed a bit too exaggerated? Great Elder has worked hard. Yang Kai gently nodded to Xianxia, everyone has also worked hard. Sect Master, you're being too serious. There's nothing for us to work hard for. Instead, it's the Sect Master who has been tired these past few years. Thank you, Sect Master. Xianxia smiled as her beautiful eyes swept over Lu Fei before shooting a curious glance towards Yang Kai, wondering why he had brought a Saint King Realm girl with him. This girl wanted to join High Heaven Sect, so this Sect Master decided to accept her, Yang Kai explained casually. So that's how it is, Xianxia nodded. Come, don't hide, greet the elders first. Yang Kai pulled Lu Fei out from behind him. Lu Fei's face flushed red as she swept her eyes over the faces of everyone present, a look of worship and reverence filling her beautiful eyes. These people were the strongest masters from the strongest sect on Shadowed Star. Any one of these people could easily cause Shadowed Star to tremble with a single stomp of their feet. Lu Fei had never seen such a grand spectacle before. After calming her mind, Lu Fei hurriedly bowed. There's no need to be so polite. Since Sect Master has accepted you, you will be a disciple of my High Heaven Sect from now on. Cultivate well in the sect, and if your performance is good enough, you may be able to become a disciple of these people in front of you. Xianxia looked at her kindly. Yes. Lu Fei nodded excitedly. Let's go back first, Xianxia gestured. Half a day later, in the conference hall of High Heaven Sect's headquarters, the elders gathered to report to Xianxia the situation of High Heaven Sect over the past 3 years. The best way to describe it was by leaps and bounds. Without mentioning anything else, with the addition of more than 200 cultivators from Star Emperor Mountain, High Heaven Sect's overall strength had leapt to become the #1 sect on Shadowed Star. This was indisputable as no other sect could compare to the current High Heaven Sect. In addition, with Heaven Battling City taking the lead, the various cities under its jurisdiction also received a large amount of income every year. Today, High Heaven Sect no longer needed to worry about cultivation materials. There weren't many people to begin with, but supplies were constantly being transported in from all directions. Now, High Heaven Sect had 3 large warehouses, each of which was filled to the brim, but it still wasn't enough, so Xianxia planned to open up more. On top of that, Clear Sky Sect and Shadow Moon Hall were allies. These 2 forces had always had a good relationship with Xianxia, and in the 3 years that Xianxia had been missing, both forces had provided great help to the development of High Heaven Sect, so Xianxia had decided to form an alliance with these 2 sects. Under such a strong alliance, they could mutually benefit each other. There were countless forces that wanted to ally with High Heaven Sect, but none of them had a way to do so they could only covet the opportunities of Shadow Moon Hall and Clear Sky Sect. Xianxia listened for a long time before nodding with satisfaction. Today's High Heaven Sect's development was on the right track. When he founded the sect, he had never imagined that it would reach its current scale. Back then, he had only brought Wu Yi and the others here on a starship to settle down. It could be said that the destruction of Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Star Emperor Mountain had provided unimaginable help to the rapid rise of High Heaven Sect. Without the destruction of these 3 forces, there would be no High Heaven Sect today. They had all become stepping stones to High Heaven City's fame. Half a day later, the elders dispersed, leaving only Xianxia with Xianxia. Great Elder also knew that Xianxia must have something else to ask, so before Xianxia could speak, Great Elder took the initiative to say, if Sect Master wishes to ask about Master's situation, subordinate can only say that everything is the same as before. Everything is the same as before. Xianxia murmured. Sect Master does not need to worry. Since Master said that he would sleep for 10 or 20 years, we only need to wait patiently. Xianxia nodded, not asking any more questions. In addition, Sect Master's artifact spirit is now recuperating in the 5th layer's Earth Lung Fire vein. Subordinate has also brought back the green sword and placed it in Sect Master's first heavenly palace. I understand. In fact, there was no need for Xianxia to say anything. As soon as Xianxia returned to the Luyan Desert, he sensed the location of his 2 great helpers. After all, whether it was the Firebird or the Dragon Bone Sword, they were both connected to his soul. When he was dragged into the mysterious small world by Xianxia with the sealed world bead, the verdant Dragon Bone Sword was still outside. Later, during the battle, the Firebird artifact spirit was also banished, leaving only the stone mongoose with Xianxia. Naturally, Xianxia would bring them back. Back then, what happened? Why did Sect Master suddenly disappear? Is it related to that Emperor artifact? Xianxia pondered for a moment before asking solemnly. She only knew that the sealed world bead was an Emperor artifact, but she did not know what kind of power it possessed. For generations on Star Emperor Mountain, no one had ever been able to refine it, so Xianxia had no clue about its power. I was dragged into a mysterious small world by Xianxia, Xianxia replied. A mysterious small world. Xianxia's eyes shrank. Fortunately, after spending 3 years inside, I was finally able to escape, so Great Elder doesn't need to worry too much. Seeing that he had no intention of talking more, Xianxia naturally did not ask any more questions. After thinking about it for a moment, she suddenly took out an item and handed it to Xianxia. Master sent me a message while he was asleep and asked me to give this to you. He said he wanted you to take good care of it. Star Emperor token. Xianxia looked at the thing Xianxia handed over and shouted. Reaching out and taking it, Xianxia gently stroked the Star Emperor token as a dignified look appeared on his face. He now had 4 of these tokens. The first was given to him by Guizhou and contained the divine technique of the great emperors, the second was found in the loft on the 6th floor of Luyan's sand field, the third was brought to him by Guqi, and the fourth was the one in front of him. Yang Yin had said before that the great emperors had produced a total of 10 Star Emperor tokens, each of which was sealed with a divine technique belonging to the great emperors. Now that she wanted him to take good care of them, could there be some kind of secret hidden in these Star Emperor tokens? However, no matter what it was, he would need to collect all 10 of them to reveal it. Of course, collecting 10 was easier said than done. It had been many years since Yang Kai entered Star territory, and through various opportunities and coincidences, he only had 4 Star Emperor tokens. As for the remaining 6, who knew where they were? The only thing Yang Kai knew was that Hengluo Chamber of Commerce had a Star Emperor token on Water Moon Star, something he had inadvertently learned while chatting with Shuiyu. Yang Kai didn't think too much about it though, and after carefully putting away the 4th Star Emperor token, he asked Yi Shiyin to send a message to Qian Tong, Fei Ji Tu, and Clear Sky Sect, informing them that the time had come before leaving the hall. 3 years ago, Yang Kai had been planning a voyage. If not for the previous incident, he would likely have already entered Star territory by now. Because of the provocation from Star Emperor Mountain, Yang Kai had no choice but to delay his plans. Now that he had escaped, it was time to set sail and find a way home, where he didn't know where his beloved had fallen in Star territory. On the way to First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with Su Yan's face and his eyes softened. Back on Tongxian realm, more than 20 years had passed. Over the past 20 years, through many ups and downs, Yang Kai's cultivation had climbed from the Saint realm to the Origin returning realm, more than 100 times stronger than when he had rushed into Star territory without hesitation. However, there was no such thing as a peak in the martial Dao, and the higher his cultivation, the more Yang Kai found his shortcomings. He desperately wanted to become stronger, to climb to the peak of the martial Dao, to stand atop it and overlook all living beings. Suddenly, cheers and shouts rang out in his ears, pulling Kai Yang out of his reverie. Turning his head, he saw a group of people gathered together. He didn't know what they were doing, but it seemed to be very lively. These people were all disciples of the Haike family who had left the family with Wu Yi and followed Yang Kai. Although their cultivations were not at the same level back then, over the years, with the help of various cultivation resources and a good cultivation environment, all of them had advanced by leaps and bounds. Most of them had already reached the Saint King realm. Yu Feng and Wu Yi were only one step away from breaking through to the Origin returning realm. Cultivating in High Heaven Sect, as long as one's aptitude wasn't too bad, there was no need to worry about breaking through. There were all kinds of pills to assist one's cultivation, the 10,000-year incense from Ascending Dragon Palace to dispel heart demons, and the 9-branch jade crystal tree to help a cultivator comprehend the heavenly way and martial Dao. Every cultivator did not feel any difficulty when they broke through. Everything happened naturally. At this moment, more than 20 people had gathered together and were shouting at the center of the field. There seemed to be 2 people sparring with each other as the sound of fists and feet colliding could be heard. It was a good thing for disciples to improve their strength and examine their own shortcomings through exchanging pointers. Yang Kai smiled lightly, not intending to join in the fun, but when his eyes inadvertently caught sight of a figure in the middle of exchanging pointers, he couldn't help letting out a light sigh and quickly walked over. Everyone's attention was attracted by the battle in the field, so Yang Kai's arrival did not alarm anyone. At the center of the field, there were indeed 2 people sparring, but unlike what Yang Kai had imagined, they were not competing with secret techniques or artifacts, nor were they competing with Saint Qi. Instead, they were simply competing in terms of strength and reflexes. One of them looked familiar to Yang Kai, but he couldn't name him. He was a burly man with a strong body and bulging muscles. At first glance, it was obvious he was a man who possessed great brute strength. His cultivation was also not bad, a first-order Saint King. What caught Yang Kai's attention was this burly man's opponent. It turned out to be a little girl. She looked to be only 10 years old, but her petite body was as agile as an ape, and her movements were extremely fast as she flew around the burly man. The little girl's hair was still a bit light yellow, and she had tied it up casually with 2 strands of hair that hung over her shoulders. Her facial features were delicate and pretty, giving her a very cute appearance. As she flew about, her hair fluttered just like her. Although she was young, she was already a beauty. While dodging the burly man's attacks, she would often find an opportunity to throw out her small fists and land a few punches on the burly man's body. These seemingly light punches actually contained astonishing power. Even with the burly man's physique, being hit by these punches caused him to tremble violently, causing him to grimace in pain. Xianxia found that both of the burly man's eyes were bruised, obviously because he had been hit by the little girl. The burly man didn't seem to show the slightest mercy as he threw out punch after punch, the sound of his punches causing Xianxia to feel a little nervous, fearing that the little girl wouldn't be able to withstand his blows and would be smashed to pieces. However, his worries were superfluous as none of the onlookers showed any concern for this little girl. Instead, everyone was shouting and cheering, some making fun of the burly man's strength while others cheering for the little girl, creating a lively scene. Lin Yun'er? Xianxia suddenly recognized the little girl's identity. She was the little girl Xianxia had brought back from Seaside City. She was the one adopted by Huang Wan. When Xianxia brought her back, the little girl was only 7 or 8 years old. Now that 3 years had passed, she was about the same age. Xianxia had long known that Lin Yun'er's small body could erupt with great strength, but after seeing her today, he realized that he had underestimated her potential. At just 10 years old, she had already surpassed the burly First-Order St. King Realm man in terms of pure strength, perhaps even a little, otherwise her opponent wouldn't have fallen into such a disadvantage. What kind of freak is this? Xianxia couldn't help marveling. Just as he was looking at Lin Yun'er with great interest, the little girl's figure flickered and she suddenly slipped under the burly man's crotch, leapt up high, and delivered a beautiful uppercut to the burly man's chin, sending him flying. Pung, the burly man fell to the ground, his face red, and struggled for a while before getting up. The onlookers burst into laughter, with Yufeng laughing the most heartily. After defeating her opponent, Lin Yun'er seemed to be very happy, jumping up and down excitedly, shouting and yelling. Xianxia stared at her, a pensive look on his face. If it was a real life or death struggle, the little girl would definitely not be the burly man's opponent. After all, the gap between their cultivations was too great, but in terms of physical flexibility and strength, the little girl had an absolute advantage. She was only 10 years old and had infinite potential. If she could be taught according to her aptitude, her future achievements would be limitless. Interesting, really interesting. Kai Yang's interest was piqued. Hey, you're that uncle. Lin Yun'er suddenly discovered Xianxia and pointed her finger at him. Xianxia's face went black. Ah, it's Sect Master. Yufeng turned his head and exclaimed, quickly covering his eyes with his hands, as if he was trying to hide something, his eyes darting around. Xianxia glanced around and found that most of the people gathered here had dark circles under their eyes and ashamed looks on their faces. They've all been knocked out? Kai Yang asked curiously. Haha. Yufeng was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He was now a third-order Saint King, only one step away from breaking through to the origin-returning realm, but in the competition with Lin Yun'er, he had still accidentally taken a punch from her, resulting in his current state. This was the greatest shame of his life. How disgraceful, Xianxia spat disdainfully before beckoning to Lin Yun'er. Yun'er, come here. The little girl was very obedient and quickly walked over to Xianxia, thought about it for a moment, then said in a crisp voice, Disciple Lin Yun'er greets Sect Master. Uncle. Xianxia nodded, showing a harmless smile, you don't need to say the last 2 words next time. Yes. The little girl nodded. Yi Shiyan's teachings are quite good, Xianxia looked at the little girl with satisfaction. After bringing her back, Xianxia had asked Yi Shiyan to teach her, and now she was so mature, obviously it was Yi Shiyan's credit. Do you like it here? Xianxia asked happily. I like it. Lin Yun'er replied immediately, there's food here, no one bullies Yun'er, Auntie Yi and the other uncles are very good to Yun'er. Good, Xianxia grinned, did your Auntie Yi find a master for you? Lin Yun'er slowly shook her head. Why? Xianxia was stunned. Although Lin Yun'er was young, she was obviously a rare genius. Xianxia found it hard to imagine that Star Emperor Mountain's masters would not fight to the death for such a person. Although they were strict about accepting disciples, Lin Yun'er definitely met the requirements, so no one had accepted her as a disciple. This was a bit strange. Auntie Yi said that they have no one to teach me, Lin Yun'er replied clearly. Tilting her little head, she said happily, Yun'er is now cultivating with Auntie Yi, so there's no need for her to worship any other master. Your Auntie Yi's strength is outstanding, so if you cultivate well with her, you'll benefit greatly. Yes. Good, you may continue. Yang Kai waved his hand, turned around, and left. Behind him came a respectful greeting, but Kai Yang fell into deep thought. Yi Shiyun actually said that no one could teach Lin Yun'er, which was a bit strange. Although there were only about 200 cultivators on Star Emperor Mountain, each of them had their own territory they were proficient in, so it should not be a problem to find one of these elites to teach Lin Yun'er. Since Yi Shiyun said so, there was only one possibility. She was very optimistic about Lin Yun'er and did not want her to act carelessly, so she probably wanted to teach Lin Yun'er the best. Yang Kai would have to ask Yi Shiyun about this matter. He was really curious as to why this little girl possessed such amazing strength at such a young age. Presumably, Yi Shiyun had been with her for 3 years and should have some understanding of her strength. With his mind drifting, Yang Kai returned to First Heavenly Palace. Just as he stepped into the palace, a low and deep dragon roar vaguely sounded from the depths of the palace. Immediately, a green light shot over from that direction. Yang Kai grinned, stretched out his hand, and grasped the green light in the palm of his hand. When the light dissipated, it was revealed to be a bladeless green sword. Dragon Bone Sword, verdant. A sense of connection and bloodline fusion arose spontaneously, and the green dragon remnant soul swimming around the sword seemed to become happier. After 3 years, the aura of the Dragon Bone Sword seemed to have become stronger. After all, in the battle 3 years ago, Yang Kai had killed a lot of people and the Dragon Bone Sword had devoured a lot of their flesh and blood essence. 3 years of accumulation had indeed caused some changes. After carefully examining it and confirming that he was not mistaken, Yang Kai happily put away the Dragon Bone Sword. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that everything in First Heavenly Palace was the same as before. Although Yang Kai had been missing for 3 years, no one dared to disturb this place as it was the resting place of High Heaven Sect's sect master. Yi Shiyun simply ordered people to clean this place up every day to prevent any dust from reaching it. After looking around for a moment, Yang Kai nodded secretly and was about to take a rest when his expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Who is it?" Saying so, Yang Kai released his spiritual energy towards a certain spot in the void. At this moment, he suddenly felt like he was being spied on. He did not show the slightest mercy. The void distorted as Yang Kai's massive spiritual energy attack was something even a third-order origin returning realm master could not withstand. However, the distorted space stabilized in the next moment, as if an invisible hand had flattened it. Yang Kai's attack did not have any effect. This discovery made his expression change as his eyes flashed. An inexplicable mass of energy visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared, twisting and changing mysteriously. Divine Sense Manifestation. Yang Kai muttered, feeling shocked but also lowering his vigilance because he felt a sense of familiarity from the spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. As soon as his voice fell, the Divine Sense Force suddenly transformed into a human figure. Although it was somewhat erratic, this figure wore a black robe that almost covered her entire face, revealing only a pair of eyes that shone like stars and a graceful figure. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared straight at this figure, his mood fluctuating. The other party also stared back at him motionlessly, her expression as calm as an ancient well, making it impossible to tell whether she was happy, angry, or sad. After a while, Yang Kai took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Are you Young Inflammation, or one of the great emperors?" This figure formed from Yang Kai's divine sense was exactly the same as Yang Yen. She was clearly the spiritual thought of the person sleeping on the 6th floor of the Luyan sand ground. However, Yang Kai was not sure whether she was the Young Inflammation who had been with him day and night, or the legendary great emperors of the star field. If it was the former, everything would be fine. If it was the latter, Yang Kai would have to be careful. Hearing Yang Kai's question, the figure frowned and said, "Both." "Is that so?" Yang Kai replied faintly. "It seems that you have already begun to fuse." "That's right, but it'll take a few more years for it to be completed." "Then how should I address you?" "Whether it is the person you know or the great emperors you speak of, they are all called Young Inflammation," the figure replied. Yang Kai gently nodded. Then why aren't you sleeping in the attic? Why did you place your spiritual sense here? I sensed that you brought back something interesting, so I came over to take a look. Yang Inflammation smiled faintly. Something interesting? Yang Kai's brows furrowed. This? Yang Inflammation said as she reached out to Yang Kai. Her movements seemed extremely casual, but when she made this move, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if something had been summoned from his body. The speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to think about resisting. With a flash of light, a bead appeared in Yang Inflammation's hand. Sealed world bead. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared blankly at the seemingly inconspicuous bead. That's right, the sealed world bead. Yang Inflammation gently nodded and closed her beautiful eyes as if sensing something. A moment later, she opened her eyes and whispered, "Sure enough, you really can refine it." Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space. This was something that Yang Inflammation knew. The most basic requirement for refining the sealed world bead was to understand the Tao of space, so for the past tens of thousands of years on Star Emperor Mountain, no sect master had been able to refine it until Chi Tianche's generation coincidentally discovered the mysteries of the sealed world bead. In the end, it was Yang Kai who benefited. You even managed to open up a 100-kilometer radius space. With your current cultivation, this is truly amazing. Yang Yan seemed to have discovered something that surprised her and couldn't help exclaiming in admiration. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "I know that this bead belongs to you. At that time, I refined it in order to leave this place. If you want to take it back, I won't stop you. But can you lend it to me for a while? I need it to carry some people." Lend it to you? Yang Inflammation glanced at Yang Kai and pursed her lips into a smile. Why should I lend it to you? You left your mark on the sealed world bead, so it already belongs to you. I won't take it back. Saying so, Yang Inflammation stretched out her hand and tossed the sealed world bead back. Yang Kai caught it and looked at her suspiciously. Although he hadn't figured out what grade of artifact the sealed world bead was, since it was an emperor artifact, it was obviously of great use to existences like the great emperors. Yang Kai didn't expect to take the sealed world bead for himself, he just wanted to use it to bring his friends and family from Tongxian realm. Without the sealed world bead, he really couldn't bring so many people here at once. You're mistaken about one thing, Yang Inflammation said softly. What? I don't own this sealed world bead. Yang Kai was stunned. Strictly speaking, I've never refined this sealed world bead, I'm just keeping it safe. Yang Inflammation's soul avatar floated down from the void and stood in front of Yang Kai like a real person. It actually belongs to a friend of mine. Your friend? Yang Kai was shocked. Yang Inflammation's avatar was one of the great emperors of Star Field, so a friend of the great emperors. Didn't that mean he was also in existence on par with the great emperors? A friend of mine, Yang Inflammation nodded. My friend and you share the same surname, can you guess what it is? Yang Kai fell into contemplation before his eyes suddenly lit up and he whispered, he cultivates the Tao of space. Yang Inflammation looked at Yang Kai approvingly. Like you, he also cultivates the Tao of space, but his mastery of the Tao of space has reached great heights. This sealed world bead was formed by him using his mastery of space principles to refine an interface. Although my strength is not inferior to his, I don't have much attainments in the Tao of space, so the sealed world bead is of little use to me, and I can't fully expand the space inside the sealed world bead. You are different. You have a deep understanding of the Tao of space, so perhaps one day you will have the opportunity to reach his level. Yang Kai's face twitched. It wasn't because of Yang Inflammation's high evaluation of him, but because of the origin of the sealed world bead. It was actually formed by a cultivator on the same level as the great emperors by refining an interface. This was too sensational. Yang Kai had never seen an Origin King realm master take action, but according to his estimation, an Origin King definitely did not have such ability. The great emperors really were existences beyond the Origin King realm. Above the Origin King realm, there really was a higher realm. The martial Tao really had no limit. You and Yang Inflammation met before, so we can be considered to have been brought together by fate. Since you have branded the sealed world bead with your life mark, it is now yours. Expand it well, perhaps one day you will discover something from it. Yang Inflammation pursed his lips and smiled mysteriously. Yang Kai's brow rose as his eyes flashed. There was a hidden meaning in Yang Inflammation's words. Could it be that there were some mysteries hidden inside the sealed world bead? Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions as he knew that even if he asked now, he probably wouldn't get any answers. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Your friend. I don't know where he is. I haven't seen him for more than 100,000 years. Perhaps he is wandering around, becoming one of the many living beings in this world, or perhaps he has already fallen. Who knows?" Understood, Yang Kai nodded. Expanding the space inside the sealed world bead was of great benefit to his cultivation of the Tao of space. Even if Yang Inflammation hadn't spoken today, Yang Kai would not have slacked off. Now that he vaguely knew that there was more to the sealed world bead, Yang Kai would spare no effort. Right, I'll be going on a voyage in a few days. You should be safe sleeping in that loft. I'll have someone look after you carefully. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. Yang Inflammation opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but eventually decided against it and simply said lightly, "There are many dangers in the star's territory, I hope you have a safe trip." After saying so, her figure suddenly disappeared. Just like how she had suddenly arrived, she had also suddenly left. Yang Kai frowned and stood in place for a while before calming himself down and sitting cross-legged on his bed to meditate. The next day, inside 100 Flowers Peak, Yang Kai found Yi Shiyun and asked her about Lin Yun'er's situation. After 3 years of getting along, Yi Shiyun had indeed studied Lin Yun'er's body and vaguely learned some things. Yun'er has a special constitution. Sure enough. Yang Kai nodded, as if he had already expected this. There were always some special people in this world who were born with advantages that others could only dream of, and these advantages were reflected in their bodies. For example, little senior sister Xianning Chang had the sacred spirit medicine body. She was born proficient in alchemy and did not need to study it at all. Alchemy was a form of cultivation, and the more pills she refined, the higher her strength would become. Shanqing Luo had the poison widow constitution, which was extremely poisonous and could kill anyone who came into contact with it. Shuiyu had the dragon marrow phoenix body, which allowed her primordial yin qi to greatly increase one's strength without any hidden dangers. These special constitutions each had their own advantages, but they were extremely rare and rarely seen by ordinary people. For Lin Yun'er to possess such incredible power at such a young age, Yang Kai could only think of one explanation. She had a special constitution. Now, the answer he got from Yi Shiyun happened to coincide with his conjecture. Then what kind of constitution does she have? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at the little girl who was sitting nearby, nibbling on a fruit, and hurriedly asked. This queen has read a lot of ancient books about this, and if this queen is not mistaken, she should have the tyrant strength body. Yi Shiyun quickly said. Tyrant strength body. Yang Kai raised his brow. People with this kind of constitution are born with divine strength, and as they grow older and their cultivation increases, their strength will only increase. They are heaven's favored children, and when they grow to a certain extent, they will be able to compete with a cultivator of the same realm with their physical strength alone and gain the absolute upper hand. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a look of amazement. But Yi Shiyun suddenly frowned as she looked at Lin Yun'er worriedly. But what? Yang Kai raised his head and looked at her. But because the strength of people with this kind of constitution is too great, to the point where they are unable to bear it, they are often unable to exert their full strength in battle. Yun'er is still young and her cultivation is not high, so this disadvantage is not obvious yet, but when she really grows up, this strength will become a hindrance to her. Everything was fair, the Creator had always been fair. Although people with special constitutions had advantages in certain territory, most of them had shortcomings that could not be ignored. Xianning Chang's sacred spirit medicine body allowed her to perform alchemy easily and enhance her strength in the process. However, she could only use this method to improve her strength. Meditating like an ordinary person was far too inefficient for her. Shanqing Luo's poison widow body often caused her to lose her loved ones and live a life of loneliness. What's more, this regret was created by her own hands as she cruelly killed her loved ones on their wedding night. This was an unimaginable torture for anyone. Although Shuiyu's dragon marrow phoenix body was tyrannical, it was nothing more than a wedding dress for others. The same was true for Lin Yun'er's tyrant strength body. The powerful strength she possessed would eventually become too much for Lin Yun'er to bear. Once she used more strength than her body could bear, the final result would be her own death. Is there no solution? Yang Kai asked with some concern. There is. Yi Shiyun gently nodded. Oh? Let's hear it. Since there is a solution, we just need to follow it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Lin Yun'er was still young and had unlimited potential. He did not want such a little girl to worry about her own strength in the future, or even die because of it. It's simple to say, but... Yi Shiyun smiled bitterly. The drawbacks of Yun'er's physique are obvious. As long as we target these drawbacks and temper her body, she will be fine. In other words, as long as her physical strength can support her strength, she will not be in any danger. But if she wants to temper her body, she must have a corresponding physique. Too low a level is not enough. Body tempering? Yang Kai's expression became strange. Yes, although Star Emperor Mountain also has a body tempering method, that kind of thing cannot meet Yun'er's requirements. I have been inquiring about this kind of thing for the past few years, but I have not gained anything. What I have collected is not even as good as what Star Emperor Mountain originally had. Yi Shiyun said somewhat sadly. Yun'er has only been in the sect for 3 years, but her strength has already grown to such a terrifying level. I fear that if we let her continue to grow, in less than 10 years. If she needs to temper her body. I have one. Sect Master has such a thing? Yi Shiyun looked at him in amazement. Yes. Yang Kai said as he took out an ancient book from his space ring and handed it to Yi Shiyun. Take a look at this. Yi Shiyun took it and glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously before immersing her consciousness into it and reading it carefully. Yang Kai didn't say anything to disturb her and just sat there playing with Lin Yun'er. The little girl was still young and had been living with Huang Wan in Seaside City, living in a secluded hut and never seeing the sun. Later, she came to High Heaven Sect. She had never been in contact with the outside world, so she was pure and innocent. Her childish words also made Yang Kai's state of mind calm down. 2 hours later, Yi Shiyun let out a long breath and put down the ancient book, a look of pleasant surprise flashing across her eyes. Great Elder, what do you think? Yang Kai raised his head and asked. Yi Shiyun said excitedly, it should be possible for Yun'er. This book is quite peculiar. In terms of grade alone, it isn't too high, but its success is not determined by the grade of the materials used, but rather by the quality of the materials used. I think so too. I already have my own 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, and the higher the grade of the materials used, the better the body tempering effect. It has nothing to do with the quality of the materials used, Yang Kai grinned. What's even rarer is that the materials needed can be replaced. If one wanted the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, they had to find supreme treasures of the 5 elements. Even the worst of these treasures could not be lower than the monster core of a 10th order monster beast. Yang Kai had spent a lot of effort to collect all of these at that time. Now that High Heaven Sect's influence had grown, it shouldn't be difficult to collect such supreme treasures of the 5 elements. Even if the materials collected were not as good as Yang Kai's Sun's true essence and divine nullification sand, they should at least be able to collect something of the same grade as profound gold. Once the materials were gathered, he would let Lin Yun'er use them first. When he found better materials in the future, it would be fine to replace them. This would not have any effect on the person. Yi Shiyun also saw this point, which was why she was so excited. Sect Master can rest assured, I will only let Yun'er use this book and will not spread it outside, Yi Shiyun said solemnly. It's fine, even if you spread it outside, I'm afraid only a few people can do it, Yang Kai chuckled. The monster core of a 10th order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master, so how many people could hunt such an existence? As such, it didn't matter if this book was spread outside. However, it does require a very strong spiritual energy, otherwise, one would not be able to withstand the excruciating pain. Yi Shiyun glanced at Lin Yun'er sympathetically. The little girl didn't know much about the world and didn't know what had happened to her body. She only knew that she had a lot of strength, but she didn't understand that this strength was like a rope that was slowly tightening around her life. I'll have to trouble Great Elder to cultivate her, Yang Kai smiled. And I will arrange for Yun'er to use her spiritual energy as soon as possible. Yi Shiyan nodded. Let's put Yun'er's matter aside for the time being. Great Elder, I have something else to ask you. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he stared at her solemnly. Please speak, Sect Master. I will soon be setting off on a long voyage. I will be taking some of the sect's resources with me, otherwise, the starship will not be able to operate. Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Hani, and Lin Yu Rao, these 3 elders had also agreed to leave with me. What about you, Great Elder? Will you come with me? Me? A trace of expectation flashed across Yi Shiyan's face, but she quickly shook her head. Sect Master is being kind, I won't follow. As expected. Yang Kai sighed, seemingly having expected this. Yi Shiyan's strength was extraordinary and could be said to be the strongest master on Shadowed Star. Her sure had reached the grand accomplishment stage and she had already grasped the threshold of territory, reaching the qualifications to break through to the Origin King realm long ago. In this regard alone, no one could compare to her. It could be said that as long as she escaped the constraints of Shadowed Star's world principles, with Yi Shiyan's cultivation, there was at least an 80% chance she could break through to the Origin King realm. This probability was terrifying. However, the great emperors were still sleeping in her loft, so it was impossible for her to leave without worry. Yang Kai had long guessed this, but he still had to ask. Now that he had received an answer from her, Yang Kai didn't want to persuade her otherwise. In that case, I'll have to trouble Great Elder to take care of everything in the sect, Yang Kai said leisurely. With this queen here, the sect will definitely be safe. Good, with you in charge, I can rest assured, Yang Kai nodded. If you have time, remember to help me find someone. Who? Yi Shiyan looked at Yang Kai puzzledly, wondering who this person was that he couldn't let go of. Flowing Cloud Valley's Lu Yi. Yang Kai sneered meaningfully, if you find him, don't waste any time with him, just kill him directly. Good. Yi Shiyan nodded. Although she didn't understand why Yang Kai wanted to find this person, since it was the sect master's request, she naturally wouldn't ask. Yang Kai got up and left to make the final preparations before leaving. He wanted Yi Shiyan to pay attention to Lu Yi because he had a bad premonition in his heart. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with this Lu Yi. Without even mentioning the fact that he had repeatedly antagonized Yang Kai, there was no reason for Yang Kai to let him go, but this person's actions were also extremely secretive. Every time Yang Kai saw him, he would have a strange feeling. This feeling made him feel very wary, as if this Lu Yi was not ordinary. Although the success rate of using a starship to travel long distances was very high, it was still necessary to make all the necessary preparations. All kinds of materials had to be prepared, and the allocation of personnel had to be carefully considered. The entire High Heaven sect was mobilized. In just a few days, everything was ready. 5 days later, Qian Tong, who received the news, rushed to High Heaven sect. Fei Jitu did not come. City Lord Fei had narrowly escaped death in Fallen Emperor Mountain and his cultivation had fallen to the Second-Order Origin Returning Realm. Even if he left Shadowed Star with Yang Kai, there was no hope for him to break through, so he simply chose to remain in retreat in Heavenly Fate City. Now that he had missed such an opportunity, Qian Tong couldn't help but sigh. MOU came from Clear Sky Sect. More than 3 years ago, Yang Kai and Clear Sky Sect had reached an agreement that Clear Sky Sect only needed one spot. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of internal discussion they had, but Sect Master Gu Zhen did not come. Instead, MOU, who was more familiar with Yang Kai, arrived. All of them were old acquaintances, so it was natural for them to exchange greetings after meeting. High Heaven Sect sent 3 Third-Order Origin Returning Realm Masters, naturally Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Hani, and Lin Yu Rao. These 5 people would carry the hopes and expectations of countless cultivators on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years, but whether they could break through to the Origin King realm would depend on their own efforts and opportunities. Yang Kai had simply provided them with an opportunity. Since ancient times, breaking through from the Origin Returning Realm to the Origin King realm had been extremely difficult. Even across the entire territory of Shadowed Star, there were only a few Origin Kings. Any one of these people was a famous existence, a master worshipped by all cultivators on their respective stars. As such, even if these 5 people had the qualifications to break through, it was not certain they would succeed. Perhaps they would all fail. Half a month later, in First Heavenly Palace, Xianxia, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes slowly, stood up, and walked out. Opening the palace door, Xianxia saw a young woman standing in front of it, waiting quietly. Seeing Xianxia come out, she took a deep breath and clenched her fists because of her excitement and nervousness. Qianyu. On this long voyage, Xianxia certainly would not leave her behind. As someone who came from the same world as Xianxia, she was also looking forward to finding Ice Master Xianxia, Su Yan, and the others from Ice Sect. She was more eager than anyone to see the faces of those who had made her dream come true. Is everything ready? Xianxia looked at her. Qianyu nodded. Everything is ready, we're just waiting for you. Then, let's go, Xianxia grinned and strode forward. In his clenched fist, there was a crystal-clear bead that exuded a faint chill. Su Yan's ice soul bead. If the bead existed, the person would exist. If the bead broke, the person would die. As long as he had it, Xianxia was certain that Su Yan was living safely in some corner of Shadowed Star's territory. As long as he had it, Xianxia believed that the two of them would be reunited one day. Half an hour later, the dark starship slowly lifted off as High Heaven Sect's disciples cheered and sent it off. Inside the territory of Endless Star, a dark starship flew forward slowly. Although it didn't seem to be moving very fast, in fact, it was as fast as lightning, crossing hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Looking through a transparent window, everyone stared at the huge stars beside the starship and couldn't help marveling. Many people here had never observed Shadowed Star from this perspective before, so it wasn't until now that they realized how magnificent the stars they had raised were. Facing such stars, everyone couldn't help feeling a sense of respect. The starship's speed was extremely fast, but it was also very stable. Inside the hull, no one felt the slightest bump or vibration. Around them, a chaotic array of asteroids drifted, lifeless dead stars like cold giants that lay dormant in the starship's territory. Shadowed Star's territory extended 1,000,000 kilometers outside of the starship's territory, forming a safe zone. The great forces on Shadowed Star who owned starships would often send them to this territory to search for ores and minerals. Although the harvest was not great, this did not diminish the enthusiasm of these great forces. Occasionally, they would find some good things from these asteroids and dead stars. These things had never been produced on Shadowed Star before. However, beyond the 1,000,000-kilometer mark was the danger zone. All year round, the starship territory's astral winds could easily destroy starships. Starfield storms, both large and small, formed here and were annihilated almost everywhere. Rapidly flying asteroids could smash any living being or moving object to pieces. Dead territory. This was the first barrier that isolated Shadowed Star from the outside world, and it was also the strongest barrier. It was like a protective barrier that surrounded Shadowed Star from 1,000,000 kilometers away, preventing anyone from leaving or entering. For tens of thousands of years, it wasn't that no one had ever left Shadowed Star to explore the wider world outside, but no one had ever succeeded and all of them had been stopped outside this dead territory. As the starship sailed into this place, everyone's palms began to sweat. Xianxia had strengthened the starship's defenses to the limit, not caring about the consumption of Saint Crystal sources. Violent gales swept over from the territory of the Star Realm. It was as if an invisible beast was using its sharp claws to cut the battleship, attempting to destroy it and drag out the people hiding inside to fill their stomachs. Sharp and ear-piercing sounds of friction could be heard from outside the warship. Creak, 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 creak. Everyone's face turned ugly. The huge meteorites brought by the astral winds crashed into the battleship, causing the entire battleship to shake. Like a canoe in a stormy sea, the battleships dashed left and right in the dead territory, swaying left and right, unable to control the direction at all. They could only go with the flow and let it happen. Alarms and cries of alarm were constantly heard. Xianxia bellowed as his divine sense left his body to check the situation outside and direct the actions of his subordinates. Yang Xiaozhu and the other third-order origin returning realm masters also rushed into the power room under Xianxia's instructions, sat on the spirit array, and pushed their Saint Qi into the starship, providing it with a little boost. Everyone was exchanging blows with the Grim Reaper. There was no room for the slightest mistake, any negligence could lead to the destruction of the starship. In this terrifying place, the strength of a single person was simply too insignificant. In the dead zone outside Shadowed Star, even an Origin King Realm Master would likely die if they tried to force their way in, let alone the people inside the starship. Only by working together could they survive this crisis. The chaotic situation gradually stabilized, and after realizing that although the starship had been ravaged, it was still impregnable, everyone's panic gradually calmed down and they began performing their duties in an orderly manner. The Origin King grade starship refined by Yang Yan provided a safe and reliable guarantee for everyone. After a full month, High Heaven Sec's starship suddenly broke free from the entanglement of the dead territory and rushed into the vast territory of the starship. There were no longer strange noises coming from outside, and the starship was no longer shaking. After everyone confirmed that they had successfully left Shadowed Star, loud cheers broke out inside the starship, everyone weeping tears of joy and excitement. Yang Xiaozhu and the others appeared in front of Yang Kai with pale faces, all of them looking like frosted eggplants, their auras extremely weak. "Thank you for your hard work," Yang Kai nodded to them. "Yang Kai, did you feel something?" Qian Tong looked at him solemnly and asked. Yang Kai gently nodded. He had noticed something the moment the starship rushed into the dead territory, but over the past month, he had been in constant danger, his life hanging by a thread, so he had not been able to think about it carefully. Now that he had escaped from the dead territory, he had time to recall that feeling. "So you also noticed something?" "I thought I was mistaken," Qian Tong said solemnly. "Emperor pressure." Mou added, "That dead territory is filled with Emperor pressure, and there is more than one." There are two Emperor pressures." Qian Tong gently nodded, one is similar to the aura emitted by the Emperor Garden, while the other is unfamiliar. "What's going on?" "I have a guess, but I'm not sure." Mou showed a contemplative expression. Everyone turned to look at him. Mou's face twitched as his eyes filled with awe. Smacking his lips, he said in a dry tone, "If I say it out loud, you'll definitely think I'm crazy." "No," Qian Tong shook his head, "Old Mo, you can rest assured." Yang Kai also nodded, "Let's hear it." "Whether it's true or not, everyone can judge for themselves." Mou smiled bitterly, this old master considers himself to be quite knowledgeable, but after entering the dead territory, he realized he was a frog in a well. I'll tell you what I think, but whether it's true or not, I don't know. In any case, don't laugh at this old master. This old master is just speculating, there is no real evidence to prove. Don't be long-winded, just say it. Yang Xiaozhu interrupted him impatiently. The dead zone is filled with two different types of Emperor's auras, and these two Emperor's auras are still entangled with each other, in a constant cycle. I think the aura we are familiar with belongs to the Master of the Emperor Garden, the Great Emperors of Star Field. Although I don't know who the other one belongs to, it should be a character on the same level as the Great Emperors. Mou's expression became dignified, the formation of the dead territory is perhaps a result of the struggle between these two characters. After saying this, Mou fell silent. Qian Tong's jaw dropped as he stared at him incredulously. On the other hand, Yang Kai, Yang Xiaozhu, and the others glanced at each other calmly. "Haha, that's impossible, right? This old master also thinks he's wrong," Mou let out a hollow laugh. The great emperors were already a legend, and no one could confirm whether they really existed. Now, there was a powerful master on the same level as them who had fought with them before. Even Mou himself did not believe this speculation. "What Senior Mo says should be correct," Yang Kai gently nodded, confirming his guess. "Ah?" Mou stared at Yang Kai in surprise before his eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly asked, "Yang Kai, do you know something?" Qian Tong turned his head and stared at Yang Kai eagerly. Yang Kai chuckled, "I don't know much, but I do know that the great emperors once had an opponent who was no weaker than her. The two of them really did fight." Yang Xiaozhu and the others also knew this, but this was the first time Qian Tong and Mou had heard of it. Both of them were dumbfounded as they stared blankly at Yang Kai. All they could do was gasp for breath. It turns out that the culprit behind Shadowed Star's isolation was actually her. Yang Kai murmured. The situation in the dead territory was the best proof of this. There, the two emperor pressures were still entangled, and even after tens of thousands of years had passed, there was still no clear victor. Perhaps Yang Yan and this unknown enemy once fought in the dead territory, leading to the formation of this isolated zone around Shadowed Star. The ancient Supreme Profound Sect should also have been one of these battlefields, but it was unknown which one came first, compared to the one in the dead territory. Qian Tong and Mou still seemed to want to ask something, but Yang Kai did not give them the opportunity. All of you must be tired from this past month, go back and rest for the time being. After passing through the dead territory, the rest of the journey should be safe. We may not encounter any living beings for the next few years, so all of you should enter retreat. Hearing him say this, Qian Tong and the others did not ask any more questions, simply nodding and returning to their respective rooms. Yang Kai stood in place and cast his eyes towards the deep star field before walking over to the star plate and placing his hand on it, immersing his consciousness into his knowledge sea and manifesting his soul avatar. Above his knowledge sea, a vast star field that had shrunk countless times appeared, floating quietly like a huge blueprint. This was Yang Kai's star field. If a cultivator on Shadowed Star wanted to leave Shadowed Star and enter the dead territory, the first obstacle was the dead territory, which no one could pass. And the second obstacle was the direction. There were many dangers in the dead territory, so when a starship sailed, it required someone with rich experience to guide it, and this responsibility generally fell to a certain profession called a chart master. A chart master could draw a star field that allowed a cultivator or starship to safely and effectively advance through the dead territory while avoiding the dangerous areas of the territory. Without a chart master to draw a star field, a starship was very likely to get lost in the dead territory and deviate from its destination. Because Shadowed Star was too isolated, there was no such profession as a chart master, and no one could draw a star field. However, on the other stars in the dead territory, chart masters were very popular and their status was not inferior to alchemists or artifact refiners. The star field in Yang Kai's knowledge sea was a kind of inheritance he had obtained from a chart master named Wu Sua. He had obtained it by chance when he first set foot in the dead territory. With this star, Yang Kai did not need to learn anything, he was a natural-born chart master. He could see the situation of the entire dead territory in his mind one by one, including the star where Tongxian realm was located. He had taken Xianyu to see this star, and he himself would often look at it and dream about it. For so many years, he had never had a chance to use the star field to guide his way. Now, it had finally come in handy. Yang Kai's divine sense wandered back and forth across the huge star, consuming his spiritual energy at a rapid rate. Soon, he had locked onto a certain territory. This was where Qianyu had separated from Su Yan and the others. Yang Kai planned to go there first. End of chapter 1545. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.